This kid is bewildered as he faces the unfamiliar face of a man just moments ago, of that race. But Thunder thinks back, if the heavens have arranged for him to take this form, and Thunder will surely conquer it. Today, Thunder changed his practice spot to refresh his mood and see if he made any progress. Only a shimmering red light emanating from the gem illuminated everything. This time, the contestant guide is Black Spot. This round will challenge everyone's willpower and control over their aura. At this moment, the 5th round, Will of Truth, officially begins. Then, Black Spot raised the sword and held it high. He introduced this sword as forged from the super-dimensional beast of the Firebird. When you pick it up, the sword will emit sparks. Everyone may not have learned how to use aura, but you can try to focus your spirit. Use your will to control it. Then, the round began. So, the first person is right in front of him. Ian was stepping up. Ian nervously gripped the sword in his hand. He carefully looked at it. After a moment, a flame with a brilliant halo burned around him. The examination also ended like this. Ian, with his hair singed, sadly stepped back. Black Spot continued to call the next person. At that moment, in another corner of the academy, 2 figures were talking to each other. After practicing for half a day, he lay on the ground in frustration. Darn it, his movements still couldn't keep up with his human body. Too weak. You attempted assassination and got caught by the examiner. The one speaking in a sneaky tone was due to a subordinate's negligence. Then the standing figure slowly removed their mask. It turned out to be Elder JP. He spoke in an echoing voice. Forget it. I had no expectations. If it can be resolved in one go, that's it. After that, he put the mask back on, but at least what he was wearing was a treasure. The golden mask is a treasure. When worn, it can instantly change one's appearance. JB returned to his identity. The elder had a snowy white beard. He continued, a signal can be sent. With our guardians, we, the Pure Blood Guild, have never disappeared, returning for the examination. At this moment, Kyle's turn just ended. Black Spot was taking notes while calling, all right, next person. Kyle cheered for Thunder. The last one, then it's your turn. Go for it, he nodded in response. Don't worry, from below. Slavia was waiting. She curiously looked behind Kyle. Kyle, I've always wanted to know if Thunder is really that good. Hearing Slavia's question, Kyle placed his finger on his chin. He replied seriously, Thunder is strong, at least within range. If he continues at this pace, don't even mention revenge. He doesn't even know when he will be able to defeat the Wooden Man. Why does he need to defeat the Wooden Man? I know he is incredibly strong. Tan was surprised to turn back, but his results in the 4 previous rounds were terrible. Slavia was even more confused. Why do you think Thunder is strong? But Kyle was not joking at all. Although I easily won last time, but Kyle's voice suddenly paused. He began to flow back in memory, recalling that time I was attacked by an intermediate wolf beast. It was Thunder who defeated it and saved me. Tan not only didn't believe it, but instead laughed endlessly. He joyfully said, stop talking nonsense. 15 years ago, you were only 5 years old. How could you defeat an intermediate beast? At most, it was just a slightly larger wolf beast. Kyle's words affected Slavia. She remembered the night she caught Thunder sneaking out. If Thunder is really that strong, then why did he hide his strength in SAO? At this moment, in the competition area, Thunder was ready, gripping the sword hilt. Denbot signaled, start. Just then, the system appeared in the air. It informed Thunder that he had obtained the superclass monster crystal. Do you accept? A strange voice suddenly rang out in the quiet forest, startling Thunder. Thunder immediately took his sword into a defensive stance. The words accept appeared on the board. Not because Thunder was distracted by the system, he completely ignored the sword hilt in his hand. The students saw this and began to chatter, completely lacking enthusiasm. Next, Thunder even casually picked up the sword, swinging it in the air. What is happening? Everyone began to chatter again. I think it might be broken. Is it broken? The light of the sword has disappeared. That guy always messes things up. Denbot's face turned paler as he stood aside. He rushed in to grab the sword. Get out of the way. Hand the sword to me, pushing me in front of Denbot. The red crystal at the sword hilt had lost its light. This was like a bolt from the blue to Denbot. This is a weapon created by a super beast. The treasure of King Aaron. Denver, frustrated, turned to grab Thunder by the collar. What on earth did you do to it? Your face shows no emotion at all. What can I do? This is a weapon created by a super beast. Then, Thunder calmly continued. Moreover, you always look at me. Denver was so furious that he couldn't say anything more. Just in time, as things were tense, a knight approached from behind to report, Lord Danbird, there is an urgent matter I need to inform you about. His face very alert. Who is it? Then suddenly, Thunder's eyes widened like never before. Danbird raised his voice. What is it? He temporarily spared Thunder and turned to listen to the knight's report. After hearing it, his expression immediately changed. Then, Danbird regained his composure, turned his back to the students, and waved his hand. All rounds have ended. Everyone can go back to their rooms to rest. Everyone immediately relaxed. Finally, it's over, whispered voices. So tired. Another announcement rang out, asking everyone to gather for dinner. This session will reward everyone with belts. Hearing that, some students huddled together and whispered, I performed better than that guy. At least I didn't get a red belt, they whispered quietly, not noticing Thunder still standing there motionless. Blackspot said, Thunder, I'm worried you might come down now. Thunder obediently went down. The knight's words still echoed in his ears. Was what that knight said true? Remembering earlier, Thunder had accidentally overheard a conversation. Lord Dennis is the judge of the 4th round and has just been discovered at the crime scene. Winford has arrived to investigate. Before him was the bloodied corpse of Mia, Lord Winford. In front of Thunder is a young girl with blonde hair, her innocent expression resembling Little Red Riding Hood. When I discovered her, Winford was crouching beside the corpse, carefully observing the surroundings. The body was still warm, having just been harmed not long ago. Who could it be? After a moment, Winford stood up and ordered the knight behind him. Report this to the elders immediately. The knight obeyed and went to the conference room, where Elder JB pretended not to know and asked, What do you mean? Is she dead? The knight slightly bowed his head. Yes, the cut is very clean. A fatal blow. Definitely from a master. Moreover, the assailant did not disturb the system. Concerned that he hesitated, the elder with a gold mouth cover raised his hand. He continued the knight's words, indicating that it was very likely an insider who caused it, as there were still some rumors existing here. Other elders also participated in the discussion about a certain faction, voicing whether it was a pure blood guild or a dark guild. Here, another elder said angrily, the leader of the knight group wears a blue belt. To be harmed right in the examination hall, the culprit is too brazen and arrogant. This must be investigated thoroughly. Her voice is as gentle as her appearance. Are you okay? Then, an elder turned to the elder, standing by the window to seek his opinion. Great elder, what do you think? The great elder stroked his long beard and spoke in a hoarse voice. This matter must only be known within the high-ranking officials and not spread outside so that the elders can continue their investigation. The culprit must be found out, and the knight immediately complied with the order. The scene clearly shifted to the belt awarding ceremony, where everyone was buzzing with discussion. So stressful, I don't know what color belt I'll get. Slavia has just met Mary now, she said. So you are Mary? That's great, finally a female roommate. Kyle stood aside in the room. I guess your last name is Eodgust? Mary Eodgust is the person you know? Mary exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. You know my mother? Meanwhile, Thunder stood apart in a corner, thinking if even the judges are harmed, then the culprit definitely isn't an ordinary person. The suspects must be of higher ranks. Thinking this, in his heart, Thunder became even more certain of his previous reasoning. If it's within the academy. I didn't mean to startle you. Ami lives in a nearby village and has just seen Thunder. Perhaps only the knights and elders have this kind of power, while Kyle still knows nothing. He excitedly called out to Thunder, standing in the corner. Thunder, do you remember that adventurer we met in Rennytown? That was Mary's mother. What a coincidence. But Kyle realized Thunder didn't hear what he said. He dejectedly grabbed Thunder's shoulder. Please, bro, lately. You often don't focus on what I'm saying. He awkwardly looked at Kyle. Sorry, I was thinking about the competition. Slavia approached from behind, still pondering the identity of the archer. Thunder naturally didn't dare to tell the truth. He quickly made an excuse. No, I was thinking about why the sword in the 5th round had no reaction at all. Actually, Thunder didn't want to lie. What he prioritized was the safety of his friends. It was better not to let them know. If the judge is harmed, the more they know, the more dangerous it is. Thunder's reasoning immediately convinced Slavia. She looked at him worriedly. That really is strange. I always feel like you're not very lucky. It's late, and since you're still in the forest, I wanted to remind you to head down the mountain soon. Thunder snorts in embarrassment. Oh, haha. Except for the Hellfire sword, it feels the same. Just then, a serious voice rose amidst everyone's lively discussions. The head knight arrived and saw Winford. The group suddenly fell silent. On their foreheads, a drop of sweat silently rolled down. Finally, he has arrived. Then, Winford raised his hand, and he solemnly announced the start of the ceremony. I declare the distribution of belts has now begun. Those whose names are called should step up to the podium. The first name called was unexpectedly Kyle Bluebird. He turned around in surprise. Clearly Thunder was rubbing his pinched cheek, finally letting go. Kyle confidently walked up to the high podium. The surrounding crowd continued to debate. It's that guy. He performed the best, right? He has to get the white belt, a chatty voice interjected. Who said that? The best performance is our goddess Slavia. Or perhaps the neutral faction. No matter what, it has to be a white belt. Winford glanced at the evaluation board. Then, the commander spoke to Kyle through the careful consideration of the knights, deciding to grant him a black belt. This was clearly lower than what Kai Ori expected. He hesitated, not wanting to take it, seeing Kai Or standing there in shock. So that's it. You scared me to death. It's very dangerous here. Ami nodded and spoke like a little old lady. Winford smiled and reminded, Hey, take it. Kai's face showed clear disappointment, but he still accepted it. The crowd of onlookers clearly had something to whisper about. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to receive a white belt? What's the black belt for? It's unclear. Basically not visible, but the existence of the red belt is even less significant. Next is Ian's strength. He was somewhat surprised by the result of the white belt. Another whispered, Why did that red-haired guy get a white belt? The person next to him hurriedly reminded, Keep your voice down. Have you forgotten the last guy who got beaten up? Star and Slavia also had the honor of receiving the highest results. Everyone cheered. No wonder, it's the goddess Slavia. I knew she would get a white belt while you ended up with a red belt. From now on, there's no connection with the goddess anymore, they whispered. I don't want that, my goddess. Mary received a blue belt, and she happily showed everyone. Thank you. Meanwhile, Tan stood aside with tears in his eyes. What's up? Munch received a black belt, and without making everyone wait long, the last name called out was Thunder Talo. He was also the topic of discussion for those around. Everyone took turns guessing what color he would be. It must be red, Thunder clenched his fists. To become a great dragon once again, this is a golden opportunity for Thunder to take revenge, just like how those people treated dragons. During the day, there's nothing here, but at night, the vicious beasts can appear. Thunder nodded. He nimbly stepped up to the podium. Finally, it was his turn, but the results surprised Thunder. Winfred held up a black belt and said, "The Night Order has carefully considered and decided to give you a black belt." Upon seeing this, Tan cried even louder. He shook Munch's shoulder. A worthless guy like him gets a black belt? Why? Munch comforted him. Maybe Thunder is hiding his true strength? But that comfort didn't help Tan feel any better. He mumbled to himself, "What does that mean? Am I the only one who's worthless?" Even Thunder doesn't understand. He looked at the belt in his hand with suspicion. How can this be? Why did I get a black belt? Is it a conspiracy? Winfred's voice rang out again. The night belts have been distributed. Whether everyone accepts it or not, this is the current result. Munch patted Tan on the shoulder. Think positively. Winfred continued to guide everyone for the next day after completing basic training. He suggested that everyone follow the color of their belts. To follow different training nights, Kyle sadly looked at the black object in his hand, wondering what it was for. This girl knows a lot. Ami often comes here to pick fruits and wild vegetables, so she's quite familiar with it. Meanwhile, behind them, the Carden trainees were reading the student list. After a moment of thought, he quickly finished selecting. Carden said to the person in charge, "Assign me 2 red-haired guys with a cigar in their mouths." Carden glanced back, hoping it wouldn't bring him any trouble. The future Dragon Knight. The scene changes to the next day at the training square. A stream of people are leaving, some waving goodbye to each other. Looking back at the other party, they smiled and replied, then turned to another group and joked, "Let's go," finally heading back to the dorm. Only Thunder's group remained standing still, not moving. Kyle looked in the direction of the crowd, starting to get anxious. Everyone else has already left. Why hasn't our instructor arrived yet? I hope they are a normal person. He had just casually complained a bit when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you talking about me? Kyle was startled, jumping in surprise. The newcomer walked past directly, casually introducing themselves. From now on, I will be your instructor. Follow me, Kyle, flustered, stood at attention and quickly replied, yes. The path in this vast, deep forest, so she decided to lead Thunder. Thunder grunted, intending to introduce himself, but Amy winked. The instructor said this and continued walking ahead, not bothering to slow down for the students to follow silently behind. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Kyle was the first to speak. What did the knight say their name was? Thunder shook his head slightly. I think they didn't mention it. As for Kyle, why don't you just go ask them directly? He casually said this, not expecting Kyle to actually ask the knight directly. Excuse me, how should we address you? Thunder felt speechless. This guy really dared to do anything. Caden didn't turn back. He waved his hand slightly, speaking lazily. You can call me Ka. Hearing this, Thunder muttered softly. Ka, what a strange name. Kyle thought the same and guessed it probably wasn't his real name. The group continued moving. Not long after, they ran into Black Spot. He smiled insincerely and started a conversation. Greetings, Sir Ka. What a coincidence. Caden nodded slightly in response. Black Spot glanced at the students behind Caden and adopted a mysterious, confusing tone. Those 2 red-haired guys. This time it's hard for you, Sir Ka. Black Spot didn't hide his hostility, frowning as he looked at Thunder, receiving a black belt. You're Thunder, right? You're famous in this village. Thunder's face immediately fell. You must be very happy, right? Thunder worried. If it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't let guys like that. Appearing in this academy, he replied nonchalantly, Fortunately, it's not up to you. Thunder's response directly annoyed Denver. His gaze flickered with intense hostility. Be careful, I will be watching you. Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly shot towards him, close to his neck, accompanied by Caden's deep voice. Sir Denver, I must remind you. He showed no hesitation aiming his sword at Black Spot. Thunder noted sternly. Talo is currently a member of my Black Color Kynite 7 team. Caden paused for a moment. Jessica exhaled a puff of smoke. I hope there are no biases here that lead to unpleasant matters between us. Black Spot still had the gall, slightly raising his eyebrow with a sneer. Whether there's bias or not will soon be proven. He considered himself correct, firmly asserting, everyone will sooner or later realize the prediction is wrong. Speaking of which, it's true that you're quite famous because of this red hair. Whenever Thunder goes out with his parents, people all turn their eyes toward him. Black Spot resentfully turned and left, wishing you good luck. Watching his back, Kyle puzzled over the prediction. Prediction? Munch shook his head vigorously. Never heard of it. As for Caden, his expression darkened for a moment, grinding his teeth without saying a word. After a while, he finally spoke, Follow me. Shortly after, Caden led the group to a large building. This is our special training place. The moment the large door opened, a whirlwind hit their faces. Kyle involuntarily exclaimed, Where did the wind come from? The teammate next to him also mumbled, struggling to open his eyes, having fallen into a similar situation as the other two. Kyle remained calmer, trying to open his eyes to see the training area, until the sight of spider webs covering the walls struck him. Kyle finally had to exclaim, "This place is so run down!" At that moment, Munch suddenly shouted, "Where's Sir CA?" Even Kyle was confused. I also didn't notice when he disappeared. The group hadn't even had a chance to regain their composure. In front of him, they expressed gratitude to Jack and Scarlett for saving their lives, but behind their backs, they gossiped that Thunder is cursed. The door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Kyle jumped, turning his head to check. "What's going on?" Thunder said nothing, decisively using dragon eyes. You scanned around and he was gone. Thunder tried to confirm again, using his dragon eyes, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Kyle next to him was restless, asking anxiously, "Thunder, do you see him right now?" Thunder himself felt confused. With a sharp tone, he replied, "No, I can't see him at all." The next moment, Garden suddenly threw his arms around both of them from behind, speaking in a deep voice. "Are you looking for me?" This sudden appearance successfully startled them. The whole group panicked and screamed. After a moment, everything calmed down. Under the dim candlelight, Cadden mentioned that everyone would have to train later. In this dark environment, he explained that they would hone everyone's skills and sharpen their senses. Until one day, you can blend in, become one with the darkness, turning the darkness into your sharp weapon. Kyle couldn't hold back anymore, directly probing. "I've heard that the CA Knight mainly carries out assassination missions in the future. They only hope they don't get infected, because no one in this village has ever been born with red hair. Something like that is true, right?" Thunder was surprised, thinking to himself, "So Kyle is concerned about assassination." Cadden's confirming answer left Kyle in silence. "That's right, the skills you possess will make you suited for assassination missions, a better assassin than anyone else." He bowed his head, murmuring, "Why can't we duel openly like others?" Caden slowly approached, shrugged and smiled in response. "The choice for you to become Black Belt Knights is because you have something special about you." He gently patted Kyle's shoulder and said casually, "If you want to duel openly with others, trust me, you have that capability too." Kadon emphasized this point, and hearing it, Kyle was slightly moved. Bright eyes looked at him, and immediately, the CA Knight Kadon tossed each person an item. "Take this." Kyle showed doubt, and the opponent's mouth slightly curled up, smiling as he announced, "From today, you can use the fighting methods that you like." The sunlight shone on the watch on the wrist, on which, making Thunder seem like a different species. Although they respect his parents, there's always an invisible fear of Thunder. Clearly stated Thunder Talo's name, ranking 300, along with the level of training completed today. You lay on the bed, crossed your legs, pondering, 300? So this thing can display the current ranking? Thunder fell into deep thought. According to what the CA Knight said, after finishing daily training, the rankings would update. Among members, they could freely send out more specific challenges. If the member at the bottom of the ranking wins, they can directly replace the position, and the higher-ranked members have even more resources available to them. Thinking of this, Thunder immediately sat up. "Kyle, how many students do we have in total?" The other person calculated for a moment. "I think there are about 300 people." Hearing this, he fell silent, thinking, "So I'm at the bottom." "Ah, Thunder," casually asked Kyle. "What rank are you?" He seemed a bit confused, hesitating to answer. "Oh," Tan jumped in to eavesdrop. Glancing at the watch on Kyle's wrist, it read, "Kyle ranked first. Today's training completion rate 100%. I don't know where it comes from, but the color red in human society represents evil." He immediately got excited, grabbing Kyle's wrist. "We were guessing who ranked first was AI. Turns out it's right here." Tan laughed heartily. "This is great. Both the first and third places are from our dorm. Should we line up side by side next time?" Kyle shouted in embarrassment. "Tan, you idiot!" Slavia, who ranked third, frowned and glared at them. Boys really are shallow. Standing beside them, Mary, ranked 89, could only chuckle, while Ian noticed Munch's silly grin. Ben asked Munch, "You seem really happy, right?" The latter replied vaguely, "Nothing." The corner of his mouth curved up in delight. Looking at the ranking information, Munch ranked 65, with a training completion rate of 100% today. He told himself, "I have to keep trying harder." The scene shifts to 10 days later, with the sun's rays shining brightly over the buildings. Thunder pretended to stroll down the hallway, thinking, "Today's hunt wasn't very fruitful. I'm about to reach 100 points." As he arrived in front of the dorm after hunting junior monsters, he heard arguing, "What do you mean by that?" Thunder saw Munch looking extremely upset, and the growth of this perception may relate to adults using the Red Dragon to scare children. Fortunately, it was during these special training sessions that I got promoted. Just pay a little attention. His current rank is 50, Kai responded bluntly from across. "Maybe so. It's just that I find those tactics a bit low. Even Star wouldn't help. Let me say this again to annoy Munch. Just because it's not your specialty doesn't mean it's useless." Kyle firmly refused to back down, retorting like this. "Without those skills, I could still lead." Munch immediately fell silent. Thunder turned to Tan and asked, "What's going on?" He sighed, expressing, "It's the first time I've seen Munch this excited." Tan summarized the story. They were debating the training of Black-level knights. Ultimately, does it help them or not? Curious, Thunder asked, what exactly are you guys training? According to his analysis, shadow assassination is a skill of the Black Level 7. These are indeed not Kyle's strengths, but in this aspect, Munch showed special talent. Thinking this, Thunder couldn't deny it. Thunder needs a human body to infiltrate. After that, of course, it's an eye for an eye. Thunder must eliminate. This is extremely ridiculous to Thunder. Clearly, humanity has exterminated his kind, but Kyle also has a point. His basic skills are all stronger than Munch's, even if Munch is leveling up quickly. But looking at the overall strength, there's still a lot of room for improvement. The two in front continued their fierce argument. Munch angrily shouted, I won't allow you to belittle my efforts like that. Kyle was also showing signs of losing his cool. Didn't I say? You think whatever you want. Slavia hurriedly stepped in to mediate. All right. You two stop arguing. Thunder, you should advise them as well. Thunder was silently standing aside. Suddenly being called out, he was briefly startled. I then unexpectedly suggested, why don't you two just fight it out? I stood beside them, enthusiastically agreeing. Oh, that's a good idea. Xavier jumped up angrily. Hey, are you here to advise or to have fun? In a moment of impulse, Munch didn't hesitate to directly agree. I agree, let's have a duel. Kyle scoffed coldly. I don't mind at all. But if you want to fight, I'll show you whether the skills you see in real combat are useful or not. But they describe dragons as the villains in their stories. The dragon's acts of revenge are simply self-defense. Not long after, the arena quickly became lively. People whispered to each other, hey, are you gonna watch? There's someone challenging over there. Seems like the new student ranked first. Immediately, someone was attracted. It was that red-haired guy. WHO is fighting? Another person chimed in. I've heard about it. It's a dark horse. Seems to be in the top ranks, too. Sebastian, Dennis's youngest son. Just passing by, he raised an eyebrow in disdain. Fighting? The person next to him added. Nothing worth watching. Just a bunch of country bumpkins from Rennie-town. Over here, Kyle was seizing the opportunity to profit, happily advertising. Buy now, don't miss out. The new star in the academy, Kyle versus Munch, the Black Knight. Come and watch. Who will ultimately win? He cheerfully invited, bet on AI to win. I enthusiastically supported. Here, I bet 10 silver coins. I'm in. That mocking attitude immediately irritated Slavia. She snapped, Tan, how can you bet against your roommate? But in the mouths of humans, it becomes evidence of brutality. Thunder was lost in thought, causing Amy to call him, betting like that. Unexpectedly, Mary also joined in. 5 silver coins here. I want to try. I bet on Munch. Who knows, he might bring a surprise. Kyle quickly replied with a smile. Thank you for your support. Slavia looked utterly confused. Mary, why you? In the end, she couldn't help but curiously turned around to ask the person in the back row, Thunder, do you think Munch has a chance to win? Below the arena, Kyle continued in his role as referee, actively speaking. Thank you for your patience. The match everyone has been waiting for is about to start. The crowd kept urging. Hurry up! He was still going through the motions. Raising his voice to announce, let's witness this important moment together. Just as it was about to start, Thunder finally answered Slavia's question, so you think Kyle will win, right? She couldn't deny the silence beneath the arena. Kyle took his position, raised his hand high, and shouted, I declare the match begins. As his command was issued, the two on the arena immediately acted. The audience erupted with cheers. Go for it, beat him! Thunder observed the entire match. Walking along the way, Ami's mouth was working non-stop, frankly evaluating. Kyle has exceptional technical skills. Among us, he is indeed a remarkable talent. You didn't forget to comment on the other person, Munch, in the special training exercise. He has also tried his best, and it can be said that he is currently a formidable opponent for Kyle. And just as the announcement said, Munch is confidently wielding his sword, not losing to Kyle at all. A strike from Munch just came down, and dust quickly spread across the arena. Given the current scene, no one could guess what had happened. He confidently asserted that it was his moment. The crowd below the stage was buzzing. He got knocked down, right? Very quickly, someone with sharp eyes noticed. Wait, Kyle blocked the attack. This development was beyond Munch's expectations. He exclaimed, What? Kyle blocked his opponent's attack with his sword. He raised an eyebrow and said, Give up, you can't win. Thunder observed everything and crossed his arms to analyze. Munch's skills have indeed improved, but it's time for Kyle to be on guard. Yet, he stretched and yawned. Knowing that Thunder wanted to take the Knight Academy entrance exam, Ami mentioned that her brother also intended to take the exam. No one in the village has ever defeated him. Finally, he concluded, I still believe Kyle will win. Slavia nodded in agreement. Evaluating the basic gap, it's impossible to fill in the lacking skills in such a short time. Hearing the two of them, Mary couldn't help but feel anxious, looking back at the situation below the stage. Munch seemed to have lost his composure, frantically jumping in to attack Kyle, repeatedly shouting, Damn it! He calmly blocked each blow, and at a certain moment, Kyle unexpectedly turned towards him. With just one finishing blow, he determined the outcome. Munch's wooden sword was directly snapped in two, and he still refused to accept reality. Looking pale at the blade flying away, in Munch's horrified gaze, the wooden sword fell to the ground, hitting hard. Kyle calmly turned to look at him. It's over. Munch knelt down, his head bowed in despair. How could this happen? Kyle said this without even glancing at his opponent again, decisively turning to leave. What a pity. But reality is just like this. Munch tightened his grip on the sword handle. A burst of red energy suddenly flared up. But commoners like them have a hard time getting a chance to learn swordsmanship, so Ami admires Thunder for being taught by Jack. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word. No, it's not over yet. Thunder keenly sensed something unusual. He was suddenly stunned. Below the stage, Munch excitedly grabbed the broken sword. Charging straight at Kyle from behind, he shouted loudly, "It's not over yet!" Realizing the situation was out of control, Slavia panicked and shouted, "Be careful!" Mary beside her was equally anxious, rushing to stop Munch. Just at the critical moment, the broken sword, which was only a few inches away from Kyle's neck, suddenly stopped. He turned around in confusion. The scene that struck his eyes next made Kyle's face turn pale. On the blade of the sword pressed against his neck, warm drops of blood were continuously dripping down. The witnesses were also stunned. They were left speechless. Ian stood up in shock, whispering, "How could this even—" Slavia was also bewildered, wondering when exactly Thunder had arrived just in time below the arena. Using his bare hands to grip Munch's wooden sword tightly, he sternly reminded, "Munch, stop it!" Kyle looked at his bloodied hand, anxiously calling for Thunder. The sky gradually darkened, and a group of people blocked the road. Leading the way was a blonde youth with two other thugs. "You red-haired brat, stay away from my sister." Perhaps the smell of blood had brought Munch back to his senses. He panicked and dropped the sword, awkwardly staring at Thunder's hand. "I'm sorry, over here." Slavia still couldn't believe her eyes. The speed Munch had just displayed was astonishing. She hadn't even managed to clearly see the direction in such a short time. How could Thunder charge in like that? On the arena side, Munch was frantic. "I'm sorry," Thunder stammered incoherently. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "It's all my fault for being so reckless. If you hadn't stopped me, Thunder, I would have caused a major disaster." He didn't take it too seriously, gently shaking his head to reassure. "It's fine, just a minor injury." Meanwhile, the crowd was buzzing. "So who wins then?" Someone immediately spoke up. "I guess Kyle wins for sure." The other person insisted, if he hadn't been stopped, Kyle definitely wouldn't have avoided that attack. A debate suddenly broke out, but before that, the match had already ended. Kyle quickly grasped the situation. Hastily waving his hands, he announced, "Everyone, please calm down." Considering there was a third party involved in the match, Ami was stunned and stepped up to protect Thunder behind her, or to protect her brother from Thunder's wrath. "Kyle, what do you want to do? The result of this match is void. You can get your money back later." Of course, some people were still dissatisfied, shouting in protest. "This isn't acceptable." Some overly excited individuals even started throwing bottles onto the arena. "Damn it, are you doing this on purpose? Clearly the money I won can't be played with, so don't bet." Kyle had to soothe the crowd. "Everyone, please don't get agitated. I said I would return the money." However, their attitude was extremely fierce, directly yelling without much conversation. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Those present on the arena were pelted with stones, enduring countless harsh words from the crowd. "You all messed this up. Truly useless trash, just causing trouble. What good does returning the money do? Clearly we all won the bets. Get out of the academy." A bunch of freakish redheads. As they left, Thunder was suddenly hit in the head by a stone. Below, they were cursing furiously. "Damn red-haired unlucky ones." The scene was chaotic, with harsh criticisms ringing in his ears. "Get out of the academy! Go away!" Kyle quickly supported Thunder, anxiously calling his name. "He didn't do anything to you." Kyle rushed over to check, while the other two gradually closed in on Thunder. Thunder Munch was trying to calm the crowd, urging everyone to stay calm, but only received harsh words in return. "Shut up! Get lost!" Kyle noticed Thunder swaying, his face instantly changing color. "Thunder, are you okay?" the other party weakly replied. "Let's go." Slavia and Mary had also come down, shielding him, doing their best. Advising everyone not to do that. "The match is over. Everyone, please don't get agitated anymore." In the midst of the current chaos, Eric casually grabbed a large brick, a sly smile on his face. "Let me do something big for him." Before he could even make a move, his wrist was suddenly struck by a thrown stone. Reflexively, he dropped the brick from his hand and cried out, "That hurts!" Munch had seen Eric's intentions and proactively intervened from the start. "Don't do that!" He angrily pointed at Munch's face. "Hey, isn't it because you're useless?" he retorted, but it had nothing to do with Thunder. Eric was so furious he was speechless, only able to shout loudly, "You brat! Remember this!" His people were being attacked, standing amidst the chaos. Sebastian's expression immediately darkened. "Why are you with this guy? Let me see if your hair has turned red." The other two had attitudes as bad as their faces. Thunder clearly displayed his displeasure. The atmosphere around him felt frozen. All he could hear was the echo of the venom from the crowd of red-haired freaks. Thunder felt like he was being bombarded with countless malicious gazes. They were stabbing at him with words. They shouted, "Get out of the academy, you freakish trash. You shouldn't have been born. With you, nothing good happens. Go die, you star. Get lost!" In the midst of their attacking storm, he couldn't really understand why it was like this. Humanity was so filthy. Still, there were concerned voices reaching out. "Don't throw anymore. We're all classmates." "Thunder, are you okay?" However, he was almost drowned by the harsh insults. I don't want to study with a freak. Indeed. And then the venomous words reaching Thunder's ears felt like a solution. The poison was gradually destroying him. Thunder's whole body trembled. All he could hear was the sound of insults rushing towards him. The red-haired one is cursed by a freak. Go die, you trash, useless piece of crap. Die, get lost, you disgusting one. All of humanity. Thinking of his own kind, imagining his flawless plan, Thunder smiles with delight. They even chased Thunder out of this village. Not stopping there, they also touched on Jack and Scarlett. Die. Thunder gradually lost control, his dragon eyes unintentionally appearing, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth in anger. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a serious voice suddenly rang out. Silence! The crowd fell silent, turning to look toward the source of the sound. When they clearly saw the newcomer was AI, they began to whisper, It's Lord Winford. What is he doing here? Could it be that he also bets? Immediately, someone interrupted. Don't be stupid. How could that be? Kyle quickly announced as soon as he saw Winford appear. Lord Winford, Thunder is bleeding too much. We need to bandage him quickly. He nodded slightly. I proactively offered to help you stop the bleeding. However, Thunder bluntly refused. No need. It's just a small wound. Is there a problem? The other party hesitated for a few seconds, hesitantly said, Thunder, your mother is here. Upon hearing this, he was immediately stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Shortly after, the scene shifted to a certain room. A woman silently stood by the window. The next moment, hurried voices called out. Having a cursed child like you, your parents must be suffering a lot. I wonder what they offended that's so terrifying. Growing closer, Mother Scarlett turned her head back in surprise. He just pushed the door open and rushed in, with a bandage still on his head, breathless. It really was his mother. Scarlett gently inquired, It's been so long. You've grown so much. Thunder cheerfully replied, Yes, I've grown a little taller. Just as Scarlett hesitated to speak, Thunder eagerly took her hand. Let's not talk about me anymore. You came here, so doesn't that mean Dad's condition has improved? Given the situation, Scarlett had to inform Thunder of the truth. Your father, he has passed away. Hearing this, he panicked. Dad is gone? How? Scarlett was determined to explain. That's not what I meant! I meant your father has left home. He has gone away. Thunder was even more confused. Gone away? How can that be? Wasn't he supposed to be bedridden due to the dark plague? How? How can he suddenly be able to walk? Winford stood outside, leaning against the door, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. One must know that he had always hidden the truth. That's why they were cursed. I think your whole family should move away quickly. About the dark plague from Thunder. From Winford's understanding, those infected usually die within a year. Jack was one of the few who could overcome it, but in the end, no matter how strong one is, they must bow before the plague, becoming carriers of it. There have been no exceptions over the years. Inside the room, Scarlett slowly recounted the story to Thunder. Slowly recounting the story to Thunder. In fact, I only learned about it today after 15 years. Your father always had to fight against the dark plague. She reminisced about a night a long time ago. Scarlett was startled by a sudden noise. Huh? What was that sound? At that moment, in the bedroom, an ink bottle rolled on the floor, papers scattered everywhere. As Scarlett pushed the door open, she saw her husband sitting diligently writing something at the table. She gasped and shouted, Jack! Upon entering and seeing her husband sitting diligently writing something at the table, she gasped and shouted, Jack! He turned his face, struggling to breathe, and smiled faintly, calling, Scarlett. She rushed over and hugged Jack tightly, joyfully exclaiming. Thunder's hands trembled. His anger seemed uncontrollable. He shouted loudly, Stop! You're awake, Jack. That's great, he responded to Scarlett with a tight hug. However, it wasn't long before the dark purple veins on Jack's face reappeared. He could barely breathe, whispering in Scarlett's ear, No! No, he can't hold on much longer. What Jack uttered left her in despair, tears rolling down her cheeks. You might as well kill me. Scarlett naturally refused that suggestion, softly speaking aloud. No, Jack, I can't. He caressed her face, gently advising, Scarlett, kill me. Jack hadn't finished his sentence when the pain struck. He choked up, his eyes wide. Jack held his head, trying to stay awake, continuously urging, Hurry and kill me. Scarlett rushed to his side. Jack, what's wrong? However, Jack's condition worsened. Dark purple energy swirled around him, frantically screaming, Hurry and kill me! Scarlett panicked, trying to call her husband's name. Jack! In an instant, he lost control, standing up and growling. The energy unleashed shook the entire room. Scarlett could only sob and call out for Jack as she collapsed to the floor. Suddenly, Thunder's punch appeared in front of the skinny guy. Kaiho immediately pushed that guy aside. Flames quickly ignited around them. Jack was still engulfed in his violent illness, pleading, Kill me now! Scarlett firmly refused to do so. In her view, she couldn't raise her hand against him. Her eyes had cried to the point of reddening, yet she resolutely replied, No! Jack's figure flickered in and out behind the fierce flames. At that moment, he was a shadow of his former self, repeating only one phrase. Kill me now! Just kill me! Jack stood there, straining his voice to shout each word in despair. Back to the present, Thunder hesitantly confirmed. So, Mother did not act. Scarlett's face revealed deep sorrow. While searching for something in her coat pocket, she replied, "That is your father. Moreover, this is what he left for you. I feel it is necessary to hand it to you personally." But even he couldn't block Thunder's punch, being pushed back far away. Thunder sees Kaiho blocking a hit for the skinny guy and warns him not to get in the way. "I just want to beat the one who has humiliated my parents." Kao waves his smoking hand after Thunder's punch. "I know your parents are adventurers, and your father is also a swordsman, so he must have endured quite a bit of training, right? If you want to fight, then I'm ready." Kao hands his sword to the other two, saying he doesn't want to take Thunder's life. But if the man is his father, he has a bad feeling. Regardless, he is still our child. Thunder also throws away the sword in his hand. "We can both strike at the same time, I don't care," and they both rush into a brawl. The other two cheer from the sidelines, while Ami continuously begs the two to stop. Thunder gets beaten badly, throwing all his money at Kyle. Kyle clearly sees Thunder's level because he has Jack, a renowned swordsman, training him. Kyle's father is just an ordinary merchant. "I think you shouldn't dream of becoming a swordsman anymore. Just do what you're good at." These words echoed in Thunder's head until he fell asleep on the grass. Back home, Ami angrily says, "Kai is too much." Kyle thinks he's right and advises Ami to stay away from Thunder in the future, because many people in the village are afraid of Thunder's cursed hair. Their family is just ordinary people. Unlike Jack and Scarlett, Ami couldn't argue back, angrily shouting, "I hate you!" Then, she punched Kyle on the head. Then Ami angrily went up to her room. While Kyle was taking off his protective gear, he noticed it was dented from Thunder's hit. This is the mark left from Thunder's first punch. Without it, Kyle's arm would have been crippled. So that means Thunder. While the old couple is being very affectionate, Thunder only thinks about how to crush them, but just after thinking for a moment, was the real winner of that sparring match. Late at night, Thunder returned home, and his mother was still wondering why Thunder came home later than usual. Then her eyes landed on the wounds on Thunder's body. "Oh my God, who did you fight with?" Thunder shakes his head, saying it was from training. Scarlett, with teary eyes, takes a cloth to clean Thunder's wounds. "Don't lie to your mother. Did some kid bully you? Clean your wounds quickly, or they'll leave scars." Thunder turned away, saying, "A man should have a few scars to look good." Hearing this, Jack jumped out to encourage Thunder. "Thunder has become a real man. It seems that the process of training swordsmanship is very tough." Scarlett immediately blamed Jack. If it weren't for Jack bringing that wooden person back, Thunder wouldn't have been so discouraged. Jack sighed, wanting to enter the Aircraft Engineering Academy, but had no other choice. Scarlett was trembling with anger. "Thunder clearly could be different from us. Later on, he could choose another profession." But Jack still believes that Thunder must be a genius. Even if he can't become a wizard, he can still be a swordsman. Boom! Scarlett used a fireball, wanting to scorch Jack's head. Meanwhile, Thunder just sat there eating as if. Thunder feels sleepy. The human body is indeed weak, and with just one blink. This is a story that happens every day. Although both parents are adventurers, Thunder hasn't inherited any talent from them at all. If Thunder had become a wizard back then, would things have been different? Thunder still vividly remembers the old man saying he had no magical talent. After that, Thunder jumped up and yanked the old man's beard, until the day Thunder held his first sword in his hands, which was also a birthday gift from his father when he turned 4. Even if Thunder couldn't become a wizard, he could still be a swordsman like his father. Thunder still wanted to take revenge on humanity, but the two people in front of him were his exceptions, even if they were a bit childish at times. That night, Thunder went to the granary to activate a level 1 wooden dummy, which could only move a few steps. Thunder had been beaten so much that he was used to it, he could easily dodge the next attack. Thunder charged in for a direct attack, searching for an opening. It was at that moment Thunder prepared to deliver the final blow, when suddenly he tripped over a piece of stone, causing his sword to strike the pillar of the house, stunning the wooden dummy. Thunder grows rapidly in this human body. Over time, Thunder also gains a new perspective on humanity. Thunder looked at the pillar nearly severed. In his mind, there were only 2 words: ruined, and not to mention, the wooden dummy finished him off. Thunder was startled by the pain, and a day of 7 defeats passed just like that. The next morning, Thunder set off again and stopped training. A familiar figure made Thunder stop. Ami looked left and right, appearing shy after seeing Thunder. Her eyes widened, then she gritted her teeth as if holding back something. In the end, Ami still smiled and waved at Thunder. Thunder realized Ami was waiting for him. Ami hesitantly said, "Sorry, Thunder," but he didn't take it to heart. Thunder knew it wasn't Ami's fault. It was just that he had overestimated himself. Hearing Thunder say that, Ami suddenly teared up. Thunder sighed. Humans are truly troublesome, always concerned about social relations. He took an apple from the basket, which Ami considered as her way of accepting his apology. Ami immediately stopped crying. Thunder couldn't understand the sensitivity of humans. Their 52 shades changed in just a few seconds, truly hard to please. That afternoon, at Thunder's house, an army stopped in front of their home. A general seemed to be seeking help from Jack and Scarlett. Most notably, he has learned the names of his parents. Just calling them the long-haired person and the short-haired person is too vague. Several villages on the border were attacked by something terrible, although there had been no official reports from witnesses yet. But some had been infected, and currently, most of them were in a coma, so the situation was still unclear. Therefore, They wanted Jack to investigate first. Scarlett felt the two should go together. Normally, such things wouldn't come close to human settlements, but this situation was extremely unusual. Jack confidently said, "Scarlett, don't worry. This is just an investigation. Plus, Thunder needs someone to take care of him for the upcoming competition. If there's no major issue, he will return soon." Scarlett nodded, although a feeling of unease lingered in her heart. As dusk fell, Thunder was out of breath with his human body, resting his eyes for 5 seconds. Thunder glanced over at Army, watching her peacefully read a book, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. He immediately slapped himself hard in the face, reminding himself to stay alert. It must be the human body affecting his emotions. "Well, that's enough for today. Time to head back," Thunder said and walked straight ahead. Ami hurriedly ran up in front. They are respectively Scarlett and Jack, but not J97. Compared to others, Jack and Scarlett appear more attractive. She looked left and right and reported, "Safe. I have to ensure nothing goes wrong on this journey." Thunder never expected that one day he would need a little human girl to protect him. Thunder curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of being scrutinized, Army?" But for Army, what others say is their business. She has her own perspective and doesn't care about others' gazes. So what if it's red? It's just a color. It shouldn't be a reason for others to criticize or distance themselves. Therefore, Thunder didn't need to care about how others viewed him. He also had his own path to take. Thunder suddenly recalled Kay's words that he should do what he is good at. Thunder blamed himself for forgetting this. "Ami, thank you," Thunder happily said and ran home. Upon arriving home, Thunder rushed straight to meet the level 1 wooden person. He held the sword in his mouth, propped himself on the ground, and described the body of a dragon. What Thunder was best at was being himself. Thunder jumped up, and by some miraculous means, he was approved by the wooden person. "Great, this method works." Thunder jumped for joy, calculating the day of school enrollment. Jack said that as long as he passes the level 1 wooden person, he would pass the Knight Academy's examination. Then suddenly, he is still a powerful red dragon, but now he has been reborn into a tiny human body. The man sees the kid crying. Especially Scarlett has a gentle face, looking extremely friendly, while Jack has a strong physique. The cold voice of the wooden person echoed, "Level 2 begins." Thunder's nightmare has not even started yet. Early the next morning, Thunder woke up to see his father fully equipped in iron armor, ready to set off for a mission. Before leaving, Jack reminded Thunder, "Don't worry, I will definitely return before your competition. If I'm not home, remember to practice hard. Dad believes you can definitely win." Oh, that? Actually, Thunder was about to show off his achievements to Jack, but was interrupted by someone else. "It's time. He needs to leave," Jack instructed. "Scarlett is at home. Take care of yourself and Thunder so he can shine bright." Thunder told himself to wait until Jack returned. He would give him a surprise even bigger than just. Thunder was curious about what his father's face would look like then. On the way, Thunder thought he should thank Ami for helping him think clearly, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt like a human. Knowing how to expect and express gratitude. Although humans are annoying, those three are exceptions. Thunder clasped his hands behind his head and decided that when he sought revenge in the future, he would let those three live, more muscular than the others. The villagers often visit them and even seem to respect them quite a bit. Half a day passed, and Thunder felt a sense of absence as he didn't see Ami anywhere today. Suddenly, Thunder was startled. "Why do you have to wait for Ami? Without her, there's no one to disturb your training anymore." It must be that Thunder was being influenced by human emotions. So, Thunder practiced so hard that he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw the sky had turned golden. Thunder woke up. If he doesn't go home by now, his mom will scold him. Thunder ran straight home. He hasn't had a chance to thank Ami today. Then he will say it tomorrow. On the way back, a noisy group of people gathered. Ami's father was talking to the owner of the weapon shop. "Did you really meet my son?" "Yes, that's right." The owner saw Kyle bringing 2 kids to the shop to buy weapons early. Kyle even said they were going into the woods to hunt monsters. The faces of Kaori's parents turned pale when they heard the words, monsters. The mother of brothers Bob and Gary was crying and questioned the owner. "Why didn't you stop the kids? You let them go to kill monsters?" The owner was just doing business. Because they are among the rare adventurers in humanity. 1 or 2 men come to thank Jack and Scarlett. Who would have thought those kids Kia would be so reckless? Thunder overheard the whole story, not expecting karma to come so quickly. The Kai kids really are responsible for their own actions, but Ami is following them, although Thunder has no intention of getting revenge on Ami. But unfortunately, she has a foolish older brother. Human life is short. We're all going to die anyway. However, on the way home, Ami's bright, sparkling eyes kept appearing in Thunder's mind. He didn't understand what this uncomfortable feeling was anymore. Thunder ignored the thoughts in his head and turned to find Ami to thank her. Because she helped Thunder defeat the wooden puppet, he hadn't said anything yet. Now he must go rescue her immediately. In the deep forest, the corpses of monsters lay scattered, Kai exhausted on the ground. Ami was scared, hiding behind Kai. Kai held the sword in his hand, trembling all over, but still stood to protect Ami. However, facing this 3-eyed wolf, Kai could only chant prayers. Thunder used his keen nose to smell blood in the forest, walking along the edge of the woods. for saving their lives deep in the forest, even praising them as a perfect pair. At this moment, Thunder crawls over to eavesdrop. Scarlett. Thunder saw the bodies of several juvenile werewolves lying on the ground with slash marks from swords on their bodies. Their bodies still warm. From that, Thunder inferred they were nearby, but the footprints were chaotic, making Thunder unsure which direction to go. Suddenly, there was a horrific scream. Thunder recognized it was Ami's voice. Meanwhile, Kai had been severely injured, leaving only Ami, who was worried and scared. The werewolf lunged, mouth open, its fangs, ready to bite her little head off. Ami hugged her head tightly, asking for someone to come help her. The sound of slashing rang out as blood splattered on Ami's face. Thunder quickly stabbed his sword into the werewolf's mouth, using all his strength to withstand its weight, but still asked if Ami was okay. Ami was fine, but the others were not at all. The werewolf swung its arm, throwing Thunder far away. Causing a tear in his left shoulder, Thunder clawed at the ground, keeping his balance before the werewolf attacked again. "Don't worry, I can't die." Thunder dodged while trying to lead this werewolf away. Ami saw the werewolf's strong teeth easily snap a thick branch. Thunder cursed inwardly, thinking he is hungry, stands up to prepare food for Thunder. A man compliments Thunder's intelligence, but he is also startled by Thunder's. The human body is too weak to solo against an adult werewolf before its absolute strength. Thunder's speed is just a joke. If it were the Thunder from before, this werewolf would be the hottest roast meat on sale. The orange floor is gone, and Thunder circled back in front of Ami, growling and shouting, "This person is mine, don't you dare touch them." The werewolf paused for about 2 seconds before charging to attack again. Because it doesn't understand human language at all, Thunder can't hold on any longer. Dodging is just a waste of effort. You have to charge and attack. Thunder remembers the werewolf's weakness and lunges to stab one of its eyes. Then Thunder falls to the ground again, too weak to do more than slash one eye. If it were the Thunder from before, one strike could have decapitated it. Then Thunder had to use his sword, waiting for the werewolf to charge forward. Thunder spots an opening and cuts off one of its legs. The werewolf falls to the ground, its massive body sending Ami and Kai flying into the air. Thunder wants to rush in to catch Ami, but is met with revenge from the werewolf. With a punch to the stomach, Thunder biting down on his sword. Red hair. Jack has no doubts about his wife. He himself doesn't know why Thunder's hair started turning red a few days ago. If you have to use all 4 limbs, then your time is up. Thunder lunges forward, using his strength to bite the werewolf in half in one strike. The werewolf lies flat on the ground, and Thunder collapses next to it, his breath labored, but seeing Ami still safe makes him sigh in relief. Relieved, suddenly something flashes above Thunder's head, making him alert. A fat pig dinosaur hybrid appears, leaving Thunder confused as it opens its mouth. System notification. Thunder is awarded mid-level demon crystals and dragon eyes. Blessings. Thunder doesn't understand anything. He doesn't care about this golden pig right now. What's more important is getting people out of here. Otherwise, it will attract more demon beasts. Cow hazily wakes up and recognizes Thunder. Thunder tells him not to move. He doesn't want to explain further. Ami is unconscious. Thunder can only take 2 people. As for the other 2, he is powerless. Life or death is up to fate. The adults outside with torches are making noise searching through the forest, but no one dares to go in. Only Thunder knows. Perhaps this is a sign that he still has some of the Red Dragon's power in this body. At this moment, they see Thunder dragging his feet, bringing Ami and Kyle out of the deep forest. One person recognizes him as the red-haired kid. Cursed and shunned. Help me. They need treatment. Thunder collapses to the ground after speaking. The remaining people stand and watch, discussing what the kids were doing deep in the forest. Bob and Gary's mother pushes through the crowd looking for her son. But there are only 2 blonde kids. She rushes across the river bridge. Halfway in, she feels red eyes watching her, so she quickly turns back with more speed than before, rushing back to safety. Grabbing Thunder by the collar with a hateful look. "Where is my child? They are all good kids. How could they go into the forest alone? Did you deliberately lure my child into the forest?" She then repeatedly slaps Thunder's face, cursing his red hair, calling him a disaster that has come upon them. The others join in, starting to make up stories, claiming that it was Thunder who led the kids into the forest. Otherwise, how could he be the only one to bring them out? The adults rush towards Thunder, demanding the return of the children. That old lady keeps beating Thunder. "Why did you only save Ami and Kyle?" The 2 guests hurriedly pulled away, and just 3 steps out the door they whispered, "Do you think the Taylor house is cursed?" Bob and Gary. "Where are my kids?" Thunder just laughed. "Those 2 are in the woods. If you're brave, go find them." "They're just kids, and you left them there to wait for death. Why?" To this, Thunder just found it amusing. They forget that he is just a child, too. Why does she keep mumbling that Thunder is an unforgivable monster, and the other adults didn't dare to go into the forest to save the kids? Thunder guessed correctly. It was because of his red hair. So they didn't see Thunder as human, calling him a monster. Compared to beasts, these humans were even more vicious. They are the true monsters. Suddenly, she snatched a stick from someone, her face twisted with hatred as she lunged at Thunder. "Go die, you red-haired monster!" Thunder smiled, accepting death, even though he was unwilling. But this death was more pleasant than before. Suddenly, Kaior jumped in to shield Thunder from the blow. The mother then claimed Kaior was under Thunder's mind control. Yet those adults really thought he was insane. Kaior could no longer tolerate these cowardly, cold-blooded people. "Shut up, you lunatics. How can you decide someone's life and death so casually? It could very well be. Not everyone can be an adventurer. And don't touch my lifesaver!" The mother blamed everything on Thunder, wanting to kill him. Then came the scene with armed people. They wanted to take his life. 2 lives, 2 nightmares that made Thunder wake up in fear. He was in his room, next to his mother. Scarlett, even while sleeping, had tears rolling down her face, mumbling Thunder's name. Thunder sighed. Humanity was given such beauty, yet why is their nature so cruel? Thunder gently held Scarlett's hand. She joyfully sat up. "Oh my God! Thunder, am I not dreaming? You finally woke up. I thought you would never wake again." His mother hugged Thunder, causing him to scream in pain. Scarlett scolded, "Do you even know pain? Don't ever act recklessly like that again!" Thunder had been lying in bed for a week. Scarlett was in tears of joy. If he hadn't woken up, she wouldn't know how to talk to his father anymore. Thunder hesitated to ask about the children. Ami and Kyle are just lightly injured, but Bob and Gary still haven't been found. They might be dead. Earlier, Kyle tried to explain, but no one would listen, saying he must have been enchanted by Thunder. There's always a chance of unforeseen dangers, and Thunder noticed that humans seemed wary of his red hair. At this moment, Scarlett panicked and ran over, seeing Thunder unconscious. Her face darkened. "Who made those people rally together?" Scarlett said. "Don't provoke. After all, it's your child who is manipulating." The kids went deep into the forest. He must take responsibility. You are a mother. If your child went missing, perhaps you would understand how we feel right now. Scarlett held Thunder, glaring at Bob and Gary's mother. She dropped the torch, crying out, "My poor children! Can someone save them?" A crowd gathered around her to comfort her, murmuring, "What will we do in the coming days? If it were me, I would steer clear of these cursed places." Scarlett ignored their words, carrying Thunder home. She patted his head, comforting him. "It's all over. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. You've done great." Scarlett guessed that Thunder was already hungry, so she went to prepare some food for him. Thunder nodded, then looked up at the ceiling, staring at the strange thing in front of him. He joyfully shows off to his wife. "Honey, look. It seems our son really likes me. He cannot allow himself to be insulted like this." Or maybe the two guys felt threatened by Thunder and were preparing to eat dinner, dear. Thunder was curious whether AI had emotions like him. Thunder gently touched the dragon's eye, and suddenly his eye changed color. He even regained his previous powers. As soon as he saw Scarlett, Thunder noticed she was in a tired state. In the past, when he was a red dragon, Thunder had mastered countless spells after leaving the Magic Academy. Thunder thought he was beyond saving. Now, although he had to regain each ability one by one, at least Thunder still had hope. Next was a purple crystal. Perhaps it was thanks to defeating the mid-level werewolf. Suddenly, smoke rushed into the room from somewhere. Thunder smelled the strong smell of smoke, while people below shouted, "Fire! Fire!" Scarlett ran in to pull Thunder out. She used water magic to extinguish the fire near him. Thunder also used the dragon's eye for a moment. Thunder had seen that the culprit was the old, wretched hag. The people around, upon seeing Thunder's house on fire, just stood by, calmly watching. Meanwhile, Scarlett was doing her best to put out the fire. Finally, she managed to extinguish it, but it was a curse. If he continued to stay here, the whole village would soon be destroyed. Despite their attitude, Scarlett still smiled. Scarlett gently lifted Thunder up before the dining table, and compared to those people, Thunder found these two even more confusing. "Thunder, are you okay?" Thunder shook his head, praising his mother for being so powerful, extinguishing the fire with just one move. The fire was out, and the two held hands as they went inside the house. Thunder was sure that those people hoped they would burn along with the flames. They wanted them to die. This grudge, Thunder must avenge. The next day, Thunder went to train again. Arriving at the edge of the forest, he used the dragon's eye to analyze, only seeing small phantom beasts, no evil beasts. A phantom monkey was enjoying itself. Its last breakfast, because a second later it was pierced through by Thunder's sword. Died with a stomach containing 2 pieces of apple. This phantom monkey was the 20th that Thunder had taken down, just enough for his daily KPI. But now Thunder only received 2 primary crystals. It seemed that obtaining them also relied on luck. While still unsure of their effects, a young werewolf came to the spot where its mother had just been defeated by Thunder. Thunder frowned and approached, wanting to comfort it. "In the future, you can fight independently." The werewolf backed away warily. The system then offered the chance to tame the young wolf with just 1 primary crystal. Since it was a new feature, Thunder decided to try it out. They were not angry at all, even though Thunder had tested them time and again, getting food all over his face. After all, he had already done enough killing today. The crystal emitted a black smoke that enveloped the young wolf for a moment. After taming, it succeeded. Once tamed, it immediately merged into Thunder's body, causing him to panic. "Are there any side effects? Can it summon? If not, I'll just eat you." The system shook its head. Thunder had to be rewarded so he wouldn't be eaten. Putting on a show, Thunder gained a new skill. But right now, Thunder wasn't in the mood for this. "You used your eye to spot the 2 guys, Bob and Gary." Thunder smirked. "Found them." Thunder entered the cold, dark cave filled with human and beast bones. Bob and Gary were completely gnawed away, leaving only bones and organs. Thunder picked up their clothes and put them into a container filled with red liquid. That night, Scarlett nagged because Thunder had been out all day without resting. Thunder said he wanted to sleep, and he would practice again tomorrow. Scarlett sighed. In 2 days, father and son would return, and then he would practice with him. Thunder jumped up excitedly. Thunder even prankishly urinated into Jack's mouth while he was sleeping, yet Jack praised Thunder proudly. He kicked the blanket off, wanting to train to show off his results to Jack. Scarlett shouted, "Put the blanket back on the bed and go to sleep." Thunder complied. Humans are indeed terrifying. At night, he woke up. Thunder went inside. The shed, where the container he brought back today, was at Bob and Gary's house. A knocking sound echoed, and the mother came downstairs, annoyed. "It's AI bothering me at midnight. Stop knocking." Suddenly, she thought it was Bob and Gary returning, her face filled with confusion. "Why is there a piece of Gary's shirt lying on the ground outside?" The old woman chased after the footprints. Thus, she ran deep into the dense forest. Although eager to welcome her children, she still felt a chill down her spine. After going a short distance, she wanted to turn back but saw a piece of Bob's pants nearby. She immediately ran in frantically. Meanwhile, Thunder sat high up, using his dragon eyes to confirm that the mother had run into the center of the beast funeral. He let go, and 2 barrels of bright red blood poured down on the mother. She screamed, "It's AI! It's AI who did this!" Thunder fell from the tree. The old woman was even more venomous. "I knew it. You truly are a piece of SAO. Return my child quickly." Truly a genius for knowing how to pee by himself, Thunder thought if there was a hell. Just as she charged forward, a series of glowing red eyes hiding in the bushes made her pause. She was surrounded. The deafening screams rang out, while Thunder stood still, wide-eyed, witnessing his revenge unfold. The next day, the whole village knew the news. The people in the market whispered to each other, "From now on, we should stay away from Thunder's family." Just then, Thunder walked past, and the men broke into a sweat, displaying a fake attitude. "Good morning. Are you going to train again, Thunder?" He turned and walked away, leaving the 3 men to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed there were new rumors going around, but this time, Thunder liked it. Returning home, Thunder saw some horses in the yard. He joyfully ran in. "Dad is back, SAO." The room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, and Scarlett was crying on the bed. Thunder rushed over in shock. Jack lay on the bed, emaciated, with several bruises spreading. The people following said he was infected. Scarlett told herself, "Jack will definitely get better." Thunder checked Jack's condition. He had never seen anything like this before. It would just mean living with these two. In this world, adventurers were already few and far between. Even during the Red Dragon transformation, suddenly Jack whispered, "The darkness will kill everyone." The darkness, according to them. Jack was attacked by the beast while trying to protect a villager. The darkness attacks, spreading the dark plague. Thunder had never encountered anything like it. When did it finally appear? After you died, what happened to this world? After the soldiers left, Thunder fell into thought. Perhaps Thunder's high-level magic could help Jack. It can dispel all dark magic and curses, but he doesn't know how to regain it just by killing monsters for rewards. Curses and spells, but he doesn't know how to regain it just by killing monsters for rewards. Thunder must eliminate higher-level monsters, but right now he is too weak. Thunder asked Scarlett if going to the KNIGAT Academy would make him stronger, right? Scarlett bitterly realized Thunder's intentions, yet she still tried to smile at him. "Of course, that's where you and your father studied. You will become strong like him." Thunder immediately patted his chest. He is determined to take the entrance exam there to find a cure for Jack. And Scarlett was a wizard, with magic that was quite rare. If in the future, Scarlett hugged Thunder tightly, she felt somewhat comforted by having him. "You can definitely do it. I believe in you." In a secret room, a group of people in black cloaks was discussing the prophecy. The focal point of the prophecy is Thunder. They don't know if Thunder has come to atone or to bring disaster, but either way, they must quickly find him. If it is a request for atonement, we will lure him. If it is disaster, we will immediately destroy him. The townspeople lined the streets, eagerly waiting. A convoy led by knights, fireworks erupted wherever they went. Fireworks erupted. The cheers were deafening. "They are coming!" The blonde knight, the handsome dark-haired one with an idol-like presence, captivated all the young girls' gazes. Truly a legendary reputation. The blonde knight, the handsome dark-haired one with an idol-like presence, captivated all the young girls' gazes. Truly a legendary reputation. There is only one exam a year, making it a rare opportunity to see them after arriving at the academy. The leader planted his sword into the ground and introduced, "I am Knight Winford from the Pharaoh's Academy, alongside our knights Danber and the familiar Bernardo. Today, we will conduct assessments for all boys who are 5 years old to enter the academy. Among the 5-year-old children, Thunder could master the strongest magic in the world. Then his revenge timeline would be much easier." Thunder covered his face to avoid trouble. Winford introduced a wooden puppet holding a sword and officially opened the competition. The first to step up told himself it was just a normal wooden puppet. Surely he could defeat it. In the stands, the boy's parents were very enthusiastic. They were big fans of their son. Not even a second later, the boy was thrown up into the air. Of course, it was a failure. Thunder quietly observed. Just as Jack said, they used wooden puppets for the assessment. The puppet indeed doesn't move, but this defensive speed can defeat adults. Whispers reached Thunder's ears. Even from such a distance, he could still hear thanks to those crystals. Winford had something to say about the assigned mission, while Danber believed that knights would come from noble lineages. Those filthy commoners are just wasting their time. So far, he was the only one passing the trials, wiping sweat while giving a thumbs up to Thunder. Winford immediately recognized him as the red-haired boy. Thunder took off his hat, stepping forward amidst the gossip below. The monster harming people has the knight's powers. Suddenly, Danber approached the puppet, not believing the prophecy. Every child turns 2 has the chance to participate in the wizard's aptitude test. Today is Thunder's day for that. If the rumors are true, then Thunder must pass this trial. So Danber activated the BA-level puppet. It charged at Thunder. Both Winford and Bernardo warned Thunder to be careful, seeing Thunder just standing there like a statue. Winford anxiously reached for his sword, but in 3 seconds, everyone was stunned. The entire audience seemed to hold their breath at that moment. The puppet's head fell off, while Thunder only used a wooden sword. Bernardo immediately announced that Thunder passed the trial. Thunder confidently stepped out before Kyle's admiring eyes and his mother's pride. Before leaving, Thunder went to say goodbye to Jack. He knew the old man might not hear, but still reassured Jack to be at ease. Thunder would definitely find a way to heal Jack. Scarlett gave Thunder a necklace, a treasure of their family. She hoped it would protect and bring luck to Thunder. Thunder nodded and left. Reassuring Scarlett, he said he had grown up now. Scarlett sniffled, watching her little child's back. Leaving with a burden on his shoulders, in the forest edge, Winford was waiting for Thunder to get in the car. Come on, the other buddy is already waiting in the car. Scarlett will take Thunder to assess his abilities, while Thunder stays home as the Red Dragon's child. Thunder got into the car, his face shy upon seeing Kyle. It really was him. Along the way, Kyle tried to lighten the mood between the two men. Seeing Thunder turn to him, Kyle bowed his head and spoke softly. Back then, I hit you and said some outrageous words. I'm sorry, I'm really an idiot. Thunder didn't hold a grudge. After all, Kyle was just a 5-year-old kid. He had saved him before as well. Kyle mumbled, as if he wasn't the 5-year-old Thunder. He diverted the topic by asking where Ami was. It turns out, Ami went to Roland Academy today. Thunder, completely unaware that Ami had innate magical abilities, let alone joining Roland Academy, stopping the car outside. When did the thick smoke cover the forest? Winford shouted to someone in the distance. Who is it? This is the group of knights from Pharos Academy. A girl emerged from the smoke, saying she was Anne Woodwood, a member of the Adventurers Guild. After taking a few steps, she collapsed on the ground. Our army was attacked. It was the dark beasts. If the man seeks death, he will grant him that wish. The kid trembles all over. Finally, being reborn as the child of 2 adventurers, he was sure he would pass this test easily. Bernardo panicked. Why are the dark beasts appearing here? There are no signs of them on the road. Den frowned, realizing that the evil beasts could sense his breath, making him fear for his safety. Winford offered Anne a ride to the town of Rennie. Curious about something? Aren't they coming to the Knight Academy? Denbert chuckled. Don't be silly. What good does it do to send those kids to the front lines? The Pharaoh Engineering Academy is a castle located on the border, where war could break out at any moment. That's why students must stay in Randy Town for training for 15 sessions. Only after mastering the basics can they attend the Advanced Training Academy. Thunder was stunned upon hearing the number 15. For a dragon, it was just a blink of an eye, but for humans, it was not. With 15, can they wait in peace? On the way, Kyle kept crossing paths with that sister's guild. Only she survived, and Thunder's father was also attacked by the dark beasts. Bernardo seemed somewhat apprehensive when mentioning it. If they really encounter them, what will they do? Just mentioning the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth ordered the entire team to take combat positions. As long as he regains his magic, no one would stop Thunder from reaching the peak of glory. A group of dark beasts hidden in the purple smoke had been waiting for them for some time. That was the Bear King. The Bear King was terrifying enough, and it was also a dark beast with infectious disease. This was enough to severely dampen the spirits of the knights. The Bear King roared, and its minions charged at the group of knights. They were so focused on what was ahead that they didn't notice a named beast, Lao Ra, attacking Bernardo from the bushes. Bernardo thought to himself that he was doomed this time. Immediately, Thunder appeared and slashed the beast with 3 strikes. Bernardo praised Thunder, realizing he no longer needed to protect them, even though Thunder had just saved his life. Denbert was confused as he eliminated the beasts. The Bear King stood still as if waiting for something. At this moment, Kai was surrounded by 2 beasts, one clawing at his back. Thunder immediately rushed in to take it down. At the same time, he reminded Kai to be careful. These small bears were stronger than they thought. Suddenly, the Bear King roared. Its roar blew several knights away. At the same time, the Bear King's eyes turned blood red, pointing at something. At least, that's what he thought. After a long day, Thunder and his mother finally entered the town, but it still did not move. Suddenly, the Bear King opened its mouth, waiting for an opportunity to attack the darkness. In the end, the darkness will occupy this region 6. You will surely lose, and everyone beside you will die. This statement pierced Thunder's heart. Danbert did not understand what it meant or who it was targeting. It seemed like a threat to them. Once done, the Bear King leaped into the sky and flew away. Winford sighed in relief. They should celebrate that the leader did not choose them to start a war. If not, the whole group won't make it back to town today. Meanwhile, Thunder kept thinking about what the Bear King had just said, as if it was directed at him. Thunder kept pondering the Bear King's words, as if it was addressed to him. Winford turned to him at that moment. He praised Thunder and Kyle's performance, suggesting they might qualify to become knights in the future. Thunder was curious. I wonder how often talking beasts appear. Winford shook his head. At the border, he had never encountered one, and this was even the first one he had seen. Winford observed, confused about why Thunder could remain so calm. Meanwhile, someone else was also paying attention to Thunder Denbert. This is the gathering place of the transit station, basically the market of the town. An old man was selling a pile of purple crystals. He gritted his teeth, looking at him with a face full of hatred. The next day, they finally arrived at Rennie Town. For some reason, the gate guards were more numerous than before. It turned out the king had issued a level white tiger warning, and the town's gates were on high alert. Winford had no idea things had gotten this serious. He looked towards the aesthetically displeasing border that had been threatened. Was this boy the one to atone for humanity? Meanwhile, Thunder was gazing at the massive castle before him. The path Thunder was walking on was just beginning. Hopefully, his father would be able to wait until he returned to Rennie Town. 15 years had changed him into a different person. Under the clear blue sky, a grand church appeared. It was currently class time. A female instructor was passionately lecturing at the board. Most knights did not know how to use magic, but they possessed a different kind of ability. Can anyone tell me what kind of ability that is? A bold hand shot up, and the instructor called on Kyle. Hearing the instructor call, Kyle stood up. He looked at his hand and confidently replied, "It's chi." He was flattering customers, but would kick and chase away beggars. Practicing with chi can enhance bodily functions, making the senses sharper. It can even break human limits in a short time. The female instructor was very pleased with the answer. She praised, "Very good. It seems you all have prepared quite well." She moved on to the next question. "So, who can tell me why one must wait until after 15 years to practice chi?" The teacher unexpectedly called out a name, Thunder, but Thunder had slipped away at some point. Kyle hung his head, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Oh no, where did Thunder go again?" Then Kyle quickly stood up to cover for Thunder. He went to the restroom. The teacher turned away helplessly. "Well, all right then." Then she called on another student. "All right, Slavia, why don't you give it a try?" After passing that hurdle, Kyle finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. A row of seats away, Slavia stood up to answer. Because practicing chi brings great endurance to the body, the organs of a 1-5-year-old are finally mature enough. At that time, starting to practice will not harm the body. The instructor happily praised. "Very good, Slavia." Her gaze remained fixed. Thunder had just stepped out of Jack and Scarlett's house. It was surprising that those guys were also human. Staring at Thunder's empty seat, the lecturer's voice continues to resonate. "Students, just as mentioned up to this point, everyone is about to enter the training process. I hope you all remember what you learn here. Later on, when applying it in practice, it may help everyone." At the same time, in a lush green forest, a small wolf is facing a giant wild beast. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, "Nova, go!" Immediately, Nova pounces toward the wild boar. Although it seems a bit small, its speed is remarkably impressive. Nova leaps high, its 3 eyes opening wide and launching a series of scratches. Towards the large beast being attacked, the gigantic creature seems to tumble over. Nova's owner happily presses on the screen. The system's voice continuously chimes. "Received primary evil beast crystal. Can it be accepted or not?" Under the notification appears the word, "accept." The teenager softly exclaims, "Oh my!" In his hand is a small object emitting a sparkling light. The primary evil beast crystal absorbs all the energy. After finishing, the red-haired teenager affectionately scratches Nova's chin. But they looked down upon and mocked those weaker than themselves. In the past, Thunder. "Little buddy, you did great!" Then, the teenager stands up, a faint purple aura radiating around him. The teenager murmurs, "Today, that's it. If I come back any later, someone might get mad." Under the warm sunlight, a group of knights is approaching the red-haired teenager. The leading knight speaks up. "Is this what you call an unexpected event? I was thinking that the first person I would meet upon returning would be AI." Winford looks at the person in front of him, though his words are reprimanding. His gaze carries some appreciation. There's also a hint of admiration. "You're doing well, keeping a strict watch. Yet you still managed to slip out." Hearing the call from the older man, the teenager turns back. His face is fully revealed. He is Thunder, an old acquaintance. Upon reuniting, the two happily chat with each other. "It's been 15 days. You've grown quite a bit." Winford tightly grips the reins of his horse. Thunder strides alongside him. He raises his hand and says, "And you still look the same." Used to think that protecting the vulnerable was an obligation, so he tried his best. 15 days in, still no sign of extra wrinkles. "I can't understand. Just how old are you?" Winford can't help but laugh loudly. That's a secret. According to his private tutor, he has recently been sneaking out to hunt evil beasts quite often. Then seeing Thunder happily teasing him, Winford speculates that it seems today's harvest is quite good. Thunder strides ahead, proudly saying, "Indeed, if it weren't for the recent restrictions." If the restrictions on Baihu were loosened, I wouldn't have been able to sneak out. Thunder clasps his hands behind his head, closing his eyes, but compared to sitting in class, I still prefer going outside. Hearing him say that, Winford kindly reminds Thunder, you should consider yourself lucky you haven't been caught. It's too far. If the outer guard soldiers catch you, they won't be polite. Suddenly, Winford's expression became serious. He hesitated and said to Thunder, right, Thunder, before coming here, I stopped by your house. Hearing Winford mention family, Thunder's steps suddenly halted. Seeing this, even though he ultimately failed, they arrived at Roland Academy at night. There was a long line bustling in the street. Winford approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, and reassured him, Thunder, your father's condition hasn't worsened. Your mother is taking good care of him. She asked me to tell you not to worry too much. Thunder tried to suppress his emotions. He turned his face away, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Then Thunder slightly bowed his head, trying to hide the emotions in his eyes. In his heart, Thunder thought, this month, no matter how heavy the rain or strong the wind, I will practice hard. Indeed, he always diligently practiced various skills. However, the results were not as expected, and no new skills awakened. Everything remained the same as when he started. Nothing new. From behind, Winford subtly draped his arm over Thunder's shoulder, excitedly looking ahead. Let's go. We are heading back to town. Let's get our spirits up. Tomorrow will be the day we set off to Pharaoh Apartments Academy. Then the two walked side by side. Winford cheerfully said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Waiting to pick up the other kids, Thunder gently responded. The scene shifted to Rennie Town. The scene of overlapping green mountains gradually gave way to tall buildings on a wide corridor. The crowd excited Thunder. The cries of children echoed, especially the crying of a child with a face. A person was loudly arguing with the guarding soldier, not knowing what it meant. The guard replied, there are strict orders. The white tiger has loosened up. We have no reason to stop them. Where can just a child go? There are strict orders. The white tiger has loosened up. We have no reason to stop them. Where can just a child go? Aaron went mad. Grabbing the guard's armor, he yelled, how many times have I said it? That child is not like the others. He must always be kept close. The soldier awkwardly replied, yes. Fortunately, Winford and Thunder returned in time. Aaron, stop messing around. Noticing Winford's voice, Aaron kept his position, turning to look at Winford. He had arrived, too. Aaron's gaze quickly swept over Thunder. Then he immediately grabbed Thunder, scolding while delivering a strong hit to his head. You fool! Where do you think you're running off to? I told you, don't leave my sight. You can skip school and run outside. How many times has it been this month? Huh? Winford stood behind and didn't stop him but nodded instead. A disobedient child deserved to be punished. Thunder, after being hit, could only exclaim, oh no! Faced with Aaron's anger, Thunder hurried to hide behind Winford, preparing magic to incinerate the man in front of him, unexpectedly. This parent Alice is unfair. What did she do to get through? The White Tiger's alert order has been lifted for over a month. Going outside is normal, it's just that Aaron is too rigid. Aaron, furious, wanted to rush over, and he kept making excuses. The two kept arguing back and forth. Thunder has his own reasons. Moreover, I'm leaving soon, and Lord Aaron will be more comfortable later on. But Aaron certainly doesn't care. I don't care. As long as you are still my student, even for just one day, you can't skip class. Poor Winford has to mediate. Oh, come on, listen to me everyone, let's each give in a little. Meanwhile, in the town square of Rennie, one of the most prestigious and grand places in this beautiful town, from high above the square, a sudden assembly signal sounds, and the students quickly move to the square. The chaotic crowd rushes towards the square, preparing for an emergency meeting, blending into the dense throng. Kyle finally spots Thunder with 2 lumps on his head. He exclaims, so fast, you're back already? Did you get caught? Thunder sighs lightly. Just bad luck. In front of them is Slavia. Thunder chuckled softly, thinking this silly girl, the world has always been unfair like that. Finally, it was Thunder's turn. Her cheeks involuntarily flush when she sees Thunder returning to the main event on the high podium. A knight holds a scroll in his hand. He announces loudly, I am Wester Lacey. Starting tomorrow, I will lead everyone to depart for the Pharaoh Apartments Academy. At this point, his face becomes serious. He proudly states, the journey will take about 7 days. If you don't want any unexpected incidents, strictly speaking, the entire journey must follow my orders. Is that clear to everyone? As soon as he finishes, the students' voices echo throughout the square. The town understands. From inside the stage, a knight asks Lord Winford, has the travel route for this trip been decided? I've already made plans, so quickly respond. Follow the swamp route. The knight's expression shows clear astonishment. He panics and asks again, isn't the swamp a bit too early for these kids? But Winford remains calm. He crosses his arms, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It's early to become a knight. Both he and Scarlett were nervous. An old man in a hood invited Scarlett. You must go through challenges, right? At this point, Winford's gaze sweeps over each student's face. Moreover, first is Ian, who is being discussed by everyone. Which class is that? So impressive. Then, Winford looks over at the twin brothers Lazy and Joyous, his voice still steady. This challenge has caught Winford's attention. Next is Kyle's excited face. Winford slowly speaks, not just to them. At this point, Winford stops speaking. His gaze focuses on his family and his friends. Time flies quickly, and by the early morning of the next day, in the town of Rennie, at the city gate, the carriages are lined up waiting in the carriage bay. Thunder is trying to catch some sleep. A line of drool is dripping from his mouth. Sitting with Thunder in the same carriage are several other students. Kyle is discussing with a few others, I say. Why don't we use the transport machine? Can't we communicate directly to the other side through the transport machine? Why? Another person said. Jumping in like that clearly saves a lot of time. To place Thunder's hands on the crystal ball. If he had magical talent, the ball would light up, and the corresponding lights would indicate Thunder. At this point, I sat in the middle and disdainfully spoke up. A bunch of fools. Of course, Faro Apartments Academy doesn't have a transport machine. No transport machine? Kyle immediately countered. Didn't we say that we have to be on par with Johnson Academy or SAO? Johnson Academy has one. Can't we afford SAO? Just then, from the back of the vehicle, came the laugh of a girl. She spoke up. It seemed no one was paying attention to the lecture. Slavia proudly brushed her bangs, holding a small notebook in her hand. Then she spread knowledge to them. Faro Apartments Academy is located on the border, not only having to fend off invasions from outside enemies, but also having to endure the dark plague beasts. If we installed a transport machine in such a place, once the Academy's 7 enemies come, they could invade our country at any time, Kyle exclaimed in astonishment. With this lecture, Sao Tan placed a finger on his chin. He awkwardly replied, "That statement seems to leave an impression." Slavia discreetly glanced at Thunder and then shyly turned away. Kyle thought in confusion. What elemental specialty did Thunder have that he was so confident in front of those humans? It seems she just looked this way, or was it just my illusion? The sunlight was gradually being replaced by the hues. Night of sunset, the group had moved to the desolate area near Weather Castle, quickly identifying a vacant plot of land. Then, he spoke authoritatively. "Get off the bus, set up camp, pitch tents." After getting off the bus, Thunder's group also spread out to work. Keel whispered to him, "Thunder, SAO, I have a feeling Slavia seems to be looking at you, right?" Thunder immediately denied. "What is there for me to be looked at?" But Keel smartly disagreed, urging Thunder, "Don't believe it? Just turn around and see." So the two curiously glanced back. Slavia, upon being discovered, quickly turned her face away. The friend beside her asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "No! Did you see Slavia's reaction?" Kay triumphantly exclaimed, "Did you see?" But Thunder was even more curious. "Could it be because of the red hair?" SAO, Kay retorted. "Come on, this isn't our first time here. Moreover, you're not the only one with red hair." Chow was right, because the twins both have red hair. Open your eyes and see the power of the great red dragon in the magic. But are busy playing, Joyous is admiring the butterfly he just caught while asking his brother, "Aren't you going to help SAO?" Lazy replied succinctly, "I'm too lazy over here." Ian, with the bright red hair, is tirelessly carrying wood. Helping everyone, the friend beside him looked at him with delight. "Thank you, Ian," happily replied. "It's nothing, I have plenty of strength." The friend Kia secretly admired his muscles. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, some other students gathered to chat. They talked a lot, but mostly just nonsense. At this moment, the guy with the short red hair, Kyle, was raising his strong arm in front of his friends. He boasted, "Let's see who can set up camp faster, shall we? Has anyone ever given up?" After a while, Thunder looked at himself again and nodded, saying, "That's true, but it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Kyle playfully acted mysterious. "Is it really okay, Slavia? She's a real beauty, don't you want that?" Thunder interrupted. "Not interested." At that moment, Tan had separated from the group, walking towards the back of the ruins near the castle. Tan urged the person behind him. "Munch, come here quickly." Munch spoke up to stop Tan. "It's not safe for us to sneak out like this. There's nothing Thunder doesn't know." Sniff, sniff. Thunder hears Scarlett crying behind him. Is she shocked by his innate talent? Suddenly, both of them covered their noses. Munch complained, "Oh my, what is that smell? It's awful. Even dead rats aren't this bad." The two of them stared intently at the murky pond in front of them. Tan felt a bit disgusted looking at that slimy place, not knowing where it was. "What's that bank supposed to be?" Munch guessed. "Could be a swamp." In response, a cold voice came from behind. Witter approached with a gloomy expression. No doubt it was a swamp. The two of them immediately started sweating in fear. Witter seemed very angry. He put on a fierce expression and reminded them in a low voice, "If tomorrow you don't want to end up dozing off on the road and getting bitten by sharp worms, then I advise you, it's best for everyone to quickly set up their tents and go to sleep." As soon as he finished, Munch and Tan dared not stay any longer. They answered in unison, "Understood." By this time it was late at night and everyone was mostly fast asleep. Only a few soldiers were taking turns guarding the high tower of the castle, while one guard was being negligent. A dark figure hurriedly jumped across, revealing that it was Thunder playing tricks. He hid under the castle and thought to himself, "Really, Thunder is startled. Why isn't the orb glowing? That old man is making an announcement of condolences. Great, luckily I managed to scout ahead during dinner time, sneaking away from here, so I won't have to go through too much trouble to avoid the gatekeepers." While he was still pleased with his plan, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and grabbed Thunder's arm. Slavia looked at him timidly. "Thunder, where are you going at this late hour?" Thunder replied briefly, "Hunting beasts." Hearing this, Slavia gasped in shock. "Hunting beasts? You're crazy. Why? But Thunder refused to turn around. Slavia continued to advise him. This isn't the area near Rennie Town anymore. What if you encounter an intermediate beast? The knights won't be able to save you in time. Seeing Slavia still holding onto his arm, Thunder coldly shook her off. You better leave quickly. Don't worry, intermediate beasts are no problem for me. Slavia flinched slightly when she saw Thunder resolutely walking straight ahead. She sadly rubbed her wrist, thinking about Thunder. This guy, a night passed quickly, and just at dawn, the knights arrived at the tents, urging the lazy ones, You guys, it's time to wake up, get up. Sorry, your child has no magical talent. Thunder feels it's absurd. In his past life, he was the greatest dragon in the world. Their voices grew louder. The last person to wake up would be punished for being awakened. Kyle slightly opened his eyes, lazily hugging his pillow. Next to him, lying beside Kyle was Thunder. Today he looked really special. With dark circles under his eyes and bulging red eyes like two balls, this scene made Kaiho still feel a bit dazed. Immediately, he panicked and sat up, terrified. What's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? But Thunder looked like a person who had been tired all night. Just as he lay back down, he casually said, No, I slept very well. Kaiho thought to himself, Who are you fooling? Who would believe you? Then, Kyle quickly brushed off the matter. He got dressed and went outside. Before leaving, Kyle reminded, Get up quickly. I don't want to be punished in front of so many people. Meanwhile, Thunder still lay there, happily looking at the system's screen. Great. At this rate, before reaching Pharaoh Apartments Academy, I might fill up my primary crystals. Matander glanced at his and Nova's experience bars, satisfied, and thought further. Next, I might unexpectedly be able to collect some intermediate crystals, too. After breakfast, the group of students and horses from the academy continued on their journey. They followed the wide dirt road, which looked quite flat. Scarlett also feels something is off. She's a wizard graduated from this academy after all. Thunder keeps hitting the orb. Suddenly, Winford, who was leading the group, stopped the horses. The horse neighed once, and then stood still. Winford looked back at Witter. Receiving his signal, Witter nodded in response. Then, the whole convoy slowly moved forward, while the soldiers pulled their horses back to provide support. The carriages slowly entered a rugged area. The terrain here was very treacherous and difficult to traverse. No matter how much the carriage shook, Thunder still slept soundly. On the contrary, Kayor felt a bit uneasy. It seemed a bit too quiet outside. Contrary to Kayor's intuition, the horse that was walking normally suddenly reared up in pain. The loud noise woke Thunder from his deep sleep. He cautiously opened his eyes wide, facing Thunder's spot. Outside the window, above Tan, a sharp, strange worm slid in. Luckily, Kai had timely drawn his sword. He decisively sliced the worm in half. But Kai knew the danger wasn't over yet. He quickly entered a fighting stance and shouted loudly, It's a sharp worm! Prepare for battle! Just as Kai predicted, another sharp worm burst into the carriage. Serena was so scared that she squeezed her eyes shut. Fortunately, Kai jumped in front of her, carefully cutting the sharp worm into many pieces. What spews out is a thick, foul-smelling liquid, dealing no damage. The red dragon within. There must be something wrong with it. The old man quickly takes back the orb before Thunder can break it. Lying, sprawled on the floor of the carriage, Serena trembled, bleeding a lot. Kyle still held his sword high, cautiously warning his teammates. Sharp worms will gather into teams when they appear. There's getting to be more and more of them. Stay alert, don't stay inside the carriage. Tan, with 5 years of weapons in hand, quickly responded, Understood. Wipe them all out. Next, Kyle led the charge, jumping out of the carriage as he continued to command everyone. 3 people form a team, back to back. Don't let your guard down. Move to open areas to deal with them. Following Kyle's command, each student jumped out of the carriage in turn. Kyle was the last, the most excited, rushing ahead. Let's see who can kill more worms. Only Thunder remained standing still. After a while, he slowly pulled back the carriage curtain. Thunder activated the Dragon Eye model while thinking, Am I getting a bit too excited? Outside, an intense battle was taking place. The sound of a person shouting mingled with the noise of weapons. Be careful, there are too many of them next to us. I've killed 32 of them already. Thunder calmly scanned with his dragon eyes. These are all basic monsters. It seems there is nothing to worry about. Sorry, young man, I can't help any further. Thunder spits out the pacifier from his mouth, ready to combat the old man. Suddenly, Thunder felt a chill run down his spine. He cautiously turned his gaze to the side and saw a few silhouettes on the mountain peak. He quickly realized that it was 6 knights leaving the first convoy, so that's how it is. Thinking of this, Thunder decisively turned around and climbed onto the vehicle. Tan looked at him in confusion. Where are you going? Don't mess up the formation. Thunder nonchalantly raised his hand to cover his mouth, yawning lazily as he explained, These are all basic monsters. You don't need my help. Besides, don't you have enough people? After saying this, Thunder jumped right into the vehicle. He sprawled out on the vehicle floor and called out, I'm going to sleep. At this moment, the group of knights, observing from the mountaintop, Witter looked exasperated. It seems he could only get a red belt. Another knight added, maybe he's just scared. A knight on the left suddenly shouted, Look over here, there's a kid performing quite well. He acted decisively. One hit and the knight's attention was all focused on Kao. He was performing quite well. Moreover, his movements were not large, showing a sense of self-defense, reducing unnecessary exhaustion. Dante praised, satisfied. Not bad. Thunder charges, grabbing the old man's two mustaches, wanting to tear them off his face. Huh, do you know who my father is? He might deserve a white belt. Winford quickly discovered another potential. That kid hardly took the initiative to attack, but he had high damage output, and his sword posture was very standard. The one being referred to is Slavia. She was leaning against Serena to create a defensive and offensive stance amidst the spider monsters. Slavia's gaze was oddly calm. She fiercely swung her sword, slicing the spider monsters to pieces. Winford observed from above, quite pleased to discover a flaw. He could then take action. Cautious as the child with a thinking mind, even Winter had to praise Slavia. Indeed, even her clothes remained clean. Just as the battle was about to end, a strange, aggressive creature suddenly emerged from the ground. Everyone looked at each other in shock. What is that? As the dust began to clear, a giant figure was slowly rising. Upon seeing it, the group that was eagerly fighting suddenly trembled, retreating before those sharp monsters. They gathered together into a huge mass, terrifying. Mom! Then, the sharp monster bared its razor-sharp teeth. It chose to attack a male student. He was so scared that his legs went limp. His cries for help were stuttered. Please save me. Why doesn't Thunder have magic? This old man must be lying. Thunder jumps onto the old man's head like riding a horse. Hearing his friends scream, Ian bravely rushed straight at the sharp monster. Ian frantically tore apart each sharp monster with his bare hands. He shouted loudly, "Don't hurt my friends!" The twin brothers quickly rushed in, joyous and lazy. They continuously attacked the giant sharp monster with their swords, while Kyle remained as eager as ever. He fiercely slashed while counting. "Bring it on, 45 of you, come here." Dante, who was a bit hesitant earlier, now smiled faintly, seeming like we don't need to intervene. The potential of these red-haired teens isn't bad. Hearing this, the knight next to him laughed loudly and added, "Except for one." At this moment, Winter stepped up to whisper to Winford, "It's time to wrap things up." Not long after, the battle truly came to an end. Ian looked concerned at Lahan. "Is everyone okay?" Although they looked a little disheveled, he was still fine. "Thanks. It's fortunate you all helped out." The other teammates sighed in relief, as they had managed to take them all down. Winford was paying attention to all the actions of the group of trainees. His mind was focused on Ian. Ian not only had strong health, but also understood things, caring for his teammates, which is quite rare, compared to him. To the point where he had to call the guards. A legendary dragon reincarnated doesn't know magic. At this moment, Kyle was questioning Thunder. "Why didn't you join us in the vehicle? It's really dangerous. If something happens, we won't be able to save you in time." Thunder stretched and replied in a sleepy tone, "I'm so sleepy. Is there a knight here? It's no big deal." Kaleo looked at him in frustration. This kid still acted unsociably as before. As for Winford, he was also troubled by another issue. He sighed. The chosen child of legend. Who could it be? After settling down, the convoy continued rolling through the forest. Crossing mountains to reach their destination, Kyle excitedly boasted to his friends, "The number of sharp worms I killed is the most." Tan, sitting opposite, happily looked at him. This kid felt quite good about being praised. Kyle boasted even more. "It seems that the evil beasts are just like this." Tan chimed in. "That's right. I have a feeling we'll become knights soon," Tan said proudly while looking at their classmate who was being treated by Serena. "Bandaging." Serena focused and asked, "Does it hurt?" The other friend grimaced in response, "Not really," while Tan continued to be self-satisfied. This is truly the most ridiculous thing in Thunder's thousands of years of survival. If we're lucky, we might just receive a white belt. Hearing Tan mention that, Kyle was a bit surprised. "What is that white belt?" Tan, seeing this, put on a mysterious air. "You don't know?" Next, Tan raised his hand, and he explained loudly to his friends, "Although we all are knights, we still have ranks. See, those who follow us are all attendants. Only the white belt is the highest rank." Then, the group sneakily looked out the window. Tan's voice lowered. "They all have achieved the white belt. This means that in the assessment exam, they have certified all the skills that knights need to have." Moreover, he also named a few types of belts. Other knights also have blue and black belts, representing different abilities. Suddenly, Tan glanced back, his eyes disdainfully fixed on the stiff relative. His tone hinted, "And the lowest rank among knights is the red belt. Those with red belts didn't perform well in the exam. They can only accept it." Then Tan continued to list the treatment of each group. Could it be because Thunder has killed too many humans that Heaven is punishing him? Why not? If Heaven wanted that, it wouldn't have allowed Thunder. As for the belt color, those who receive a white belt will be taught specialized skills. Besides private tutoring, they also have bonuses. In contrast to the white belt, those who receive the red belt will have a hard time. The red belt is not so lucky, as they also receive training but have no one to manage them. They mainly have to do heavy work, and once done, they just go to class. Most of the time, the work is done at their whim. To put it bluntly, it means being abandoned by the academy. Hearing this, Thunder felt as if lightning struck his ears, and he silently took note. Being able to work at their whim, doesn't that mean they have plenty of time to hunt beasts? If that's the case, perhaps he would quickly obtain high-grade crystals and abilities. At this moment, a bright idea sparked in Thunder's mind. He clenched his fist and silently resolved, "Great, I need to figure out how to get that red belt." He didn't know how much time had passed. The convoy finally reached its destination, and the whole convoy stopped at the city gate. "Get off, we have arrived!" The vast castle before them left all the students in awe. Thunder stepped down from the vehicle. Be reborn. A thought suddenly flashes in Thunder's mind. This must be the challenge heaven has set for him. The sounds of excitement rushed into his ears. Is this a bit over the top? This city gate must have at least 50. No, at least 100 stories. Thunder couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He silently cheered. This is Pharaoh Apartments Academy, which Thunder saw as an incredibly vast academy. The academy is decorated in a classic style with white as the main color, and tan is no exception. He was astonished, his eyes wide open. Wow, even though he had heard about it, he didn't expect the academy to be so grand. Beside him, Munch also stared in disbelief. The entire academy was equipped with purple glass orbs. This made Tan even more in awe. The whole academy resembled a city, and moreover, everyone was a knight. The academy's energy is provided by magical glass, and even lighting doesn't require fire. It looks so extravagant. In the chaotic crowd in front of the city gate, perhaps only Kyle managed to stay a bit calm. He simply remarked, "It's completely different from the village I used to live in. If he can't become a renowned wizard, then Thunder must find another way to take revenge." That day at home, Thunder asked Jack at the dining table. Seeing everyone distracted, Kyle reminded, "Hurry up and follow me, stop looking around. If you get lost, I won't be responsible. You'll have plenty of time to wander around later." Kyle shouted back. Wester, the commander, led the students to tour some important areas. "This is the military warehouse." The guard greeted him politely. "Lord Wester, hello." After that, the group moved to the library. Water introduced this as the library. "So, don't talk nonsense, keep quiet," several girls whispered when they saw Water passing by. "Look, it's Lord Water. So handsome," Tan said quietly, somewhat confused, pointing to the person behind. Even the person in charge of the library is also a knight. Why is the person he mentioned sitting at the librarian's desk, warmly greeting guests? "Welcome, come again next time." Seeing that, Water calmly replied, "Of course, all students must serve 2 years of voluntary service after graduation. Whether to leave or stay is a personal choice." Finally, the group was led by Water to a massive stone tablet. "Get up, let's fight!" Jack's face lights up, pride shining through. His voice sounded mysterious. Before returning to the dorms, this is the final station for guidance. Seeing the surrounding scenery, the group began to chatter excitedly. "Wow, look at the stone tablets arranged neatly in rows." The two sides speculated. "This is a graveyard," Ian said that. Thunder seemed to feel a chill down his spine, not making them wait long, Winter explained loudly. "This is the burial site of the knights who sacrificed themselves for King Arun." Water's voice suddenly became sharp. He said with a stern expression to all the students, "Bringing you here is to remind you that the war has not ended for a moment. You must always engrave your mission in your hearts, always remember to protect the nation." Every word of Water, as if to awaken the passion in the students, the group immediately shouted loudly, "For the country, forget yourself. For the people, serve." Only Thunder was the opposite. He looked grimly at all these people, really. Thunder's entire body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head as if trying to suppress his emotions. The kid still doesn't know where his magic has gone when the woman approaches him. His son, at just 2 years old, wants to learn swordsmanship. For Thunder, this is the only way to continue the dream. Images of the stone statues surrounding that huge monument appeared. Thunder's eyes were bloodshot, using the bodies of our dragons to create armor and weapons. Just at that moment, Slavia in front bravely raised her hand to ask, "May I ask who this statue is?" To answer her, Winter looked at the statues and replied, "These are the founders of the Pharaoh's Academy, the legendary Dragon Knights." Thunder tried to act normal to ask, "What is a Dragon Knight?" But Water did not answer afterward. He turned abruptly, his tone very impatient. "Wait until you all learn the history of the Academy, then you'll know." "All right, everyone follow me." Realizing he was being treated specially, Thunder's dragon eyes lit up. He was annoyed. "Dare to ignore me?" Suddenly, Thunder noticed something. He frowned slightly and focused on the ground. Just as the group was about to leave, Kaleo noticed Thunder was separated. He thought, "What's wrong with Thunder?" and urged him. "We have to go now." But Thunder still did not pay attention. His gaze was still fixed on that thing. Why is it like this? His revenge. Thunder has always harbored thoughts of revenge. It turned out that when the dragon's eyes activated, Thunder unexpectedly discovered a gap right under his feet. He was curious. What is the secret room beneath the graveyard inside? A spot of yellow light kept flickering. Thunder exclaimed in astonishment, "It's life." After a while, the group was being assigned to dormitories. Kyle laughed happily. "I wonder who I will be with. Hope to get a good roommate." Amidst the chaotic chatter around, Thunder was still distracted by the doubts in his heart. Strange, how can there be something alive in a graveyard? Moreover, its shape was bizarre. Even if it were a wicked beast, Kyle, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He pouted and looked back. "Thunder, are you listening to me?" "Indeed," Thunder snapped back. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought about something. You were talking about roommates." Very quickly, the two arrived at their room. Kyle looked at the nameplate on the door. Great, looks like we're in the same room. Let me see who else is here. Just then, a girl's voice from beside them caught both of their attention. Are you kidding? In front of them was Slavia, with a face as if she had just witnessed something. But things aren't as easy as imagined. 2 years have passed since Thunder demanded to learn swordsmanship from Jack. Terrible! Thunder exclaimed in shock. Slavia and Kyle smiled brightly. He waved his hand to comfort Slavia. What's so strange about that? It is said that the Knights Academy has always been equal, with no gender discrimination. Thinking a little further, at least we are quite sociable. But this only made her angrier. Slavia threw her bag straight at Kyle's face. Shut up! I'm not with that boy! Right after that, Slavia stormed off. She grumbled, I need to change dorms. The loud noise caught the curiosity of a few friends peeking out. Munch wondered, what's going on? Ian looked at Kyle getting hit and exclaimed, looks like something big is happening. Thunder stood aside, casually explaining, it's nothing. The young lady just got angry. At this point, the four officially greeted each other. Hello everyone, we're here too. I'm Kyle, and this is Thunder, Munch cheerfully said. I'm Munch. Hello everyone. Next to him, Ian politely replied, I'm Ian. Thunder paid special attention to Ian. He scrutinized the top of his head. Ian, you also have red hair. Kyle turned back to read the names on the board. He sighed. Looks like we have another roommate. Thunder was reading while mumbling. But he has never won once. However, today the situation changes a bit as Jack swings his arm back for this move. Tan and Mary Ionwood. I feel like I've heard that name before. Indeed, shortly after, Slavia returned by herself. Seeing her come back, the group immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Then, Slavia picked up her bag and quickly walked into the room. Before entering, she coldly warned, I need to change clothes. I'm warning you all, no one is allowed inside. The door slammed shut in front of the four. They had practically predicted everything. I told you so. The Knight Academy won't change her dorm. Just then, Tan's voice rang out. Hey, why are you guys standing here? Kay happily looked at him. Tan, we're waiting for you. Hearing this, Tan was puzzled. Waiting for me? What for? Then, Kay pointed at the room door, his voice full of mystery. We just found a big snake here. We're discussing who will catch it. Tan believed it without a doubt. He firmly grabbed his weapon and marched boldly forward. A lizard? That's ridiculous! How can a future knight be afraid of a lizard? Let me show you how it's done. In front of the eager gazes of the group, Tan confidently walked straight into the room, only to find the door closed. Thunder has become too familiar with being hit multiple times. Calculating, Thunder just needs to aim for the right moment and turn at the right time. Ian and Mancini widened their eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, the instigators, Kai and Thunder, couldn't hold back their laughter. The scene shifted to a party. Luxurious in an opulent room, amidst the bustling crowd, Tan's angry voice echoed. You dared to trick me with a lizard. Is this how you all find it fun? Kyle jested in response. Of course. Tan had a red handprint on his face, sitting next to Kai and Thunder. He was munching on a chicken leg while feeling aggrieved. Well, this is great. You poked the powder keg. Do you think someday you'll wait until I go to sleep to poison me? Kai hasn't poked, so isn't that good? Someone wants a chance to talk to her but hasn't yet. With a temper like yours, who would think these words would fall into Slavia's ears like adding fuel to the fire? She furiously shouted at the three in front of her. What are you talking about? What do you mean by taking action? What is good, huh? Kyle and Tan were startled and worried. It's nothing. We didn't say anything. Having vented her anger, Slavia sat down, her face flushed but still trying to appear calm. It's true, you guys can still eat. The exam is about to start, can't you hear? Kyle glanced at Thunder. When the sword comes down, he can strike at Jack's side. The moment has come. He never misses a good meal. I've heard of the night placement exam, but what does that have to do with eating? Thunder is the same, still focused on his meal. It's free, after all, seeing the two of them so engrossed in eating. Slavia was at a loss for words, sighing. You two are truly hopeless. Just then, a disdainful voice came from behind. Seems like they've never had good food. The guy next to him is Ryan, commenting because he comes from a poor background. They really are unlike us. Look at how they eat. They just walked past Thunder's group, mocking them. Just move on, move on. After all, they'll just go home to their mothers after a few meals. Ryan then approached Ian gently. Ryan scoffed. Look at him. This guy is huge, about to break the chair. So rural. As he pulled the chair, Trom teased Ian. Didn't anyone tell the person taking up so much space? Huh? It didn't stop there. They were so arrogant, raising their voices, truly ruining the appetite. Why are all these red-haired guys from Randytown? Kyle, sitting nearby, heard this and his face darkened, his movements stiffening. Thunder feels victory is close at hand. However, the sword suddenly appears in front of Thunder. The pair of brothers, Joyous and Lazy, couldn't take it anymore. Joyous, frustrated, was about to draw his sword. Fortunately, Lazy quickly pressed his hand back down, but Ryan, at this moment, was getting bolder, pretending to shout. This way we might get infected. I don't want to turn into a redhead. Keep away from us, you rural folks. Munch immediately stood up at that, reminding them, you guys are going too far. Seeing Munch step up, Ryan didn't back down but got louder. What? You want to help them? Right now, mocking his appearance at most, he'd just get a red belt. Mind your own business, or I'll take you down too. Munch was so angry he couldn't speak. Ian quickly spoke up. Come on, Munch, it's fine. Ryan turned back to bully gentle Ian. He placed his elbow on Ian's shoulder and said, You freaky redhead, your family seems pretty pissed. From now on at the academy, if we run into each other, just stay away, Ian timidly replied. All right. At this point, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A chicken leg flew straight into Ryan's face. He caught the chicken leg, cursing loudly. Since when? The sound of his head being tapped and his heart echoes. Why doesn't the human body sync with Thunder's mind? Damn it! Who did that? Come out here! Just as Ryan wished, in the blink of an eye, a hand pressed his face flat against the table. Ryan cried out in pain. Let me go. What do you want? You tell me! Thunder twisted his arm behind his back while growling. Who should move out of the way? I'm talking about you! But Ryan still stubbornly shouted, You freaky redhead. Just as he finished, he yelled desperately, Help! This guy is crazy! The crowd gathered around, buzzing about the fight. Then they saw Thunder going this far for him. Ian quickly went over to mediate Thunder, thanking him for not hurting him. Kyle whispered, That's right, Thunder, don't cause any trouble. The knights are all watching. Slavia eagerly urged Thunder. The exam is coming up. Don't let it affect their impression of us. He coldly replied, I don't care. Meanwhile, in the back, Ty was scolding that damn guy. Ian anxiously called out to Thunder, I see you're still not stopping. Immediately, he loudly reported to the knight. Quickly save him. The red-haired guy is being violent with the other students. Clumsy hands keep pulling him back. He doesn't know how long has passed. At that moment, Winter had come down. He frowned and loudly demanded, Thunder, let him go. But Thunder tightened his grip even more, calling back, You know, Ian, since I was little, I've understood one thing. Pain. Ryan shouted in panic. Knight, please save me. Thunder's voice continued to echo. When someone tries to sit on your head and bully you like this, Winter couldn't hold back anymore. He roared, ordering Thunder. Thunder, I command you to stop. But Thunder ignored him, tightening his grip even more. His face flashed with cruelty. Give that kid a little face. Seeing Ryan in pain in Thunder's grip, the other academy students were scared and backed away. What's wrong? Too scary. After saying that, Thunder returned to his usual indifferent demeanor, turning to Ian. See that? Only by subduing them will they remember the pain. Winter was ignored, immediately furious, veins popping around his eyes. Thunder, why aren't you listening to my orders? At this moment, Thunder gleefully pointed to his ears. Thunder lies on the bed under Scarlett's care, while Jack stands by, laughing smugly. How dare he laugh? Can't he be gentler? He took the opportunity to tease. Sorry, Knight. My ears and yours are alike. Both have a bit of a problem. Just want to hear what I want to hear. Then, Thunder left Winter standing there dumbfounded, calmly pulling Kyle away. Let's eat first. Don't let those things affect our meal. The crowd witnessing this felt quite satisfied. They whispered, Actually, those two brought this on themselves. Whispering. They usually love to bully others. This time they met their match. Only Winter was unwilling. He frowned, silently repeating that hated name, Thunder. After the earlier fun, the lavish feast continued. Everyone's eyes focused on the stage, where 3 knights were stepping up. They whispered to each other, 3 great knights. Another said softly, That's Winford. Why are we preparing for the exam already? Up on the high podium, Winford raised his hand to signal the crowd below. Everyone fell silent. Then, after Winford's introduction, 6 mysterious figures in black cloaks entered. She is nothing but a demon in human disguise. When it comes to Mom, the utterly mundane name of humanity makes the dragon. He's only 4 years old. Under Scarlett's reproach, Jack feels awkward. Now, please welcome the headmaster of Pharaoh Apartments and the 6 elders. The crowd buzzed. It's the 6 elders. So solemn. What should we do? I'm starting to feel nervous. It seems this competition is quite tense according to rumors. I've never heard anyone mention the 6 elders coming to watch the competition. Thunder below had activated his dragon eyes. Since when have you been amazed by those 6 people? Their presence is so strong, this feeling of unease suddenly washes over me. It reminds Thunder of his past life, just like the one who killed him. Thunder curiously observes the vehicle being pushed in. It is filled with belts. Today, under the watch of the 6 elders, the new night assessment is taking place based on the results. During the assessment, we will distribute belts of different colors. At this moment, Winford seriously announces to the students below, perhaps some have heard of unfavorable results. They will receive a red belt. Unease means failure. Seeing the fearful looks of the students, Winford gently encourages them. But today, I want to say that even if you all receive red belts, in another year, it's the night exam. If it continues like this, Thunder won't pass. But Scarlett doesn't need Thunder to continue their legacy. In the future, you can still stand in this position like me. The eyes of everyone immediately sparkle. You must believe that, since the day you were chosen at the age of 5, you have had outstanding talent, more than others. The subsequent training will help you develop your talents, so please do not be discouraged. Thunder sighs softly at this. In his eyes shines appreciation and a bit of anticipation. This person knows how to motivate others. I wonder what expression he will have when I receive the red belt. By this point, Winford has also finished his work. He turns to the attendant and hands it over to him. He nods. reassuringly. Then, the attendant glances at Thunder, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He emphasizes each word, "I will fulfill my duties as required by the Academy." All students will have to undergo a 15-round assessment, testing different abilities of the knights. Besides being a risk-taker, there are still many noble jobs in this world. Jack is very confident. The rounds include strength, gemstones, and moving a large stone. Next is Hellfire, where students must endure flames. Following that is the test of invisibility, assessing the student's stealth skills. There are also 2 rounds for keen eyesight and willpower, examining the student's determination and observational skills. Soon after, the first round, the strength of gemstones, was organized. This round is set up in a fairly large arena. It is built in a circular structure, with the highlight being the finely carved crystals on top. In the center of the arena, the attendant is explaining the rules to the participating contestants. The rules are quite simple. Everyone just needs to use their full strength to push this stone. When the stone moves to the designated position, the test will be completed. After that, he holds up a glove, embedded with 2 crystals of strength. Winford continues, "Everyone has 2 chances. If you fail the first time, then for the second time, you can use the magic glove. It will help increase your strength to achieve your goal. It also has a small limitation. Of course, using the magic glove will also affect your evaluation score." He can recognize that Thunder's problem is that he has yet to control his body. A year is still enough for Thunder to improve, so everyone should consider carefully. Kyle whispers to Thunder, "It seems very easy to do. You agree. It's a small matter." Then, Thunder looks up at the attendant and speaks in a confusing manner. But surely some people wouldn't want him to pass easily. Witter is still announcing the rules. Before the official assessment begins, "I have to declare one more thing." Kyle looks at Thunder in confusion. "What is it?" Just then, Witter's words explain Kyle's confusion. "As the judge for this round, I refuse to let Thunder participate." Thunder calmly crosses his arms and looks away. Kyle is stunned to hear this. "What?" Xavier immediately speaks up. "That's unfair. Why can't Thunder participate?" Witter spreads his arms and speaks sternly to the contestants. "Fairness. I just want to remind you, future knights, whether on the battlefield or at the academy, to obey orders. Superiors are your duty. If you have any objections, you can report them to your superior, which is me. Any orders from superiors, I will obey unconditionally." But Thunder himself feels anxious about it. In another year, he will have to compete with other kids at the Knight Academy. Upon hearing this, Kyle and Xavier immediately fall silent. It seems the two have understood something. Then, Witter directly calls the contestants' names. Then the first student is up for assessment. The contestant responds clearly, looking worriedly at Thunder. "This is not good. It seems that guy has targeted you." Thunder. Xavier beside him is equally anxious. "You should report this to your superior. He can't treat you like this." But Thunder doesn't care, comfortably resting his arms on his head and walking away. "It's fine, that's just what I want. Everyone don't worry, go ahead and compete. The next round will be with all of you." Witter's direct boycott makes Thunder pleased. He thinks to himself, "Great. This way, I can keep my red belt intact." Then Slavia watches Thunder's figure gradually fade away. Her voice is filled with unexpressed emotions. Thunder's turn to participate in the assessment will soon come. Kyle quickly manages to push the assessment stone through. Slavia is a bit weaker. She has to use gloves to get through, while someone with incredible strength like Ian can directly lift the stone. The judge is left speechless in amazement. Lifting the stone directly, the judge is astonished and stammers after completing the assessment. "Don't worry, I will definitely succeed." Thunder wants to say he is the heir of the Red Dragon, and he cannot be weak like humans. Kyle wipes the sweat from his forehead and heads toward his partner. So far, everything is going smoothly. He happily looks at Kyle, congratulating him on passing the second assessment round. Perhaps he has to face more challenges, hearing Thunder speak so confidently. Kyle's eyes widen in surprise. He exclaims, "Why?" Thunder turns his gaze toward Khan, seeing the judge for the second round, who seems to be from Jonan Academy. Khan and Water are greeting each other. Water, having not seen Khan for a long time, quickly waves his hand. "Don't call me that." Upon seeing this, Kyle is so shocked that his eyes roll back. He holds his cheek and shouts, "Magic! We didn't learn that!" "Why do we have to compete?" Thunder calmly replies, "The enemy on the battlefield doesn't care whether you studied or not. I guess we will have to counter magic afterwards." Before Thunder appears a hexagon diagram with the vertices representing factors for assessing knights. You guess, usually people with good physique. For those with poor physique, there will be a significant difference in strength, intelligence, energy, agility, and endurance. I think this round of tests is to assess from different angles, verifying strengths. But of course, he is not foolish enough to say that out loud. Thunder is confident in his physical abilities. Our weakness is to conveniently determine a new direction for us at a higher level. Kyle was completely enlightened by Thunder. He raised his finger and said, "That makes a lot of sense. But I'm not sure I'm that versatile." But you bluntly denied. "No, I don't think you're one of them." After the strength test, the gem is the second round, the fiery hell, mainly assessing the student's endurance. Kyle has finished his part of the test. Exhausted, he knelt on one knee on the ground, hearing the result. 57 seconds. Next. Seeing Kyle being assisted down by Tan, Thunder praised, "Not bad, you endured quite a long time." But he was not satisfied at all. annoying, not even a minute. Tan, while supporting Kyle, comforted, you did great. After all, in the world of illusions, magic created by wizards, fire lasts for an hour, but in the real world, it's just 1 minute. The next contestant is Slavia. The judge creates a colored dot on her forehead with his hand. Then he transmits the illusion. In the illusion, Slavia is surrounded by fierce flames. He far surpasses his peers, but the issue lies in his control. No matter how many times he practices, although it's very hot, she still refuses to give up. I know this is an illusion. Slavia was burned by the flames until her clothes were completely charred, but she definitely wouldn't give up, her determination clear in her eyes. But you can't scare me. Down below, Kyle cheered. It's been 5 minutes. You've surpassed the second place. Even Munch had to praise. That's a long time, very impressive. Slavia's endurance is great. Quan also had a compliment. You've proven your ability. That girl is AI. The crowd below was buzzing. So good, it has nothing to do with you. She's my goddess. Shut up! Get rid of your filthy thoughts right now! After Slavia's test, it was Thunder's turn, the next one. She softly said as she passed by him, Go for it, Thunder. She raised her hand in front. Her voice was loud. Are you ready? Thunder obediently replied, Yes, let's start. Persisting for about 20 seconds should be fine. Inside, Thunder was calculating. It didn't feel like he was about to collapse. The crowd below saw him and cheered, It's the redhead! It's the redhead! Thunder's body still feels clumsy. While his limbs can move independently, they can't coordinate with each other. Thunder quickly entered the illusion, calmly waiting for the flames to come. Suddenly, Thunder's face flushed slightly. He excitedly thought, now it will, but Thunder hadn't even had time to do anything. In front of him appeared a giant fire dragon. Thunder raised his hand to cover his face. He stared in astonishment at the dragon breathing fire at him. What is this? Isn't it me? In the real world, both the insect and Thunder seemed to be hit by an invisible force. Knocked back, Winford and Bernardo were observing from above. The situation left them astonished. Up high, the other knights were all stunned. The elders clearly did not expect this situation. They were so surprised that they couldn't speak. Winford and Bernardo hurried to the court, pointing at Thunder with trembling fingers. The curse! He's cursed by the red-haired one. The contestants below were endlessly discussing, what's happening? Why did the judge fall? I knew it. Getting close to that guy would bring misfortune sooner or later. Can't you hear? A curse is a curse. The noise grew louder, one after another. He was even more dangerous than the other red-haired ones. Thunder, however, had no major issues. Jack is wandering around looking for something. Thunder guesses he is in the backyard practicing with a sword. He hands Thunder a real sword. You asked him with concern. What's wrong? Winford replied, It's nothing major, probably just exhaustion. You should go take a rest. But Winford was lying. He himself did not expect this. It's really strange. The magic is all depleted. It shouldn't be like this. Then, Winford quickly went to meet the other elders. One elder asked, What's up? Have you found the cause yet? He hesitated to answer. It's due to magic illness, caused by magic depletion. Rest for a bit and it can recover. Another elder wondered, is it because the examinee consumed too much? But this was quickly denied. It can't be. How could the wizards of Roland Academy be depleted at such a low level? Magic examinations like this made Winford lower his head. He tried to brush it off. I've arranged for him to rest. The cause will be investigated later. I will arrange for another wizard to be the judge. One elder nodded. All right, proceed with that arrangement. As Winford left, one of the 6 elders, JB, from now on named Thunder, annoyed. Does she know he is AI? Hidden behind this tiny body is the last red dragon. From now on, it will be yours. With your strength now, you can truly use a real sword for training. Signaled a guard to come closer. Then, he whispered instructions. That guard, nod when you hear. Understood? I will get right on it. The elder with the golden mouth covering sitting nearby also had his own thoughts. He frowned. The gaze of the elder with the golden mouth covering was always focused on Thunder. He softly called out the boy's name. Thunder, I'm worried that the examination might be temporarily postponed. Thunder's group gathered to talk. He curiously asked, What is magic illness? Slavia leaned against a large pillar. Her voice slowly echoed. When a wizard exhausts all their magic but forces themselves to cast, the magic will create a negative reaction in the body. That is, magic illness. Kyle squatted on the ground. He despondently added, So that means he had exhausted too much before. This guy is really unlucky. Yet Thunder still had the mood to joke. He pretended to sigh. I can only say that fate is jealous of the elite. And Slavia still couldn't shake her doubts. It's strange. How could the wizards of Roland Academy make this basic mistake? Thunder is very surprised, but Jack whispers that he has another gift in store, which is a magical wooden man. Moreover, the curse he mentioned was ultimately unbroken. The ground beneath the 3 of them shook violently. From deep within the earth, massive tree trunks were breaking through the ground. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? An earthquake. A lush forest with thick brown trunks appeared before their eyes. The contestants frantically asked each other, What is that? It turns out the wizards are casting spells. They combined their powers to create this forest. The crowd was astonished, murmuring, What? Is it magic? The entire exam site sprouted trees. Team Thunder was cornered by a lake. Cover your nose. What is this weird stuff? Slavia was also choking on the smoke. Someone had suddenly used magic. An arrogant voice rang out above them. The third round is about to begin. Everyone looked astonished at the speaker and questioned each other. He pointed his thumb at himself, speaking coldly. I am the judge of the third round. What you must do is follow me and try your best to replicate my movements. The third round hides silently. This is the latest model, specially used by the Night Academy to train newcomers. As the words ended, the figure of the film vanished before their eyes, leaving only his voice echoing. Kyle barely had time to grasp what was happening, and off they went. Even Thunder exclaimed, "That happened too fast!" While everyone was still looking at each other, Munch quickly jumped up. Tan startledly called out to him, "Munch!" Tan looked on in panic. Annoying! How could this guy be so fast? Then Kyle and Thunder followed. Without anyone saying a word, they immediately joined the fray. Thunder and Slavia quickly followed the other two. She confidently looked back. "I won't let you all beat me." Only Tan was left on the ground, shouting in despair, "Hey, isn't anyone waiting for me?" At this moment, the film was still speeding past the branches. He thought to himself that it would be a bit difficult for these kids. Thinking of this, the film slightly turned its head back. He considered waiting for them a moment, only to be struck by the sight before him. It was another astonishing scene, the film's eyes flickering with horror. Right in front of the film was Munch, followed by Kyle. "Thunder and Slavia," he called out. "Hey Munch, we're about to catch up to you." Indeed, Thunder doesn't believe this wooden man has anything special. Jack gestures for him to try attacking it. Seeing this, the film felt relieved and turned back. His voice had a hint of amusement. "Looks like there's no need to ease up." Then, the film suddenly accelerated. He sped by so fast that only a streak of light remained in the air. "Rely on your own talent to get up here." At the same time, in another hidden thicket, someone was raising a bow and arrow. He muttered, "I have to do it." Meanwhile, Thunder had fallen behind, struggling to keep up. "Annoying! This isn't my strong suit." Thunder was sweating all over, trying hard not to be left behind. He quietly blamed himself. "I still prefer moving my limbs." Just then, a volley of arrows flew like rain towards them. Stunned, he frowned as he saw the arrows coming. He quickly reminded the contestants behind, "Be careful, there's a sneak attack." The arrows shot accurately right at Munch's feet. Slavia and Kay were fortunate that the group had stopped just in time. Mia saw the film zoom past her, saying, "You didn't have to hold back like that." Quite a few people managed to keep up. Next, it was me who was struggling. This was quite to the film's liking. As Thunder lunges, the wooden man activates level 1. It easily blocks Thunder's attack with its shield. The potential of this group of kids isn't bad. Just go and see. After that, Mia raised her voice to the group. "Thunder, stop being dazed. Hurry up and follow, or it will be too late. Everyone remember to take a bow." As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden plank dropped right where they were. It had names and bows ready on it. Mia solemnly declared, "The assessment begins." Thunder looked at the bow in confusion. The group quickly equipped themselves with bows and arrows. Thunder speculated, "It seems we need to simultaneously conduct the fourth round now." Kyle wondered about testing their archery skills. Slavia quickly took off. "I think so." Next, she nimbly followed behind. "I will go first." The sound of the target shooting continued to echo through the forest ahead, where they had set up quite a few targets. Shooting 3 hits would pass the assessment. Mia then knocked an arrow, looking excited. Naturally, there was interference from me. At this point, the fourth round, the precision eye officially began. The last one behind was Thunder. He felt a bit unhappy. Thunder thought to himself, even though it was said that one only needed a red belt. In fact, the wooden man even knocked Thunder's sword away in just 3 seconds. Then, it returned to its previous stance as if nothing had happened. "But I don't like being at the back at all." Thinking that, Thunder immediately activated his dragon eye. He silently resolved to show a little. Just then, an arrow infused with a bit of green energy was heading straight for Thunder. Seeing it, cold sweat poured out of him. Thunder was stunned in shock. Soon after, Thunder decisively pushed Kyle. He shouted a warning, "Get out of the way!" Kyle turned back to call Thunder, gritting his teeth helplessly as he watched the arrow whiz past. "Can't dodge it!" At that moment, Thunder thought everything was over. Out of nowhere, another arrow. It flew out, heading straight for him. 2 sharp arrows lodged directly into 2 trees beside them. The 2 trees were deeply cut. Thunder looked in confusion at the cut on the tree. This damage was the necessary destructive force required in the assessment. "Wow!" Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Just then, Thunder was still lost in thought. A voice suddenly rang out. "Is everyone okay?" Seeing Mary arrive, Kyle quickly replied, "We're fine. Thank you. That shot of yours was really accurate." Mary modestly responded, "No need to be polite. If I hadn't been close to you, I wouldn't have been sure I could hit them." Jack chuckles. "Am I wrong?" He guarantees, but before they could talk longer, a series of arrows flew towards them again. Thunder shouted, "Watch out! Again!" Then Thunder and Kyle quickly jumped back to avoid the arrows. "Not quite right," Thunder silently recalled. His face suddenly changed. The previous shot had carried energy. Completely different from the arrows shot by the judges. Someone wants to corner us into a dead end, but after a while of thinking, Thunder unexpectedly had another guess, or it was aimed at him. Thinking that, he immediately heightened his vigilance. Thunder knocked an arrow to his bowstring. At the same time, Mia in the distance also began to sense something unusual. She cautiously turned around. Thunder's bow was now ready. He gritted his teeth, standing in a defensive stance as if waiting. Afterwards, Thunder confidently directed the arrow towards one direction. He shouted, "Over there!" Just as Thunder was drawing the bow, a crack suddenly appeared on it, under the astonished gaze of the three. The upper part of the bow broke off. Faced with this situation, Thunder's face momentarily went blank. If Thunder can defeat this level 1 magical wooden man, then he can surely enter the Knight Academy. Fortunately, Mia arrived just in time. She rushed over there while shooting a warning arrow at someone. The arrow struck directly into the trunk at the feet of that person. The attacker in the shadows immediately fled as Mia approached. All she saw were the arrows she had fired. Mia stared in disbelief, muttering, "So fast, they could dodge my attack." Moreover, without leaving a trace, Mia stood upright and pulled the arrows from the tree trunk. Her heart was still confused, wondering who had attacked the student to avoid scaring the candidates. Mia waved at them. "Sorry for scaring everyone with my arrow. Please continue the assessment." Hearing that, Kyle and Mary replied with relief. Understood. Thunder watched Mia's figure gradually fade away. He understood that the arrow clearly wasn't shot by her. "She's comforting us," Kaiho urged as he saw Thunder in a daze. "Let's go." Hearing Kaiho's words, as Thunder chased after, he carefully considered everything. It seemed that a dangerous person had infiltrated among them. In the center of the forest, the students were nearly gathered, faintly hearing Tan scolding Munch. Jack had to ask someone new to bring this wooden man back for Thunder. Thunder's eyes lit up. "You really are a traitor, not even waiting for me." Munch timidly explained what happened this time. Other students were discussing as well. "Say, did you hit anything? It feels so difficult." Joyos was talking to his younger brother. "Can you be faster next time?" Lazy calmly replied, "Lazy." In another corner, Thunder's group was also gathering. Slavia was shocked and exclaimed upon hearing what happened to the two. "How did this happen?" she asked. "Why didn't you report it to the knight?" Thunder thought differently. "I think it's better not to say anything." Slavia looked at him in confusion. Why not until now? Kyle, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "I agree with Thunder's thoughts. Just now, the judge didn't tell us the truth, perhaps not wanting to affect our competition. They might also want to hide something." In response to Slavia's surprised gaze, Kyle carefully explained, "If someone really wants to harm us, that person must have infiltrated the examination." Afterwards, Kyle's expression darkened slightly. He hesitated to continue. "This person might be. This wooden man feels like a ray of hope in his bleak training with the sword. Just give it some time." Slavia gradually understood, speaking for him. "Is it the judge or the knights involved?" Then, Slavia turned to Thunder with suspicion, asking, "So what do you plan to do now?" Thunder calmly replied, "We'll take it as it comes. I'm quite curious to see who is behind this." Then he frowned slightly. With a dangerous look in his eyes, Thunder said in a low voice, "Who is it after all?" At the same time, outside the forest, a nimble figure jumped down from the tree. The other person didn't expect that Mia was already waiting. She shouted loudly at him, "Stop!" Then, Mia quickly drew her bow. She questioned him, "Why did you attack a student?" The other person was not to be underestimated. He stealthily reached for the weapon at his waist. But Mia had seen it. "Don't move. At this distance, I can take your life." At this moment, he no longer bothered to hide. Draven tilted his head and glared at Mia. "If that's the case," he said. Draven quickly pulled out his weapon and charged at Mia, without needing many words. The night had gradually fallen, in the pitch darkness. Finishing her words, she took out a very precious letter and placed it in front of Thunder. He took it, flipped it open to read the content inside with a face full of suspicion. "Is this for me?" The letter read, "Dear Thunder, from your father, I am truly ashamed that I cannot be by your side to grow up with you. From the moment your mother and I saw you, I knew you were special. I know you have applied to Pharaoh Apartments Academy, and I also know your abilities are not just limited to that." Every word Jack sent in the letter was very sincere. He expressed, "I am proud of you." At the end of the letter, Jack wrote, "I'm sorry, I can no longer be by your side. I hope that in the future you can do what you want. Thank you for being my child. Always love you." After reading everything, Thunder trembled, clutching the letter tightly in his hand. Tears fell down his face, choking back words. What a foolish father. Why act all sentimental like this, just like a dying letter? I will definitely find a way to save my father. Fast forward to the next moment. Thunder returned to the dormitory. He flopped down on the bed, his hand on his forehead. Thunder recalled his mother's words before leaving. "Thunder, from now on I have to find your father. No matter what he has become, I must find him." At that time, he had asked, "Then I will go with you." However, Scarlett flatly refused. "No, you have your own things to do. I think your father hopes for that too." Thunder still held on to the hope of convincing her. But Scarlett firmly interrupted. "Thunder, I am very happy to see you again. Don't worry about us. Just focus on doing your own things." Finally, she said goodbye to Thunder with a tight hug, gently patting his head, comforting him, ending the reminiscence. He was lost in thought. "But I'm already 15, and I haven't done anything yet. It's like humanity has made no progress at all, unable to take revenge for its kind. And can't protect the ones I want to protect. Everything is so terrible." Hearing the sound of the door opening, Thunder sat up straight, just catching Kyle's gaze. he asked with concern. Thunder, you're back? Did you see your mother? What did she say? Is your father's condition still good? However, Thunder just brushed past him. Kyle proceeded forward, stepping outside. He walked slowly down the hallway. His back looked so lonely, softly murmuring a vague sound. Seeing his condition, Kyle couldn't help but worry, biting his lip and calling Thunder's name. He thought to himself, "You seem to be not doing well." Just then, a piece of paper on the table suddenly fell. Catching Kyle's attention, he picked it up and skimmed through it. Huh? Kyle was too engrossed, not noticing the hand creeping closer. Tan snatched the paper from his hand, laughing cheerfully. Gotcha, reading so intently. It must be a letter from some girl to you, right? Kyle shouted angrily. Why are you wasting time? Bring it here quickly, the other party is still joking around. Don't hesitate anymore, let me see. Let me see how your love life is going? Kyle tried to retake it. Didn't I say it's not a love letter? Give it back to me. Just as the others returned to the dorm, Slavia was stunned by the scene in front of her. What are you all doing? A love letter? Kyle explained anxiously. It's a letter written to Thunder. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Slavia blurted out, what? Not long after, Kyle recounted the whole story to the others. He sighed. Here's how it all went. Slavia still couldn't process all the information, muttering. Originally, Thunder's father was infected with the dark plague. Tan exclaimed, I really didn't expect that. That guy's childhood was so rough, it seems we need to treat him well. A little better. Meanwhile, Munch sat quietly in a corner, his head down in thought. Thunder shifted scenes to the dining hall, where people were bustling about. Only Thunder was alone, trudging along. Slavia suddenly appeared, smiling and starting a conversation. Thunder, what a coincidence. Are you going to eat? Mary also smiled and asked. Let's go together. He looked confused, glancing left and right. A fast-forward moment back in the dorm, Thunder was bewildered, looking at the neat and tidy belongings placed on the bed, his bed, and clothes. Tan walked over to him, trying to use all his acting skills. I asked Han with a smile. Thunder, what do you think of Slavia? She's not a bad girl, right? Thunder didn't quite understand what was going on. What? Ian hesitantly added. Yes, it's Slavia. Their stiff reactions, combined with recent events, made Thunder suspicious. What's going on with these guys? Recently made Thunder suspicious. What's going on with these guys? The scene shifted to the next day. He just returned to the room and saw Kyle arranging flowers on the table. They were freshly picked lilies. Thunder frowned and asked, what is this about again? The other party hesitated to say, Thunder, I just thought that when looking at fresh flowers, people's mood gets better. Don't you think that's true? Hearing this, he immediately hated it. Come on, do you love me or something? Kyle jumped up in embarrassment. How could that be? Thunder took the opportunity to ask directly. I've wanted to ask. Recently? What's going on with you guys? Kyle stammered for a while, finally choosing to confess about it. I'm sorry, I accidentally read your letter. Thunder looked at him, his face expressionless, called out, Kaiho. Afraid of making the opponent angry, Kaiho hurriedly explained, in short, I was wrong. I revealed your secret. I shouldn't have opened it without permission. I also didn't ask AI to read it at the same time. In short, I was wrong. I revealed your secret. I'm sorry, But it was unexpected for him. Thunder smiled brightly again. His tone was sincere, thanking everyone. Seeing this, Kyle sighed in relief. He wasn't angry. That was good. Just then, a commotion came from outside the door. Hurry, bring him inside! Clear the way! Move faster! The door opened. Munch was bruised all over, continuously coughing. Tan and Ian carried Munch into the room. Munch had arrived at the dorm. Hang in there, Slavia anxiously reminded. Quickly lay him on the bed. Mary stood beside, already panicked to the point of tears, calling Munch. Kyle anxiously asked, what happened? Immediately recounted it was that guy. Sebastian, he challenged him. Munch had a duel with him. Thunder felt confused. Wasn't a ranked match supposed to end with a surrender? How could he be injured this badly? Meanwhile, Ian was still busy helping Munch to the bed. Come on, be careful! Tan hurriedly recounted everything. In his voice was clear discontent. Munch had been beaten to the point of losing consciousness. He didn't even have time to surrender, but that guy didn't stop attacking. He kept hitting Munch. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Munch was laid on the bed. Amidst Mary's sobs, he struggled to call out Thunder. You immediately went over, Munch. What do you want to say? Unexpectedly, the opponent was injured to this extent, yet still worried about himself. He even seemed very apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't help you set up the bed these days. Hearing that, you held him sitting there. In your ear was Slavia's hurried voice. It seems like both his arms and legs are fractured. We need to find a doctor. Ian quickly volunteered. Okay, I'll go find one right away. Thunder said nothing, stood up abruptly, and turned to leave. Kyle noticed and worriedly asked, Thunder, where are you going? You turned back, your eyes filled with intense determination. Of course, I'm going to seek justice for Munch. Kyle gently pulled Thunder's hand, not letting him go far. Wait, Thunder, don't be impulsive. You're going to get in trouble. Do you want to come with me? He hesitated and replied, I also want to help Munch relieve this anger. But, Thunder said coldly, what's with the but? I only know that a blood debt must be paid in blood. Slavia also worriedly said, because Sebastian is a member of the Delte family. Kyle agreed. That's right, He is the son of Knight Danbird. We can't offend them! Thunder turned his back and walked away without looking back. So what? If he wants to cause trouble, he must face the consequences. Thunder! Kyle yelled. Don't you understand? This isn't the first time. With him acting like this, no one in the academy wants to mess with him. They might kick you out. He raised his hand as a farewell gesture. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Just need to go through the formal battle process. Then I can seek revenge openly and honestly. Kyle choked on his words, calling his name, unable to hide the helplessness in his voice. Thunder shifted scenes, hills of flowers and grass intertwined, creating a beautiful natural picture. Sebastian praised, Not bad, Eric, keep it up. Amid the clashing of swords, Sebastian walked past the group practicing. Eric replied, Got it. Is Thunder being blocked by two people? You're not one of us, right? Bro, we're practicing. If there's something, just step aside. He coldly asked, Who is Sebastian? The first student curiously asked, You're looking for Sebastian? I don't remember him having friends. The red-haired guy, right? The second one laughed. If you're not him, then get out of the way. Eric heard the noise. What are you yelling about? What's going on? The first student pointed at Thunder. Eric is this guy. He barged in, saying he's looking for Sebastian. He yelled in a mocking tone. Huh? Sebastian would never associate with freaks with red hair. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Eric angrily pointed at him. Don't you see we're practicing? Thunder calmly asked. Are you Sebastian? If I had nothing to do, I wouldn't be looking for you. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Eric, from behind Sebastian, smiled and spoke up. I am the Sebastian you're looking for, he pointed to his belt. Looking at your black belt, you probably came because of your classmate, right? Thunder got straight to the point. Since you know that, I won't beat around the bush anymore. You press on your watch? Let's have a duel, shall we? Sebastian countered so straightforwardly, right? The system asked Thunder. I'm worried about whether rank 300 will accept or not. He laughed and pressed on his watch. Sorry, I think we should just drop it. Thunder's face turned cold. Are you scared? Sebastian said in a mocking tone, looking at his rank. I think a duel is unnecessary. You see, I thought that black belt guy was a promising seed among you, but the result is quite disastrous. Among you, the result is quite tragic. He waved his hand in a gesture of pity. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Perhaps those born into ordinary families are different from us. Afterwards, Sebastian turned around and teased me. I didn't want that to happen again. The atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by the unexpected call of, Thunder, you haven't given up yet? Wait a moment. Eric stepped in. Stopping you, Sebastian. Someone like this isn't at the level to duel with you, but I don't mind. He raised his watch, and currently, I rank 9th. If you can defeat me, maybe the others will be interested. I should accept your challenge. Eric glanced at Sebastian. A fleeting but meaningful look passed. Okay, boss? He smirked. It's up to you. Thunder pointed at Eric. If you beat this guy, will you accept my challenge? He was startled, this guy. Sebastian replied, You go ahead and win first. Whispers arose. Oh my, we get to see a match again. Let's go. A talented team, indeed, right? The day I see the person I'm challenging. I hope this fight lasts a bit longer. Thunder tightened his fists. Then I won't say much more. Let's go. Eric raised his sword, too arrogant. Don't cry later, and then go find someone else to take revenge for you. Someone wondered, why hasn't that red-haired guy picked up his sword yet? He immediately rushed towards you. This is indeed a good opportunity. Use the move that Sebastian just taught me. Sebastian crossed his arms, looking excited. This Eric really is picking on kids. The steel glinted as Eric swung his sword. The cold tip of the sword aimed straight at the blade. Die. Just a slight lean. You narrowly dodged the attack. He couldn't believe it, his face stunned. What happened? How could he dodge that? Eric roared, refusing to back down. He swung his sword again. The fight wasn't over yet. Despite continuously attacking, Eric still couldn't touch Thunder. Each strike was easily dodged. See how you dodge, really annoying. He began to panic. This was his fastest move yet. How can he still dodge? Thunder charged in. Before Eric could react, your punch hit straight in the face, throwing his body back. Reacting in time, your punch hit straight in the face, throwing his body back. He flew backward a few meters before hitting the ground. Eric was stunned, his face bruised, eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Thunder pointed at Eric lying over there. Sebastian, now I. Am I qualified to challenge you now? So everyone around panicked and shouted, Eric, it seems he passed out. Hurry and take him to the infirmary. Sebastian crossed his arms, looking indifferent, and asked, What benefit do I get from defeating you? You offer 2 sparkling stones if you win. Intermediate monster crystals. Where did you get those? I don't want to take anything of unclear origin. Intermediate monster crystals. Where did you get those? I don't want to take anything of unclear origin. But when faced with trouble, you calmly replied, My parents were adventurers. This is what they left me. Thunder put his hands in his pockets and asked, So? By the way, I haven't turned it into a weapon yet. You still have a chance to get them, Sebastian pointed at you. I accept your challenge, but I have one condition. He laughed, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying excitement. This match must be held publicly. I don't want anyone to think I stole those crystals later. The intermediate monster is from your hands. Without showing any emotion, Thunder responded coldly. That suits me perfectly. A sea of people stretched across the wide arena. The noise of chatter rose up. Here comes Sebastian, the best. The fight against the red-haired freak is about to begin. Kyle beside you kept urging caution. Do you really want to compete with that guy? I heard he's ranked second. If it's true, I don't think that's wise, he continues to warn. Even if you want to take a big gamble, that guy won't hold back. Thunder, Tranan, Kyle, don't worry. Just go ahead with your bet. Just follow my lead. He's helpless anyway. Either way, I can't stop you. The two fist bumped. He smiled and said, then promise me, at least make that guy bleed. Thunder replied confidently. Definitely change the scene. Kyle held a wooden box, buying it and then letting it go. The Black Knight 7, Thunder fights against the White Knight 7, Sebastian. In the end, who will defeat whom? Let's wait for the great match to unfold. Tan couldn't hide his worry. I say, how long do you think Thunder can hold out? Ian hesitated, his voice echoed with anxiety. I hope Thunder doesn't get hurt. Slavia expressed disagreement about this. I don't think like you, I said loudly. Oh, love really makes people blind, she exclaimed loudly. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like that Thunder guy? That's not the main point. Slavia still stubbornly shouted. If you don't see Thunder's strengths, you can only say that you're blind. Tan continued to tease about love. Kyle was restless, pondering. Better to worry about whether Thunder can win. I'm worried this match might make the Black Knight less furious. Sebastian's voice echoed with overwhelming self-satisfaction. As a challenge, the knight's child will become a knight. The child of a commoner will remain a commoner. This is the boundary of difference. There's no way to surpass him. He caressed the sword. At the same time, he mocked Thunder with wordplay. I know you defeating Eric gives you some confidence, but through this match, I understood the difference between you and me. What exactly? The referee spoke up. Both sides, please take your positions. You coldly replied, better save that for teaching your siblings. A sword of Sebastian was raised high. He stood ready in a fighting stance. Everyone in the stands looked on with worried eyes towards the arena. 2 pieces of cloth were tightly wrapped around your face, leaving only your sharp eyes visible. A shout from the referee rang out. The match began. Sebastian immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Kyle held his breath, shouting your name amidst the surrounding noise. Thunder dodged his attack in the cloud of dust. Sebastian scoffed. Oh, you're quite lucky. Hardly anyone can dodge my first attack. Thunder replied scornfully. Your luck doesn't matter. In an instant, a scratch ran across his face. Like a knife slicing through the air, Sebastian wiped the wound on his cheek. The injury was too shallow. With this level of attack, you will never win against Thunder. He was distracted. Why are you so talkative? Have you always won with your mouth? Immediately, Sebastian rushed in like a fierce wind. Have you always won with your mouth? Immediately, Sebastian rushed in like a fierce wind. He dashed forward in an instant. Your luck ends here. Thunder nimbly dodged, slipping past the blow. Attacking easily and swiftly, you unleashed your strikes. Slicing through his cheek and shoulder powerfully, he opened his eyes wide. Huh? Did Thunder just attack? Why does Sebastian look injured? Ian didn't know how to explain either. I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. Kyle wondered to himself, how did Thunder learn that? The moves you just used to dodge Sebastian's attack. He couldn't hold back his emotions, exclaiming inside just like the knights. Sebastian gathered all the magic power in his body. Good, let's see next. Can you dodge this attack of mine? The stands immediately reacted. Look, the energy gathered on the sword. Today, my eyes are opened. Sebastian rushed forward like a whirlwind, surrounded by bright green magic power. Drink up. After that, Thunder turned around like a gust of wind. Skillfully dodging to the side, he smirked, his expression full of delight. I knew you would do that. Next, you stood frozen. A hint of concern flashed in his eyes as he saw the green magical energy coming toward him. Sebastian gripped the sword tightly and charged forward. The thick green magic covering his body also dodged. People below began to stir, cheering. Oh no, Sebastian is furious. Go for it, show that red-haired guy. Cheers, Sebastian. You are my god, so cool, Tan said anxiously. This isn't good, Thunder. That guy keeps dodging like this. Sooner or later, he will get hit. Ian also worriedly called out, Thunder! He's furious, Sebastian, that bastard. His attacks are too fierce. Kyle tried to reassure, don't worry, I think Thunder will be fine. Tan asked, huh? What do you mean? Slavia looked down and replied, think about it again. It was actually Sebastian who was at a disadvantage. His legs were trembling. As if he could no longer hold on, blood began to drip from his body. Below, battered and breathless, Sebastian collapsed to the ground. It was as if all strength had been drained. What? Tan was stunned, his expression speechless. How could this happen? Didn't Thunder always dodge attacks? Kai was also puzzled, but countered. Thunder actually has always been attacking, Tan shouted. Since when? Why didn't I see it? Looking down, every time Thunder dodged Sebastian's attack, and he would deal at least one counterattack, he kept wearing Sebastian out. Until the opponent could no longer resist, he was covered in injuries, clutching his arm and screaming. You! My father didn't teach me to fight like this. I must kill you! With a gasping breath and fiery eyes, Sebastian poured all his strength. Finally, he charged in with an all-out attack. Thunder glided past him like the wind, accompanied by thunder, dodging Sebastian's attack. So fast that even time seemed to pause for a moment. Tan was stunned. Is that really Thunder? How is he so strong? Slavia turned to Kyle and asked, Kyle, Thunder clearly has a chance for a knockout. To determine the victor, he replied gently. But why? I see Thunder doing it on purpose. You hesitated, intentionally. Why are you just like a dragon? The sword gleamed in front of him, the cold steel blade gliding across Sebastian's nose. He clutched his nose, trembling. My nose! Just wait. If you're brave, don't run. My father will definitely not let you go. In utter rage, Sebastian shouted, roaring as if to tear apart space. You're definitely dead. Thunder raised his sword, preparing a finishing move for someone like you. Saying more would just be a waste, he trembled, raising his hand in surrender. The pleading voice choked. Wait, I give up. Your fist blazed like a raging fire, striking Sebastian's cheek. Leaving an indelible mark, then Thunder unleashed a flurry of attacks. Don't think I'll easily admit defeat like that. I want double what you owe me. Slavia saw the scene and worriedly said, if it continues like this, it won't end well. The box supervisor agreed. Yes, if this keeps up from the stands. A voice shouted out in the quiet space. Stop it! Munch, covered in bandages, appeared with a cane to intervene. Stop it, Thunder, I'm begging you! Thunder turned back to look at Munch. He wondered inside. Why does Munch want me to stop? Sebastian knelt down. I give up! The referee declared the match over. Thunder, let's focus on winning. His disciples rushed over. Sebastian, are you okay? Thunder dashed like the wind, while Keel hurriedly followed, calling out his name in concern. Thunder, everyone around is worried about Sebastian. Let's go to the infirmary first. Yes, let's treat the wound first. He was furious in utter humiliation. Get lost, just get out! The rage tightened like a bowstring, causing Sebastian's body to tremble with violent waves. Thunder, just wait and see, he shouted loudly, determined not to let it go. Give it to him. Scene shifts to Pharos Academy apartments. On the roof of the central building, the friends sat with their arms crossed. I think you should calm down with the status of a knight. It seems that in this duel, Thunder Talo did not break any rules. He calmly said, you shouldn't underestimate the rules of the game. Black Spot, he shouted angrily. If I didn't take the rules lightly, I would have killed that guy right away. Look at this. My son has been beaten to this state. His whole face is ruined. The whole room fell into a suffocating silence, not a sound, even as he continued to yell. That guy clearly did it on purpose. He must be called a villain. Someone suddenly spoke in agreement. I think Black Spot has a point. If the prophecy is true, the red-haired son will become the destroyer of the kingdom. Another person chimed in. Of the kingdom, another person added. I want to add a bit about the prophecy that once said, the red-haired son could also become the savior of this world. That person turned to Elder Fung and said, Elder Fung, don't you realize? This child has revealed the hidden nature of a harbinger of disaster. Or not? You agree, which is why I think we should be even more cautious. If we eradicate him, what consequences will follow? It might turn into a catastrophe for us. One person started to speak. All right, continuing the discussion is pointless. If everyone has different opinions, let's vote. The old man is the Grand Elder, who agrees. Thunder, raise your hand immediately if you agree. Dennis scoffed, showing his dissatisfaction but still raised his hand. Not just Dennis, Elder JP and Master Knight Rose also participated. They also seriously raised their hands as the Grand Elder continued, ending the vote. Next, those who oppose should raise their hands. Elder Fung and the Grand Elder immediately raised their hands. Elder Humphrey glanced over everyone, then decisively raised his hand in opposition, causing the atmosphere to drop for a moment. Without exchanging any words, Bernardo Carden and Winford raised their hands simultaneously. The results were announced. Winford raised his hand simultaneously. The results were announced. 3 votes in favor, 6 votes against, 2 abstentions. The proposal was not approved. On the roof of the dormitory, stunned, stretching lazily under the bright golden sunlight, closing his eyes, as if nothing else in the world mattered, a voice broke in, causing him to open his eyes. I couldn't find you in the dormitory. I guessed you might be here. Thunder sat up abruptly. I just want to be alone. Slavia gently asked, You're thinking about Munch, right? He slowly turned his face, his eyes wide with surprise. How did you know? Suddenly she softened her tone. Thunder, I don't know how to tell you. Maybe your thinking is different from normal people. You don't talk much and don't understand the emotions of others. Thunder just quietly turned away, with an indifferent demeanor. Whatever, I don't care. Hearing that, Slavia immediately became flustered. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, even if it's like that, I also know you're not a bad person. She placed her hand on her chest seriously, as if to affirm that every word about to be said comes from the bottom of her heart. Whenever I see you in trouble or angry, I wish I could do something for you. I also hope you can trust us more. Trust your friends. Without saying a word, Thunder silently bowed his head and let it be. His thoughts drifted along with Slavia's words, the scene in front sparkling under the bright rainbow. Each ray of light reflected on the ground. He suddenly leaned in, pinning Slavia against the wall behind. both hands locked tightly on either side, leaving her no way out. Thunder calls your name, Slavia. Slavia paused, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. His eyes. Thunder suddenly asked a question that made her freeze. Are you scared of me? Under the vibrant rainbow sunlight stretching across the sky, Slavia gently replied. Sometimes she also added on, but like I said, I don't think you're a bad person. The bright smile on Slavia's lips shone like an angel. Her eyes sparkled even more. Your eyes are beautiful too. They suit you very well. Don't think of them as monsters. Hearing that, your feelings suddenly sank. Not a monster, why not say another word? Thunder turned around, quietly walking away. Every time I feel like I understand human nature, things change again. It seems on the path to understanding humanity, you still have a long way to go. Scene change. Dennis poured all his anger into each step. That damned prophecy. Sooner or later, one day I will kill that guy. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, freezing the air around as Knight Dennis turned his face back. Master JB, may I ask if you have any orders? He smiled. Nothing special. JB gently placed a hand on Dennis's shoulder. I know what you're thinking. A knight must come from noble lineage. This view is quite nice. I will keep an eye on you. He bowed solemnly, showing deep respect towards him. Harry entered, politely inquiring. Hello, may I ask a bit? Thunder, I'm worried about being in here, right? Slavia stepped down. If you're looking for Thunder, he's upstairs, he replied softly. Thank you, beautiful lady. Making her blush? No need to be polite. Looking at Harry's back, Slavia wondered, this person looks so familiar. Does our class have this character? Thunder lay lazily, his expression carefree. Slavia, why are you back? Harry smiled friendly. I think I might not be the person you're talking about. He reached out and introduced himself. You're up, let me introduce myself. I'm Harry. He continued. Harry Danbird, second-year student. His face darkened, eyes full of gloom. Less dark turns out to be a relative of that brat. He laughed and replied, that's right. The person you defeated today is my younger brother. Thunder got straight to the point, so I'm here for revenge. Harry immediately rubbed his hands. No, it's not because of that small matter. Actually, I really want to thank you, he asked back. Thank you? He smiled and continued. I know my younger brother is quite arrogant. To be honest, he hasn't really practiced hard. Harry kept smiling. Therefore, being defeated was only a matter of time. This time, it's a lesson for him. Thunder turned to leave. If that's the case, if there's nothing else, then goodbye. He drew his sword. Don't rush, kid. Even if we aren't in the same class, we can't arrange a duel. But at least let me give you a lesson. You stay quiet for a bit and take the sword. Harry kept rambling on because, after all, my little brother was defeated. As an older brother, I should do something. Thunder scoffed, speaking in circles. Aren't you here to fight? Harry laughed coldly and turned away. Oh my, don't say that. I just want to know the strength of the one who defeated my little brother. The excitement was evident on his face. Come on, let me see what talent you have. Your gaze was focused, lost in thought. Usually, I don't like to take the initiative to attack, but this guy seems a bit different from the others. Suddenly, Thunder rushed towards Harry. Without hesitation, let's break the rules this time, he smiled coldly, firmly gripping the sword, ready for your attack. At that moment, Harry stared at Thunder. His gaze was icy, with a hint of emotion. You were astonished, jaw clenched as if trying to suppress the chaotic feelings inside. This guy, with just one motion, he unleashed a sharp attack. Thunder struggled to kneel down. Harry laughed coldly. Not bad. I'm quite surprised by your correct decision. You were panting, wondering about the strange feeling. If it were someone else, when receiving one of my attacks, their sword would have probably broken by now. Thunder tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. But this time, if it continues like this, I feel like my sword will break. Harry pointed. It seems you still don't know how to use your energy with that cold face. You rushed in like a flash of lightning. If you can't defeat him in terms of strength, then you must rely on the skills of a black belt. He calmly dodged the attack, like a graceful dancer. Oh, not bad. Harry laughed teasingly and challengingly. Is this all you have? Thunder's jaw tightened, teeth gritted in rising anger. It was ineffective. He didn't hesitate, firmly grasping the sword and charging forward. Look closely. A wooden sword slashed straight at you, showing no signs of stopping. Under attack, Thunder lost his balance and stumbled back, his expression tense. Immediately after, you uncomfortably spat out a mouthful of blood, the metallic smell spreading in the air. Seeing Thunder trembling on the ground, Harry calmly asked, Is it over? He immediately turned to leave. Well, today ends here. You weakly called out with all your strength, but filled with determination. Wait, huh? Thunder wipes the blood from his chin. In the second year, you were ranked first, right? Harry turns his face around. With a sharp gaze and a faint smile. How could that be? He coldly waved goodbye and walked away. In the second year, I ranked 50th. In shock, you hold tightly to the sword, your face in disbelief at being 50th. He gently said, Wait until you master your energy. Let's have another match. Thunder raised his hand in front of him. With his eyes glued to his palm, he wondered. As long as he learned to harness energy, he would become stronger. Why is the night sky filled with thunder, making the night outside the castle even more gloomy? The war at the border is not very optimistic. More and more knights are going missing. The elder fears that there are concerns not just from outside, but also threats from within. There are rumors that the Dark Guild's influence has infiltrated the academy. Darkness has infiltrated the academy. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing out into the night beyond the ground-level window, speaking in a sad tone. I'm afraid this is no longer just a rumor, Winford. So should we implement some measures? At least to prepare the students, of course. But there is something even more important at hand. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked through the window frame. The elder turned to look at him. Bring those 5 children to me. It's time they knew their mission. Then the scene shifts to the roof of a house somewhere. Thunder is sitting, concentrating energy, ignoring the rain that begins to drizzle down, soaking his body. Thunder has tried many times to practice condensing energy within his body, but he still hasn't been able to grasp it as the rain grows heavier. Thunderclouds above also slash across the dark clouds. He just startled and opened his eyes. He looks at the rain pouring down on him, thinking to himself, it's raining, why has it come here today? He stands up intending to leave, but just at that moment, shadows below catch his attention, not too far from where Thunder is. Some armed individuals are lurking on the rooftop, watching a person below. Seeing this, he curiously wonders, what are those people planning to do? Are they making a raid? Not good, just when Thunder realizes the situation. The masked men have blocked the alley where the other person is entering. Too eager to save the person, he doesn't hesitate and activates his power, shouting out, Dragon's Eye. The Dragon's Eye, activated in the rainy night, Thunder can clearly see the position and color of each person. He is astonished. The color is the Dark Plague. He pulls the hood over his head, takes out his weapon and seriously thinks, could those people be related to my father? Meanwhile, the ambushers blocking the road revealed themselves, cornering the other person in a narrow alley. The arrogant one announced, your path ends here. Elder Feng covered half of his face. Looking at the group surrounding him, he couldn't help but feel worried. The rumors about the Dark Guild infiltrating the academy are true. You all realize too late. The Dark Guild will soon dominate the entire academy. It's true. You all realize too late. The Dark Guild will soon dominate the entire academy. Pharos Apartments. He turned halfway to look at the one who spoke. His eyes swept over the people behind him, assessing a 1 against 4. It had been a long time since he'd flexed his muscles. It seems there's a bit of a challenge today. At that moment, Thunder jumped in from somewhere. He soared over the heads of the 2 behind the elder and spoke, startling them both. How about a 2 against 4 match? Thunder was well prepared. Wearing a mask that covered half his face, he brandished his sword, ready for battle. The elder noticed his readiness, glanced at him, and then took off his hood. He was a bit surprised. Oh, it seems you're a student from the academy. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. One of the guys standing at the back shouted loudly. Where the hell did this guy come from? But the one in front of him seemed even more arrogant and self-satisfied. So, ready your swords? Looking at them, it's fine. We're all destined to die anyway. Elder Feng turned to face the other 2, unleashing his oppressive power. But he still modestly told Thunder about the situation they were in. Then help me hold them off for a moment. It will be over quickly. His aura radiated intense pressure. Thunder turned to glance at the old man's back and secretly admired him. This old man's aura is terrifying, but the 2 infected with the Dark Plague. They don't know life from death, brandishing their swords, rushing in headlong, ready to die. The demons attacked Thunder's position, and he jumped to evade. It was a light maneuver, but it was still a matter of urgency. Assessing their condition, these people were not like his father. They still had some awareness. With a blink, that guy swung and missed in the air, not seeing Thunder anywhere. A moment later, he had slipped behind him. The infected one was also alert. Noticing his presence, the other one rushed in to stab at him. Blocking that strike from him, Thunder was caught off guard and leaned back slightly. He jumped back, his vigilance heightened. One of the masked men had noticed something unusual. He called to his teammate, this demon doesn't know how to use energy, so that's how it is. Turned out he was an outsider. Thunder remained calm on the outside, holding the hilt of his sword in his mouth, but his eyes glinted with anger as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I've been discovered. The 2 infected with the Dark Plague did not understand his actions. They were puzzled but still charged forward when they saw you brace yourself against the ground. Like preparing to start a track race, you even held a sword in your mouth. What technique is this? Forget it, let's just kill it first and think later. Both of them didn't give you much time. They coordinated seamlessly, slashing back and forth. You could easily dodge their attacks, which left them confused. The movements of this little demon are a bit unusual, damn it, can't grasp it. They stood there watching you jump back onto the wooden crate on the ground and leap to a higher spot. Each on one side, don't let it escape. But just as their reminders ended, a heavy sound echoed as their teammate was knocked down. Both of them were startled by that noise and turned their heads back. Elder Feng spun around, with one on his shoulder and stepping on another. With a dignified posture, he looked at the other 2 and said, let me see what talents these kids have. Thunder and the other 2 were stunned, astonished to see him in this awkward situation. The 2 were worried, asking each other, what should we do now? One began to panic, but the other still focused on Thunder, reminding his teammate, we have to use that now, don't worry about taking down this pesky demon first. Thunder chuckled lightly at the scene he just witnessed, but he quickly made his own plans. Turns out he was being paranoid. If this is a real combat opportunity, then I won't hold back. Again, with the sword in his mouth, his gaze resolute, he jumped forward. The two swung their swords at Thunder, their blades filled with dark purple magical energy. But he still managed to evade, using one of their hands as a stepping stone. He pushed off to dodge, causing the two to curse in frustration. Damn, for a moment he moved like a reptile and landed with a thud. Clinging to the wall, his mouth still firmly gripping his sword. Gaining momentum to jump, it only took a blink. Thunder lunged at both of them from behind. One saw his comrade in danger. He shouted, startling the other, who turned around cautiously. One quickly swung his sword to block. That movement caused Thunder's sword to slip from his grip amidst the curses. Damn little demon, don't get too cocky. He turned around, not caring that the rain had soaked his outfit. Instead, he disdainfully scoffed as one charged forward, swinging his sword, pushing him into a tight corner, confidently stating, "This time, let's see how you escape." Just then, Elder Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up to guide him. "Kid, grab its hand, pull it towards you." He was startled. His face showed a moment of surprise, his whole body dazed upon hearing those words. But thinking in his head the word "huh," Thunder still followed his instructions. Grabbing that guy's wrist, pulling him towards him. After that action, he continued to give orders. Turning around, using strength from his back to throw him, Thunder seriously completed all the steps. In Elder Feng's words, he gently threw that guy over his shoulder. Waiting for him was Elder Feng, who had already raised his powerful fist. That guy was flipped upside down, glancing at the terrifying man behind him. But he had no way to resist or dodge, so he simply took the full force of that punch from him. Elder Feng punched that guy far away. He slammed hard into the wall, accompanied by a loud explosion. The sword and the masked man were both stunned. Watching the entire process, he couldn't help but think, so strong. Just as they took down another guy, a hurried voice rang out from somewhere. "Over here, hurry, Elder Feng." Seeing that, he turned his head, looking in the direction of the voice. Meanwhile, not noticing the remaining guy had started to flee. "Oh, looks like the other knights have arrived." "What bad luck, don't run!" Thunder intended to chase after that guy, but he stopped him. "Just let it go, no point in chasing anymore." At this moment, several knights also arrived at the place where Elder Feng was ambushed. They kept urging each other. Over here, Thunder also stopped. Suddenly, he was shocked to receive a notification from the system. Receiving a reward, he glanced in amazement at the system screen. Showing information about a BA resolution ability reward over 1,000, a new SAO ability, Thunder focused on the system notification, ignoring the others behind him who were inquiring about Elder Feng's safety and losses. After so many years, he finally unlocked a new ability. "Are you okay?" "No problem, I'll leave these guys to you. There's still one guy who escaped. You can chase him down to check." The four knights received the news and immediately split up to take action. Only two people remained standing there together, divided into two groups to scout. Absolutely cannot let him escape from the academy. Clearly, Elder Feng put his robe back on. Pulling the hood over his head, he said to Thunder, "Thank you for your help. You are a talented student." He sheathed his sword and shifted to another topic. "I'm very curious why those people attacked you." He smiled kindly, skillfully dodging. "No need to directly answer the question you asked. Nothing at all if you live long enough. You will sooner or later meet strange people." He wasn't wrong about that, but it felt like he was avoiding his question. Saying that, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Thunder looked up, following his motion. The kid saw that he still didn't know how to use the weapon correctly, right? Wait until the second year after joining the martial arts club. The martial arts club, Elder Feng left a remark and walked away. He saw this and turned to look after him, hesitating a bit. "Right, I assure you that you will definitely have gains." But Thunder hadn't finished speaking yet. He had disappeared from that spot, leaving only a golden light behind, proving that there was indeed someone here just now. After he left, Thunder pulled down the cloth covering his face. His face clearly showed his displeasure. Just like that old man is truly hard to understand. The scene shifts to inside a luxurious and opulent house, brightly lit with torches. Winford is standing by, and as soon as he sees you return, he hurriedly speaks. "Oh, you're back. I've been looking for you. The Grand Elder wants to see you." Thunder looks worried. Glancing to the side, he asks, "Brother, the Grand Elder? Could it be I was discovered so quickly? Why did the scene change outside? The sky is pitch black, and the rain shows no sign of stopping." The Grand Elder stands in his room, right by the floor-to-ceiling window. He clasps his hands behind his back, gazing at the night rain. At this moment, a knock on the door sounds, interrupting his moment of relaxation. Hearing the sound, the Grand Elder turns around. "Yes, Grand Elder, you've arrived? Oh, come in!" Winford gestures for the kids to enter the room. The ones visiting the Grand Elder are not just Thunder, but also the twin brothers. Ian and Kyle make him curious. "Everyone come in. Why are these guys here too?" He waits for all five to settle down. The Grand Elder then begins to address them. "Thank you all for taking the time to come here today." Ian, tall and shy, scratches his head and says, "We are honored, really." Kyle and Thunder also chime in. "Oh, Grand Elder, surely there's an important task you have for us, right? What did you need us for?" The Elder chuckles at this. Raising his hand, he jokingly says, "Young people are really impatient. You must find it troublesome to hear an old man like me talk, right? Then let me get straight to the point. The reason I called you here is due to a prophecy. Thunder stands with his arms crossed. Looking directly at the Grand Elder, they skeptically ask about the prophecy. The Elder begins to recount a time of endless war and smoke. 15 years ago, the prophecy from the gods manifested, stating that our land, when ravaged by disaster, would be saved by a red-haired youth. Kyle, hearing this, is excited, his face marked with a few scars. He beams along with the other four, intently watching the Grand Elder. Could it be that one of us is the one? The Elder continues to share everything with them. In the Elder's mind, images of children with bright red hair appear. They have searched throughout the country. We sent knights to search this entire land. In the end, they found 10 children who fit the criteria best. Thunder, hearing this, is astonished, voicing his doubts to the others. 10 is quite a lot, isn't it? Kyle, upon hearing the number 10, is equally skeptical. He stepped forward to question the Elder. But aren't we just 5 people? So who are those other 5? There are also 5 young people who awakened their magical abilities. Currently, they are studying at Jonin Magic Academy. Upon hearing the name of the academy, Thunder suddenly thought of Ami's beautiful, gentle smile. Jonin Academy is the same school as Ami. That means Ami might know those people. I wonder how she is living now. Ian's eyes widened, full of eagerness and admiration. He hesitated and said, "Magic is so powerful. The twin brothers are 2 completely opposite extremes." Joyos sighed, while his younger brother laughed mischievously. Saving the world, huh? Meanwhile, Kyle also laughed heartily, equally amused. That means one of us will have to go save the world. The Elder continued to slowly tell them about this significant event. It could be one of you here, or it could be all of you. Therefore, this is the purpose of calling you here today. The Elder recounted the years gone by, the heroes who donned heavy armor. Grasping the sharp sword, they fought shoulder to shoulder against dark forces. In the past, 5 dragon knights saved this land. They drove back the darkness. They built Pharaoh Apartments Academy to protect the common people, leaving behind invaluable legacies for us. The Elder used the most flowery words, the most sincere gaze, telling the 5 of them, and today, the duty to protect these legacies is in your hands. Of course, this means you will have to give more effort from now on. You need to put in much more effort from now on. Besides basic training and specific training for each type, everyone momentarily fell silent, looking at the Elder. All focused on listening to the Elder talk about the upcoming mission, you will also have to take on many specific training. More than 5 were deep in thought, slightly lowering their heads with different contemplative expressions. The different thoughts of the 5 of us. We will become the Dragon Knights of Pharaoh's Academy. Outside, it was still raining like a drizzle. The Academy's castle was still lit, the 5 in the group. Thunder left the Elder's room. All 5 walked down the hallway, discussing about the Master saving the world. We will become the Masters saving the world. Saving the world? Calm down, what's that got to do with it? Aren't you happy? Why aren't you happy at all? Hey Ian, what's wrong, Thunder? Kyle was annoyed by Lazy's answer, so he stood there muttering to himself. What a weird guy. Meanwhile, Thunder and Ian stepped back, chatting with each other. I want to ask you a question. Since childhood, has your hair always been red? Yes, everyone is like that. Because of this red hair, I got into quite a bit of trouble when I was young. At this moment, Thunder remembered his hair when he was born. Indeed, he had asked Kyle about those who were born with red hair before. As for me, my hair didn't turn red from black. You tilt your head. Frowning and looking back at the room they just left, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Moreover, I cannot be considered a dragon knight among them. It's hard to say how much of the Elder's words are true. He must be hiding something from us. The rain continued to pour in the dark night. The Elder's room was still lit amid the booming thunder. Once the room was left with just 2 people, Winford spoke up, asking the Elder with concern. Elder, I really don't understand. Why didn't you tell them the entire prophecy earlier? Winford, they are still children, and the burden is already too heavy for them. The Elder turned his head, looking at him with a face worn by the elements, looking even more sorrowful. Some things are better for them to know when they should know. He received the answer, though not very clear, but he could only bow his head and obey. All right, I understand now. The scene shifted to a cold winter day, with white snow covering the branches. Lean and alone in the library, Thunder was seriously reading every line in a thick book. A day later, I went to investigate quite a few documents related to the Dragon Knight. In the books, whatever he read was related information about the Dragon Knight. What astonished people was that, although in this current world, people think that dragons are symbols of cruelty, there were those who believed that dragons truly existed. They are symbols of cruelty, and there were those who believed that dragons truly existed. But there are a few viewpoints that suggest that long ago, there was no dark plague in this world. Dragons were the protectors of this land. Thunder researched for a while and then left the library. He carried the book by himself, stepping on the white snow as he walked. In most remaining literature, there are thousands of records about the legend of the Dragon Knight. Among them, there was one in which I discovered its authentic records. There was information related to the Dragon Knights and their weapons, combat skills, even their personalities. His cheeks were reddened by the biting cold. Each thin breath followed the rhythm of his breathing into the air. Thunder walked while lost in thought about what he had read. It's somewhat different in that this book mentions the guidance of the deities. You bring the book to the church, carefully taking it out to exchange with the pastor. Books that contain records related to deities and humans are taboo. Therefore, I couldn't find much useful information. I just heard that deities do exist. They reside in the capital of the Erun Kingdom, near the Roland Academy. Then every day you practice with the other 4 in the group, crossing the snow-covered rooftops under the guidance of Master Kaden. If it weren't for the training not being completed, knights cannot leave the Pharaoh Apartments Academy. I actually want to find a deity to chat with right now. Thunder has his own thoughts, but doesn't miss a single training session. You and your group practice sword fighting in the biting cold of winter. His serious face is lost in his own thoughts. I must ask him carefully why he turned me into a human. After those diligent hours of training, you sit leaning against Nova, studying the parameters that the system reports. The first year flies by quickly. In the rigorous training interspersed with sneaking off to hunt, it soon came time to end. Tomorrow we will begin our second year of training. At this moment, Thunder is sleeping. Then he is awakened by fragmented words. He groggily opens his eyes as a voice is heard beside him. No, I don't want to. He gets up and walks closer to the bed. Kyle looks worried at his pale face. No, don't move. Kyle, wake up! Is this guy dreaming about a nightmare to be shaken awake? Kyle jolts awake, his eyes wide open, confused as he looks at Thunder right in front of him. Not understanding, he asks, Thunder, why are you here? You called out and woke me up? Are you okay? Hearing your concern, he shows an attitude. He turns away and pulls his leg to chase you back to your bed. Of course I'm fine, just having a nightmare. Go to sleep. Don't we have to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow? That's good. Then I will continue to sleep. What a proud guy, even though I think that inside. But you still worry, turning your head to look back at Kyle with a bit of concern. What on earth caused Kyle to have such a nightmare? The next day, when the sun rises high, shining its brilliant golden light down across the academy, Thunder cannot believe it. Staring in disbelief at Kyle's haggard appearance just after one night, he secretly thinks it really was a nightmare. The two walk to the academy's entrance, where Xavier is standing with a piece of paper in hand. She smiles and greets the two. Hello, you guys. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Have you thought carefully about which club to join? Thunder asked back, confused. What club? It really is Thunder. And what he got was the registration form shoved right in front of him by Slavia, along with some scolding. Why weren't you paying attention in class? All second-year students must choose a club they are interested in to participate and receive training there. To participate and receive training there. He looked down at the long registration form in her hand, asking back slowly. So, have you decided yet? Slavia pulled back the registration form, smiling at both of them. I have chosen to join the treatment club. Kyle next to him added, I've decided too. To join the martial arts club. His statement left Thunder shocked and unable to believe it. What? You've already decided everything? At this point, he began to think. Thunder held his chin. Which group is it? The one he was thinking of seemed to be a club. Someone had told him before, asking him to join a group. Which group is it? The one he was thinking of seemed to be a club. It had been forgotten by everyone to the point that its sign was starting to collect cobwebs. Thunder wandered alone, going against the flow of people, heading towards the quiet buildings. His mind was still a mess of questions. Previously, that strange old man had said he would join. What was it again? Dance? Fighting? No, the martial arts club. What exactly is martial arts? Anyway, there was no club yet. Which one do you particularly want to join? Maybe I should go take a look. If it's boring, I can sneak out and go hunting. He walked while checking his new power status on the system. Congratulations, you have gained a new skill, new stance, and advanced magical value progress. After acquiring the new ability, he realized that he basically had no magical value. No wonder there was no reaction when awakening magic that year. Perhaps he has to wait until he receives a mid-level monster crystal. Maybe the situation will change, he recalled the battle. I had already defeated the opponent before, lowering his head and sighing softly. Looking down at the stats on his watch, the match with Sebastian had drawn considerable attention. This meant he could no longer act freely. Thunder Tallow is currently ranked 10th. The current ranking is too high. I must continue to give up some matches if I want to progress. The weather today is beautiful. The sky is high and blue. The wind gently swayed the treetops. Thunder wandered alone into the forest. Finally, he found a building located quite far away. This place feels like it's about to exit the city. Thunder looked up at the sign covered in cobwebs and vines, along with the marks of time on each wooden beam. Here it is. The desolate emptiness of this place makes Thunder speechless. He didn't know how to express his feelings. Looking alone, he stood before the large door, with no one to greet him. The space was eerily quiet as he softly said. So remote, he boldly pushed the door ajar, peeking inside and called out, Is anyone there? I'm coming in since there's no one at the door. Alone, Thunder stepped into the vast courtyard, with not a single soul in sight in this shabby, dilapidated place. Could it be that someone is holding a martial arts gathering? He continued walking inside, his mouth not stopping. Searching to see if anyone else was here, he accidentally spotted someone. Is anyone there? Is there really someone? I came to join the martial arts gathering. That person was sitting on the floor, facing away from the door, showing no reaction to Thunder's words, no response. not even sensing any atmosphere. Could it be that he is dead? To verify, he stepped fully into the room. Approaching, he reached out to touch the old man's shoulder. Hello, leaning closer to grab. But just as his hand reached near the man's shoulder, unexpectedly, the old man, who had been motionless, suddenly grabbed his hand, startling him. Elder Feng, with a swift move, threw him over his shoulder, knocking Thunder to the ground. He didn't need to closely examine who had come, he shouted sternly. Who dares to intrude into our territory? I came to join the martial arts gathering, and you called me here. Only then did he take a good look. Upon seeing Thunder's red hair, the man exclaimed in surprise, "Red hair!" Seeing that he had red hair, the man's expression changed 360 degrees, lifting him up, continuously patting both sides of his shoulders, causing Thunder to scream in frustration. Oh my. You are the kid who came to help me that day. Why is this well-behaved child, old man? You haven't even asked for the whole story and you attacked a stranger like this? I almost thought I was going to die. Elder Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. Smiling, he gestured invitingly, making Thunder even more astonished. Sorry, lately I have always felt that strangers have been approaching, so it's unavoidable to be a little tense. I'm very glad that you could heed my advice. You have become my first student in many years. What? Don't be so polite, come sit with this old man. Could it be that no AI has ever come to join before, or is that why you're suddenly so pale? And realizing an unpleasant truth, I was brought in by this old man. How annoying. How do I sneak out after teaching someone like this? You sit down. They have started rambling about how to use energy for you. Last time we met, you still didn't know how to use energy, so let's start with the basics. Perhaps you have heard this saying, in a sword duel, the sword strikes. Energy and energy gathers, then the sword cuts. If both have energy support, then the sword wins. Thunder also sat down facing Elder Feng, arms crossed over his chest, seriously discussing with him, oh, no wonder. Everyone participates in different groups, saying that, fighting barehanded, they have no advantage at all. They have not grasped the true essence of martial arts. Really? I don't believe it. He raised a finger, leaning toward you. With a bright face, he said, once you learn my skills, you will realize that the best weapon is your hands. You will realize that the best weapon is your hands. Thunder looked at him seriously and asked, the question that you still keep hidden in your heart, I have one more issue. Those people, they are from the Dark Guild. Those people, they are from the Dark Guild. Elder Feng told you about the organization that attacked him that night. In the second-year curriculum, you will learn about the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild is the underground organization of the Arun Kingdom, consisting of remaining leaders. They are high-ranking officials of the Pharaoh Apartments Academy for several reasons. Thus, they were expelled from the academy, forming this organization. At this moment, Thunder thought about one issue, the colors on the bodies of those people. Similar to the energy emanating from your father, the aura on these Dark Guild members. It must be closely related to the Dark Plague, perhaps. They might find clues about your father's disappearance there. Listening, these people seem dangerous. Why do they have to hunt him down? Elder Feng heard your question, did not rush to answer. He slowly stood up under Thunder's curious gaze. There are many things that are not the right time to tell you now. But after all, I owe you a favor, so I will tell you this little secret. They previously wanted to corner me because he opened his jacket, showing off his six-pack abs in your astonished gaze. I am one of the 6 elders of the Pharaoh Apartments Academy, Feng. While introducing himself, he flexed each muscle for you to see. Although he is older, this old man still has some confidence in his body. He is confident that he can face the Dragon Knite. Come on, let's see how strong you really are. Seeing this, you stood up, took a stance, ready to attack Elder Feng. It seems this old man knows my background, so I won't hold back anymore. You grip your hands tightly, tensing up, your gaze intensely focused, aiming straight at the target in front of you. If you are an elder, then I don't need to worry too much. Relax, unleash your power. Punching straight into Elder Feng's stomach with a thud, Elder Feng is a bit surprised. He looks down at the person who just punched him in the stomach. Thunder also halts. You are quite surprised to feel that his muscles are as hard as iron. He widens his eyes at Thunder, blowing on his reddened hand, and asks, did you focus your energy in that blow? Not hearing your answer, Elder Feng, eyes shining like stars, is immensely pleased. Well done, kid. Your energy is even stronger than a bull. I have a feeling your abilities will be quite astonishing. As long as you grasp your energy, it will transform you. This elder seems utterly unreliable. Just as you finish this thought, he immediately grabs your shoulder. Thunder looks at him in alarm. So shall we begin now, huh? I already said I would participate. We're starting! Wait, is it still time to back out? The two of them start their training session. The two sit cross-legged, one before the other. Elder Feng pushes against your back. The so-called energy comes from our internal energy, he explains while transmitting energy into you. Thunder seriously turns to listen to the lecture. Being born as a human, energy is generated between inhaling and exhaling. The stronger the physique, the more energy can be mobilized, causing the energy to flow throughout the body. This is the key point for you to grasp energy. I will transmit a stream of energy into your body, pulling internal power with external force, leading the energy within your body to activate. Don't resist. Use your heart to feel it moving throughout your body. The system is also surprised, hovering outside, observing the energy swirling around your body. Thunder obeys Elder Feng, closing his eyes to feel, it's so warm, this is how energy moves. A sudden noise echoes. The system beside Thunder lets out a satisfied sound. Meanwhile, Elder Feng falls flat on the floor behind him. You turn in shock to look at him. What happened? The system announces a notification. You turn in shock to see the parameters displayed. Congratulations, the magic power value has been activated. What's going on? Why did the system appear right now? Activating the magic power value. You check the stats and panic. You rush to check on Elder Feng's condition. What happened to him? Wake up now! If he dies, I won't escape unscathed. What should I do now? Thunder flips him over. He is lying on his back on the floor, motionless. Pressing his ear to the old man's chest to check the heartbeat, he gently exhaled. Great, the heart is still beating. Thunder plopped down on the ground, looking at the unconscious person. That staff member thought to himself, looks like he just fainted. What on earth happened? He bowed his head, intently studying the system's parameters. Unbelievable. Could it be that the so-called skill to absorb magical energy was activated? Is it because this old man transmitted energy into my body? The system passively absorbs magical energy from others? It's full. Could it be that I accidentally absorbed all the magic from him? Time quietly passed. Is he okay? Time quietly passed. Thunder grew more anxious as he watched the elder not waking up. 5 minutes later, why is he still not awake? Seems like he isn't that skilled after all. After a moment longer, he lost patience and intended to stand up and leave. 10 minutes later, forget it. After all, this old man can't die. If I waste time sitting here watching him, I might as well practice on my own. He activated his dragon eye. One of his eyes transformed, causing the colors of the room in his eyes to change. The dragon eye is really good. He smiled, looking down at his hands, a stream of golden energy swirling around his body. He could see the movement of the energy, so let's give it a try. Thunder focused, smiling as he slowly controlled the flow of energy around him. Controlling the movement of the energy with his mind, the flow transformed, twisting and coalescing into a small, bright sphere right in front of Thunder's waist. It formed, successfully condensing energy at the dantian. He opened his eyes, and the energy began to disperse. Only a little remained in the space, Thunder pondered. Next, to let the energy move within his body, he concentrated and paid no attention to anything else. Elder Feng was still lying behind him. Once he moved, he would lose it. Thunder focused and tried again. The energy in his body flowed according to his concentration. They began to intertwine into a small sphere. Doing it again, he closed his eyes to focus. The stream of energy began to appear in the space, condensing more and more energy, getting thicker. It illuminated a space around him, but suddenly it disappeared. Not a trace left, only a few small remnants dissipated. He tiredly exhaled, a thin, transparent breath, wiping the sweat from his face, not knowing he was soaked. When did I start thinking about this? Why is the movement of the energy unstable? Could it be that there isn't enough? He tried again. Sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, focusing to release a larger amount of energy. Shaping it into a circle, this time trying to increase the energy more. Your eyebrows are furrowing more and more. Thunder motivates himself in every thought. Just a little more, and after a moment, he cracks his eyes open, clenching his teeth because something is changing. It seems to be starting to hurt a bit. Then a large amount of energy exploded around Thunder's body, causing his red hair to stand on end. At this moment, Elder Feng also stirred awake. He cracked his eyes open to look at the glowing figure beside him. Seeing Thunder's increasingly unstable state, he sat up abruptly. With a worried face, he assessed the situation and saw that Thunder seemed unwell. Elder Feng immediately gathered his energy and pushed it into Thunder's back, and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Don't cause a ruckus." He forcefully pulled the energy within Thunder out, loudly encouraging him. Amidst Thunder's painful cries, he patiently managed to extract it from his body. Elder Feng threw a mass of energy out the door. That energy flew far, hitting the pond, causing the water and the small pavilion by the pond to be obliterated. In an instant, Elder Feng couldn't believe his eyes at the scene. He broke out in a sweat. The old man couldn't believe his eyes at the scene. He broke out in a sweat. And amidst Thunder's heavy breathing, it was simply, "Extracting energy has such destructive power, you fool. You almost killed yourself, really? That's the end of it." He immediately collapsed, his head hitting the floor hard, then lay still in place. After a while, he was originally sinking into darkness and was vaguely hearing the noise around him. Looking at the symptoms, it looks like magical illness, but this is impossible. He is not a novice wizard, just trying to open his heavy eyes. He silently exclaimed, so noisy, at the same time as Slavia. After chatting happily for a while, she suddenly saw him wake up. His health condition has basically recovered. He might wake up soon. He woke up. Kyle, standing beside him, exclaimed joyfully, "Great." Thunder frowned, eyes half closed. "Where am I?" Kyle shouted eagerly. "Where else could it be?" "Of course you're in the hospital," he asked in surprise. Xavier calmly replied, "That's right. An old man hurriedly brought you here just now. He scared us to death." Kyle laughed loudly in response. "He even went to find the director, asking him to personally check on you." "You kid, you're something. Since when did you know so many big shots?" Slavia quietly reminded him. "Keep it down, we need to be quiet in the hospital," Kyle said while stroking his chin. Keep it down. We need to maintain silence in the hospital, Kyle said loudly while stroking his chin. What do you think? Who is that old man? How could he invite the director? Thunder laughed a few times, feeling helpless inside. His loud voice truly was something Slavia was too lazy to remind him about. That old man was also very worried about him after the director checked him and found no issues. Moreover, the fact that your condition is recovering quickly reassures him. Thunder, hearing this, quietly felt anxious, not knowing if Mr. Feng needed to overreact like that. Doing that makes people unaware of his identity. How could he think about it for a moment? You quickly raised your voice. Oh, he is a martial arts association member. Seeing Kyle about to say something, Thunder quickly interrupted him. Why are you here too? He innocently replied with a cheerful smile. Because I joined the treatment association, I've always been interested in the medical field. With a good opportunity like this, of course, I have to seize it. You sighed with relief a few times. Indeed, you are everywhere, while Kyle is in the bed next to you. Suddenly pulling back the curtain, he finally woke up. Oh dear. Thunder leaned over, confused. Huh? Did we move the dormitory here? Why are you here too? So he sat back on the bed, sighing. Oh no, I've just been having trouble sleeping lately. Just when I was training, my health wasn't very good, so I came to rest a bit. Who knew that Kyle kept chattering in my ear, making it impossible for me to sleep? Kyle urgently yelled, I still want to understand your condition. Kyle casually leaned against the bed frame. I told you I'm not sick. Thunder listened to their bickering and quietly mused. Oh, is that so? You wondered, not even knowing what nightmare Kyle had. A few days later, lying deep in the vast rice field, the fragrance was overwhelming at that time. It was an ancient villa hidden among the bamboo rows. Bamboo rows, Thunder casually walked to the door. Old man, are you still there? Just as you finished speaking, Elder Feng rushed in and scolded. You idiot, can you still show your face here? Thunder was startled and exclaimed, Oh my! After a while, inside a vast deserted forest, I was trying to escape from the pursuit of a bug. Scared, I shouted, Mom! At the same time, on another side, suddenly, a sharp arrow flew in and severed part of the bug's body. The bug faced an emergency, and Slavia shouted for everyone to prepare. Insects may be weak, but they usually appear in swarms. As soon as she finished speaking, the swarm of bugs immediately flew in to attack, while Mary was shooting arrows and shouting, Watch out behind! Ian, swinging the axe wildly around. Meanwhile, in a nearby area, Kyle was afraid she was searching haphazardly. This is disgusting, disgusting! You guys are making me sick! Tan next to her angrily pointed his nose at each bug. Why are these things so fast? Slavia saw a bug flying quickly towards her, and she panicked. Thunder was careful, unlike the anxious demeanor of those outside. Thunder was calm then, wrapping his fist with magical fire. With just one swift strike, he could easily tear the bug apart with his bare hands. In an instant, Kyle saw Thunder going on a mad killing spree. He then exclaimed, Thunder, have you learned to control the air? He laughed heartily, excited to find an opportunity to test his results. Tan then anxiously reminded, Hey kid, don't forget about the time. Showing off? Use a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly the whole group heard the shrill cry of that AI. Kyle Munch stood next to them, exclaiming in surprise, What's up, Thunder? Confused to see Kyle. It turned out what caught their eyes at that moment was the scene of Kyle being bitten by a bug, his arm bleeding. Witnessing the dangerous situation, Ian rushed over, striking hard at the bug. He helped Kyle to his feet while asking, Kyle, are you okay? At that moment, Slavia also anxiously ran over. Kyle, the one sitting, watched the two of them examining the wound. A few times then sighed with embarrassment. I'm fine, I'm really sorry, making everyone worry about me. Then Slavia focused on assessing. Luckily, the wound wasn't too deep. Ian, help me open the protective armor. I'll treat the wound. Ian replied, All right. He slightly bowed his head, politely thanking. Meanwhile, Thunder was standing in a corner, observing the actions of the injured Kyle. What on earth is going on? I got hurt by a mosquito beast, one of the lowest levels. Moreover, they've been in a bad state lately. Let's stop for a bit. They continue to tell themselves, I'll wait until I get back. I must ask what happened. Right after the wound was treated by Slavia, Tan's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, the wound has healed quite a bit. Is this what you learned after joining the treatment group? Kyle proudly replied, That's right, utilizing the energy. Not only can it make oneself and weapons stronger, but it can also enhance abilities, cell growth, so it can be used to treat simple wounds. Thunder quietly turned their head away, thinking, Looks like it's not just you. Everyone has gained new skills. You need to work harder. A few minutes later, Slavia had finished the final bandaging. All right, there shouldn't be any problems now, Kyle quickly replied. Thank you, everyone. After a while, the sweep of the bugs continued. At this moment, Tan was picking up a blue stone, busy for half a day. Just got a primary monster crystal today. It feels like they can't even reach the tax level. Thunder turned in surprise. Tax? What tax? Tan held the stone tightly, looking at them in disbelief. Huh? Didn't you hear the explanation? At this point, they stuffed the stone into their pocket. The monster crystals obtained from hunting spots must pay a tax of 1/10. If you achieve less than 10, you'll be exempt from tax. If you achieve less than 10, you'll be exempt from tax. Thunder's mouth gaped in confusion. There's even this rule? Tan replied, carrying the spear on their shoulder. So, what do you think the Academy relies on to operate? There will be many more places to pay taxes later. There will be many more places to pay taxes later. Thunder, hearing this, discreetly glanced at Water behind them. It seems they need to think of a way. Water is not easy to trick. Under 10, and they get exempt from tax. Just thinking about this, they suddenly looked surprised at the system flying by. The system hovered in the brilliant sunset, enveloping the sky and fields in golden hues, creating a majestic, enchanting, and romantic mountain scene. At this moment, right at the entrance of the training ground, Kai was submitting. The number of crystals they had collected one by one, Water and Wolverine suddenly spoke in confusion. Thunder, I'm worried. Were you the last one to come out? Did you only get 5 monster crystals? Thunder shrugged helplessly. Sir Knight, maybe I'm just unlucky? Maybe I'm just unlucky? Hearing this, he snorted coldly. Take off your equipment. A while later, lying on the yellowing grass, scented by the scorching Sunday, it was the sword and the heavy armor accessories being taken off. Resting on them, the only thing on their body was a thin layer of clothing. They teased the person in front. What? It's definitely not real! Weather angrily replied. No way. You must have hidden them in the mountains. I've seen many cunning people like you. If I find you hiding monster crystals, I will definitely deal with you. Before they could finish speaking, Thunder casually turned and waved goodbye. Say whatever you want. If you find it, it all belongs to you. Water, standing behind, shouted angrily, Don't get too cocky. If you really are that useless, if one day I catch you, you'll know what it's like, you lazy person. All right, seeing Munch still angrily shouting. Amused, they ran over and whispered, Thunder, how did you do that? Surely the number you got is not just this much, right? Thunder smiled mischievously, secretly. After saying that, Thunder quietly replied, You discovered it before. Returning to the past, when they were talking to themselves, when putting the monster crystals into the system, the crystals, in reality, would look like ordinary stones, having no effect at all. Continuing back to the present, they quietly analyzed the situation at that time. Every time after killing a monster, the system would automatically collect the monster crystals, while others had to search for them from the monster's corpse. Thinking of this, Thunder suddenly remembered at that time, taking advantage of Munch's distraction. Finally found it, they turned to speak quietly to the system. Okay, that's enough. They had eaten enough. Stopping for a moment, Thunder quietly reassured themselves. To avoid raising suspicion while hunting with others, they also paid special attention to controlling the system, not to collect them directly. Moreover, once the monster crystals are stored in the system, they cannot be taken out again to be used for trading at the shop. They would have to keep a few physical ones. At that time, a notification appeared with the words, You have received 10 primary crystals. Do you accept or decline? Looking at the screen, Thunder silently calculated in their head, only keeping 5, and not having to submit them. Unexpectedly, they could use this method to escape. Returning to the present time, Thunder was quietly checking the data. 10 primary monster crystals. 2 intermediate monster crystals. Ein super monster crystal. Hearing this, they quietly smiled in satisfaction and said, So, from the last exam, they thought the system was ineffective for weapons that had already been forged. I never expected the system would directly collect monster crystals. Inside, thinking about this, Thunder reminded himself, It seems I need to be more careful in the future in case that black guy discovers me. He definitely won't let it go. After thinking, Thunder suddenly sensed something unusual about the person behind him. Everyone else had already left. We should head back too, Kyle. What's wrong? Did you leave something behind? Seeing Kyle unresponsive, he quickly turned back to where he was standing. Kyle ignored him. Even with someone calling, he was still mumbling something with vacant eyes. The red door! I must go open the red door! Thunder exclaimed in confusion. What is the red door? What are you talking about? It hurts! Kyle complained, crying out. It hurts! It hurts! Completely unexpected by the actions of the person in front of him, Thunder awkwardly knelt beside Kyle. Calm down! Meanwhile, in another place, Munch anxiously looked around. Strange. Where did those two go? Tan replied in surprise. They were just behind us. How did they run off? Munch anxiously said. You all go ahead. I'll go back to find them, Slavia interrupted, suggesting, Wait, or should we? Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly disappeared like lightning. It's okay, I'll be right back. A moment later, in the forest, Munch hurriedly ran to Thunder and Kyle. It's really you two. What's going on? The others have gone far away. Thunder quickly explained the situation to him. Kyle, he's not doing well. He keeps talking about the red door. At this point, he paused a moment and pointed at the person sitting under the tree. The red door! I must go to the red door. That sound is calling me. Hearing this, Munch speculated. The red door that Kyle mentioned. Could it be that place? Pausing for a few seconds, the image of the giant red door suddenly appeared in his mind, continuing. Pharaoh Apartments Jail. In the pitch-black space, a large, glowing orb reflected light from above. Its voice slowly resonated. You've finally arrived. Thunder stood with his back to the orb. Who is speaking? The large orb calmly replied, I have always been waiting for you to find me. I will tell you a memory that you have been hidden from. Looking into the bright golden light of the orb that was gradually radiating, Thunder eagerly asked again, "Are you an AI?" It answered, "There are secrets between you and this world." Standing beneath the glowing orb, he continued slowly, facing the place where the golden light shines brightly. What secret is this? Like a gate separating the mystical world from reality. Despite Thunder's desperate cries to understand the memory orb, it suddenly shone brighter than ever. In just a few brief seconds, those streams of golden light were quickly extinguished by the giant gate, right before his eyes, not allowed to pass through. Faced with such a vividly real scene, Thunder was still reaching out. He suddenly jolted awake, realizing it was just a dream, but it felt so real. Thunder slowly sat up, looking at Kai lying on the bed next to him, by the red door. He silently speculated, could that red door be the one in Kai's dream? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the time they were in the forest. At that time, Munch had eagerly suggested, "Thunder, should we take him to the hospital?" Thunder was panicking, looking at the person in front of him. Kyle, what nightmare had he dreamt? He still covered his ears. "I don't remember anymore. I really don't remember anything." At this point, Kyle began to recount. "That day, I just happened to pass by there. Just looking through the red gate, stopping for a few seconds. His face suddenly turned pale. After that, the string of nightmare days began, but every time I woke up, I couldn't remember what I had seen in the dream, only feeling an overwhelming fear. As if my spirit had gradually stabilized, Kai sat leaning against the trunk of a tree at the red door. It seems like something is calling me. That feeling is growing stronger. I feel like I have to go see what it is." Munch heard that. Friends should not, but had to scold a few words. "You're crazy! That place is a prison. It's an absolute forbidden area. If you go in there, you'll be expelled." In response to Thunder's focused expression, he helplessly replied, "I know, but I have no other choice. If this continues, my brain will be tortured to death by those strange sounds." Hearing that, Thunder suggested, "As long as you don't get caught, it's fine." Unlike Kyle's surprised attitude, Munch was now loudly warning Thunder. "This isn't just about being expelled from the academy. If you're not careful, you could lose your life too." Thunder reached out to explain. "So what? As long as we use our skills, taking the opportunity at midnight, we definitely have a chance to sneak in. Do you want to go with us?" Munch replied confusedly. "What are you joking about?" Kyle awkwardly spoke up. "Thunder, just forget it. Don't make it hard for Munch anymore. If you're willing to go with me, that's enough for me." Despite trying not to make it difficult for Munch, he still casually said, "But Munch's latent skills are better than ours." "If we have his help," Kyle spoke quietly and sincerely, "then it would be like that. But if we bring him along, I feel very guilty." Continuously, the two in front intentionally pushed into an awkward position. Munch shouted angrily, "Fine, I get it. I'll go with you guys. Just hold on a bit," he calmly said. Back then, during the duel, he owed them a favor. Now it's like I'm repaying that favor. Thunder smiled eagerly. "Great, then let's do that. Later we will plan together." Returning to the present time, at this moment, Thunder was lying in the lightless room, he thought to himself. The red door of the Pharos Apartments prison might be the origin of the nightmare. But today, I also dreamt of that red door. Could it be that the prison of the academy truly hides the secrets of this world? Right at midnight the next day, at the Pharos Apartments prison, where two armored knights were standing guard, the gate seemed to blend into the dark night. Three shadows at that moment swiftly darted past the guard's line of sight with ease. Through the bushes, Thunder slightly rose to look outside. "That's the spot," Kyle quickly replied. "That's right." Munch felt restless at this moment. "Kyle, are you sure they didn't notice you?" The guard looked quite formidable. Kyle recalled the shift change while explaining, "If it were the black armored knights at the gate, then we definitely wouldn't get in. But after some observation, I found that from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. every Tuesday, they will change shifts with the white-belted knights." Pausing for a few seconds, he looked firmly at the gate. "This time frame is our opportunity," Munch quietly wondered. "It seems he has wanted to sneak in for a long time. Then why do they change shifts at this time every week?" Kyle shook his head, answering that he didn't know. "It might be that they gather and have a meeting together." Thunder focused and reminded, "Forget about them. Even if they are gathering for a meal, it doesn't matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately didn't hesitate. He widened his eyes to cast a spell, activating the dragon's eye with a penetrating view. The intricate architectural lines and the silhouettes of the night guards immediately appeared. A gigantic, hazy pillar emerged. The spiral staircase stretched on, surrounded by a mysterious woven architecture deep below. There were tiny figures walking like little blue lights. Lost in the magnificent structure, the white space gradually became endless. Piercing down into the dark abyss, it was an endless void. A gloomy black smoke was slowly rising, swallowing all the light. Back outside, Thunder was still silently trying to concentrate, looking deep into the inner structure, spreading into a dark screen. Even the dragon's eye couldn't see anything below. There must be something shady in there. Moreover, this prison was built underground. Thinking of this point, he suddenly withdrew his eye, returning to normal state. Pausing for a few seconds, Thunder suddenly looked up seriously. Looking at the bright moonlight shining across the night sky, it was somewhat unsettling. The dark night scene became increasingly tranquil, despite the wispy clouds drifting slowly. They were gradually rolling in to obscure the pure, shining jade moonlight. After a while, near the main gate area, two groups of guards were performing the shift change procedure. You have reached the meeting time. The rest, leave it to us, the little pond sighed. Finally, the shift was done. As if discovering something unusual, one of the soldiers spoke up, looking at his teammate. Huh, is there something unusual? The other quickly replied, no, nothing, let's go. The elders are still waiting for us. While no one is paying attention, Thunder was impatient to take action. Luckily, they had left, so let's follow the plan. Kyle immediately agreed. Okay, let's go. But unexpectedly, just as Kyle was about to head inside, someone suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. Wait, what do you guys want? He couldn't react in time. Kaiho and Thunder looked confused at the person in front of them. As soon as they turned around, they saw the person there. Kaiho and Thunder simultaneously shouted in surprise, Jasmine, why are you here? It turned out to be Jasmine, a third-year black belt student who couldn't hide her curiosity. Jasmine squatted down to look at them. I'm the one who should be asking you. I was just practicing around here when I saw you guys sneaking around. Kyle stammered. Us? As he hesitated. She quickly guessed, aren't you guys planning to sneak in there, Kyle? Caught off guard, Tim panicked and said, what do you mean? You came at just the right time. We were about to. But ironically, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the pile of wooden crates that were shielding them suddenly collapsed right in front of the guards. Oh no, how unlucky, right when we're on duty. Stop complaining, let's get to work. They didn't even notice Thunder's group. As they scrambled to flee the scene, the two soldiers remained focused on cleaning up. I told you to secure the weapon supplies properly. Now look what's happened. We have to reorganize everything from scratch. Clearly I tied the ropes tightly in the field. Maybe the rope quality was poor? Thunder turned to remind Kyle. The perimeter is moving. We need to hurry! Jasmine was so surprised that she couldn't stop talking. Even Munch said, you guys are crazy. What do you think this place is? Doing this is against the rules, not to mention it's dangerous inside. Kai, being pulled by his shirt continuously, could only call out for Thunder. What should I do about this guy? Thunder's face darkened as he approached, apologizing. If you've seen it, then we can only. Jasmine widened her eyes in fear. Are you guys planning to silence her? We're all classmates. We should care for each other. How could you take advantage of her not paying attention? Kai suddenly struck her on the neck from behind, causing Jasmine to faint. Seeing her completely unconscious, Kai now had to speak in a resigned whisper. You're talking too much. Honestly, I can't bear it. How about we leave her here? Thunder hoisted Jasmine onto his shoulder. And hand me the sword, he explained, unable to get through. If she wakes up and reports us, we're done for. For now, they just had to drag her along. Everyone went inside. A few seconds later, at the main gate, while the soldiers were busy tidying up, Thunder quietly reminded Munch, the guard arrangement is coming up soon. Haven't you finished yet? Munch, focused on picking the lock, replied calmly, that's a good quality. Don't rush to open it. Then, not noticing Thunder's group, successfully infiltrated, the soldiers were still arguing loudly. This time you need to tighten it up a bit. If it had been neatly arranged from the start, it wouldn't have fallen down so easily. I said it wasn't my fault. It must be the quality of the rope that's the problem. Tomorrow I'll go get a new batch, just like that. In the end, the red gate closed, just as it had been originally with no signs of intrusion. At the same time, in the darkness, a figure. The image of that AI was quietly heading towards the towering castle, with flickering lights and the bright red gate. It turned out not to be another AI, but Draven, who was hiding up high. This time, consider him seeking his own death. Stopping for a moment, he smiled knowingly. Lord JB will surely be very happy in a few minutes. Inside the castle, Thunder's group began to gather. They finally arrived. There are no doors inside. Luckily, I brought along a treasure to light the way. Munch took off his hat, surprised. Huh? This is Jasmine. Why is he here? Not noticing earlier, Kyle calmly replied, we were spotted by him. We'll have to take him along. He was surprised and burst out. Did you guys knock him out too? Thunder gently set Jasmine down on the ground. Still in a daze, Jasmine looked around with half-open eyes. This place is Kai. Apologetically stepping forward, Dan asked, is Jasmine okay? She saw Kyle and shouted, how dare you lay hands on a senior? I have to report you, he quickly explained. Senior Jasmine, listen to my explanation. We really had no choice. Despite the person in front making a fuss, Thunder's voice remained cold. You can only report us then. After all, we've already entered here. You can shout a little louder. Call the guards over. All of you will be expelled. Jasmine trembled with anger upon hearing this. Munch saw she was upset and hurriedly intervened. Thunder, don't add fuel to the fire, senior. Calm down. Don't listen to his nonsense. While Thunder was obediently keeping his distance, Kyle quickly stepped in to support Munch. That's right. We've all come in here anyway. We just want to take a look and then leave. You must be curious about what's in this prison, right? Despite those around trying to calm her down, Jasmine was still very angry at that moment. Looking at Thunder's indifferent back, it seems like there is a stick in his head. Balancing justice between reason and subconscious curiosity, Jasmine's tone is now a bit more conciliatory. I'll say it first, if trouble arises, I won't care about you guys. Kyle helplessly nods. Okay. We'll take care of ourselves. She snatched the torch and volunteered. I'm the senior. I will lead the way. You all have to listen to me, got it? He softly endures the orders. Just like that, after everything, the BA group suddenly has an involuntary member, Jasmine, Munch. Seeing the group go deeper, she feels a bit uneasy. This place doesn't look like a prison, but it doesn't imprison criminals either. Kyle is equally worried, unsure if this has always been a forbidden area. I've never heard of any prisoners being transferred here. I don't know why they always have guards, and at this moment Jasmine leads, calling out Khan a few times. I thought you guys came to investigate me after hearing something, Thunder curiously asked. If you say that, have you heard something before? Jasmine confidently replies, of course. Although it's called the Pharaoh Apartments Prison, the legends outside say that this place does not actually hold prisoners. At this point, she turns to look at them. Some say they use the pretense of holding prisoners to hide what they are really keeping, once those things appear. Pausing for a few seconds, Jasmine suddenly frowns seriously. It will cause great turmoil. Thunder, hearing this, can't hide his curious expression. I wonder what it is, Jasmine pouts, looking at him with judgmental eyes. Brat, this is just a legend, a legend! No one has ever gone in there to see it for themselves, unless they are one of the 3 knights or 6 elders. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly from outside, beams of green light unexpectedly appeared, rushing in. Suddenly hit by a powerful dark wind, Jasmine and the group panic and cover their noses. Why is there such a strong wind down here, so foul, unlike the panicked expressions of everyone around? Thunder suddenly becomes sensitive, as if he hears something. At the same time, Munch starts to feel tense, sweating. Shouldn't we just stop here? Well, we've made it this far. Jasmine awkwardly smiles. That's not a bad idea. Kyle leans against a pillar, panting. No, I must go further, at least to see what's in the dream. Hearing this, everyone around reluctantly agrees and lets it be. Then let's keep going. At that moment, from the quiet space, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes. At the same time, the people in the group began to take turns speaking. Finally arrived, this place just got here. Thunder and the others stared intently at the gigantic gate before them. Once again, there was a door standing in front of the towering gate before them. Munch exclaimed in amazement. The door is so big! Jasmine marveled, touching the surface of the door. What on earth is it made of? It feels like it has the color of time. Kyle suddenly concentrated magical power into his palms. Forget about it, we have to open it first. After saying that, he didn't hesitate, and used all his strength to push the gigantic gate. Munch stood behind, worried. I don't think this is a good idea, Kyle shouted with all his might. Don't just stand there watching, help out already! While the other 3 were struggling together to move it, Thunder calmly called upon the dragon's eye, while Jasmine teasingly laughed at everyone's worried expressions. With that momentum, I thought you could do it alone. Kyle pretended not to hear, pushing the 2 people beside him who were still struggling. Jasmine continued, if you can't do it, then don't force it. At the same time, in another aspect, Thunder was quietly listening, the dragon's eye still unable to see anything inside. This place must have been enchanted with some high-level magic or has something installed to keep it particularly sealed. After a while, the gate still showed no sign of moving. Jasmine lowered her head, panting. We can't open this door, it must be locked, right? Munch wiped his sweat. Maybe we should go back, behind this door. There must be something extraordinary. Kyle angrily turned to Thunder for less chatter. I won't go back, Thunder, you come help out too. He replied in surprise. Oh, I'm coming right now, as Thunder placed his hand on the door. The system screen immediately displayed the question, do you want to open the door? Is it? He wondered, surprised that it had this capability. Without any hesitation, Thunder quickly pressed the button. In an instant, the internal mechanical joints. Immediately, they moved in unison like gears, standing before the giant door that was slowly opening. Whoa, Munch bewilderedly asked. Thunder, what did you do? He shrugged, showing he didn't know. I don't know either. I just touched it, and it opened by itself, despite the wheels still continuously turning inside. But the magical sphere only illuminated a part in front of them. Completely unable to see inside, Kyle was now eagerly suggesting, let's go. As soon as Kyle's words ended, a moment of fear took over. Everyone's inner feelings did not notice the ominous atmosphere deep inside. Thunder's group continued to slowly go deeper and deeper, until the whole group was startled by a series of eerie sounds. Despite Jasmine hugging him tightly and panicking, she yelled, What is that noise? Thunder coldly ordered. Hey, let go, Kyle awkwardly replied. It's me. I think I just stepped on something, he said, looking towards the increasingly bright lantern. Munch fearfully pointed ahead. There, is that Bones? Kyle calmly replied. It could be some kind of beast. Munch was getting more and more confused. How can a dragon die so easily? While everyone was debating, Thunder quietly turned his face away, thinking it looked quite formidable. Why did it die here, I wonder? At the same time, Jasmine also joined in the speculation. Maybe it was purged by a knight. After a while, the group continued to bravely delve deeper into the dark dungeon. Thunder frowned. It seemed there was no more path ahead. Jasmine couldn't hide her relieved tone upon hearing that. Finally, we can get out. At that moment, Kyle suddenly called out loudly. Everyone looked down. There's a very spacious area. Jasmine looked into the iron-barred windows below the abyss, which seemed like an empty prison. Munch hurriedly replied, but it looked too much like a mosquito nest. Thunder couldn't help but feel confused. But there's nothing inside. A few seconds later, Munch went to check each iron cage. What I worry about is that they have already escaped. What I wanted to see, I saw. Pausing for a few seconds, he continued, honestly, we should go back. Jasmine immediately agreed. I agree. If there's a beast trapped here, then it definitely isn't an ordinary one. Saying this, she couldn't hide her worried expression. If it has escaped, then it's even more dangerous. Thunder then leaned against the wall. Kyle, we have indeed gone quite far. We need to hurry out before the night changes shifts, regardless of everyone trying to persuade. Kyle stubbornly continued his steps. No, you guys don't understand. Saying this, he put all his hope into sliding down the deep path. We just need to go a little further to uncover the truth. Seeing Kyle getting harder to let go, Thunder hurriedly chased after Kyle. Don't go down any further. Not caring about him. He aimlessly moved forward. I heard a call. It's down there. Looking at the figure gradually obscured by the night, Thunder shouted anxiously, Kyle, stop! But just as he was about to slip into the iron cage, suddenly out of nowhere, a beam of green light appeared once again, standing against the powerful force of the magic flow. Thunder exclaimed in shock. This is bad! Man looked around in confusion. What is that? Thunder asked. At the moment, he was still reaching out to shield himself from the wind. Suddenly, something was blown out from the beam of light. In an instant, Kyle was slammed hard against the rugged cliff above. Munch saw this and shouted, Kyle! Faced with a life-and-death situation, Thunder bravely stepped forward with his sword. Shielding the three behind him, he calculated carefully. The situation didn't look good, but just as he thought, Thunder saw a shadow of a giant monster slowly approaching. At that moment, a wave of destructive force came crashing down. A massive dark foot crushed the ground, causing everything to shatter into pieces. At the same time, Jasmine's voice trembled from behind. No, it can't be. That's a king-level monster. She paused for a few seconds after saying this, staring at the complete form of the monster before her, the Mezu Bull. The Mezu Bull monster roared across the sky, with its bright red eyes, bright and swirling with green energy around its body, full of ferocity. Just a few beats after it appeared, it made Thunder's group fall to the ground at a different angle. They fell to the ground at a different angle. Mezu saw Jasmine lying in pain on the ground. It immediately charged toward her with murderous intent. Seeing it approach her, getting closer and closer, Munch anxiously shouted, Jasmine, move! She helplessly replied, trembling, My legs! In an instant, Jasmine was suddenly grabbed by the giant hand of the monster. Mezu tightened its grip on her, not knowing what to do except scream in sheer terror. Immediately, Munch jumped up urgently from afar, striking hard at Mezu's hand. Let her go! The monster released Jasmine, who was quickly dropped. Without hesitation, he rushed in with the remaining sword, cutting through the layers of Mezu's flesh. As Munch withdrew, he jumped to the side. Jasmine began to speak, sighing in relief. That was close. I thought I was going to die. He quickly asked, That was dangerous. Jasmine, can you stand up? Let's stop for a few seconds. He looked frantically at Mezu, focusing its magical energy into its two horns, tense, ready to unleash an attack. Jasmine, get up quickly. If not, we're all going to die. In just a few short seconds, Mezu seemed to have fully unleashed its blue energy. Its power surged into fierce lightning bolts, blinding the space. It showed no hesitation and let out a roar. Then it charged forward, its fist aimed at the two people who were fleeing. Witnessing Mezu's powerful punch about to fall, Munch's eyes widened in horror. Barely 3 seconds passed. Mezu's strong blow to the ground created a shockwave that shook the earth. At the same time, Kyle, in a different position, was also affected by the impact. He was thrown far away, trembling. Holding his wounds, he gasped, looking around. What just happened? What kind of monster is that? Kyle worried silently. Munch! They were fortunately in Kyle's sight. At that moment, it was the scene of Thunder and the beast Nova. They were desperately resisting the tremendous power of Mezu. Kyle sighed in relief. Don't worry, they're fine. At the same time, Munch looked at Nova in confusion. Why is this beast helping us? Thunder was using all his strength, gritting his teeth, trembling, with no time to explain. You just need to know it's on our side. Don't worry, hold on a bit. He anxiously ordered, Nova, first take Jasmine to a safe place. Munch was bewildered, unable to believe it was obeying the command, sliding away. Thunder quickly reminded the person next to Munch, Conceal your aura. Wait until I catch it, then use one strike to finish it. He continued to question. Thunder, can't we do it this way? You've seen its power. Ignoring the thousands of questions in the mind of the person behind, Thunder swiftly approached Mezu. You speak briefly, trust me. Munch heard this and quickly transformed and ran away. Okay, I got it, be careful. Thunder, now at ease, shouted a challenge. Come on, big guy. As Thunder's words ended, Mezu immediately lunged at him. The force was so strong that it knocked his sword away, leaving no other choice. Thunder urgently concentrated all his mana, desperately holding onto the massive horn. He silently fumed. Damn it, this guy's strength is too much. Despite Thunder struggling between life and death, Mezu continued wildly, cold-blooded, forcefully slamming him into the rock like a true warrior. Thunder was pinned against the rock by the horn, still refusing to let go. "Give up, I won't let go." Just as the opportunity arose, he suddenly shouted, "Munch!" At this moment, Munch was sitting on Mezu's back. Using all his strength, he plunged the sword into its body. Die! But ironically, at the moment of decision, Munch was stunned to realize. What? He thought in despair. What can't possibly penetrate? Its skin was as hard as steel. At the same time, Kyle shouted from a distance, "Signal, Munch, get out of the way!" He was surprised. "Kyle!" But unfortunately, just as Kyle sped forward, the blade couldn't withstand the hardness of the skin. The flesh of Mezu shattered on its own. He then displayed a stunned expression and silently exclaimed, causing the sword to break in two. He ignored everyone around him who was desperately attacking. Mezu suddenly unleashed a barrage of magical lightning, sending those nearby flying back 10 meters, long after being controlled by Mezu. Thunder, filled with vigor, shouted, "You won't escape!" From another viewpoint through the system, he silently selected the mana absorption skill, activating it as soon as the choice was set. His mana value immediately skyrocketed. Quickly seizing the opportunity, Thunder hurriedly used a somersault, jumping out of Mezu's encirclement, letting himself hover in mid-air. He took the chance to focus all the mana. Finally, the absorbed mana value was successful. Thunder seriously created a powerful stream of fire in both fists. He silently reminded himself to concentrate the energy, then focused on attacking. Thinking of this, he was like a wild beast, clawing a path across Mezu's body, causing it to howl in pain as fresh blood spilled everywhere. Thunder secretly laughed triumphantly. The attack was effective. The old man's special training also had some effect. But suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Kyle loudly reminded Thunder to be careful. As soon as his words ended, Mezu was frantically charging toward them. The situation was once again reversed with a single throw from Mezu, causing Thunder to stagger, sliding across the rough ground. He silently cried out in helplessness, his body unresponsive, as if he had no strength left. Thunder gritted his teeth, trembling, he silently thought. Besides the paralyzing effect of the electric attack, for the monster, the most important thing was still the moment of absorbing too much mana, leading to his body not adapting in time. Damn it, this body's endurance is too weak. He paused for a few seconds to look. Mezu was slowly approaching, making him more and more anxious. If he didn't think of a solution, then in that moment, in a dire situation, Thunder suddenly froze, confused as he looked at a distant point. Far away, what caught his eye was a figure. Ironically, Garden had used his rich experience to turn it into an advantage in less than a minute. He once again chopped off all of Mezu's fingers to the astonishment of everyone around. In an instant, the pain tore through, ripping flesh. Causing Mezu to scream loudly, his hatred quickly doubled. Mezu, with his eyes bloodshot, rushed in to slaughter, like a mad butcher. It ran so fast that the debris around suddenly sank into a cloud of dust, continuously agitated. Mezu became furious, its nose exhaling 2 streams of white smoke. Its eyes also carried a fierce glint, taking advantage of the moment before Mezu realized the situation. Garden calmly stood on its back. "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing his voice, Mezu's bloodshot eyes immediately showed a rare tension in less than 2 seconds. Mezu immediately displayed a rare tension in less than 2 seconds. Its sturdy head suddenly fell to the ground easily. Under the guidance of the person next to him, Kyle was now swaying. "This is resolved!" Munch exclaimed in admiration. "Well done!" In another corner, Thunder stealthily moved to where Nova was hiding. Nova turned back. At the same time, Thunder looked at the system screen. You wondered, is the new ability due to the damage from absorbing electricity? A moment later, Garden was in the position of carrying Jasmine forward. Fortunately, the magic power of that monster left was not much. Otherwise, it would have been hard for me to keep my life. Taking this opportunity, there weren't too many troubles yet. "Let's go! Follow me!" The full moon illuminated the quiet night. The clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky, creating a mystical scene. You all were walking while shivering, asking, "What about you?" "No one has to explain anything to me. Why are we—" Munch hesitantly looked at his sturdy back. "Are we going to be expelled?" Not realizing Jasmine was pretending Minman was innocent, Garden continued puffing on his cigar. "You should feel lucky, because there's still a chance of expulsion, and you dared to break into the dungeon." Pausing for a moment, he said, "Just surviving is not easy." Kyle and Munch heard this, and they both bowed their heads. Sorry, seeing that. Caden suddenly felt a twinge of compassion in his heart. He glanced at them a few times, then pondered. After a moment of thought, Thunder used his most relaxed tone. "But you can live after fighting the beasts. If you expel them like this, it would be a pity. If you agree to keep it a secret with me—" "Of course, I will pretend I didn't see you." Just as his words ended, Kyle, Thunder and Munch exchanged relieved smiles. It was a full and bright moon in the dark blue night sky, sprinkled with tiny stars, bringing a sense of peace like never before. A thick spider web like a skeletal frame covered a corner of the old brick wall. Caden pushed the door with force, feeling confused but had to respond. "How does this door open?" Thunder hesitated to lie. "When we arrived, it was already open." Kale looked at him in surprise. "Huh?" That's right, Caden still couldn't shake off the suspicion. Why is it still open? That's strange. But suddenly, at that moment, the gate began to close slowly. Thunder, standing behind, suddenly heard that haunting voice of the AI. I will be here waiting for you. His face turned pale. He thought to himself that he had heard this voice before in a dream. Without waiting for the other party to react, that eerie voice continued to echo in Thunder's head. Wait until you are strong enough, then it will be time to pass. Swinging at midnight, in the hospital, the academy, the principal was worried at this moment. Checking the injuries, it was indeed true. How did the training result in such a situation, bringing 4 people at once? You guys really messed up. Garden was smoking calmly while laughing, causing you to worry, and this time it was just an accident. The principal coldly reminded, saying more wouldn't help. Explain yourself at the elder meeting tomorrow. Don't, principal. Just external wounds, while CAI was lying in the hospital bed. Hearing that, he whispered, Captain CA, you should help us cover this up a bit. Thunder was then lying in the bed next to him, speaking aimlessly as if hoping. Pausing for a few seconds, he pondered again. The way the Duke is acting spoiled is really scary. After thinking about it, he suddenly sat up and looked at Kyle. That said, Kyle, why didn't you listen to our warnings back then and insisted on going deeper into the cave? Our warnings, and you insisted on going deeper into the cave, he replied, sounding very awkward. I'm sorry, I can't explain clearly. After pausing for a few seconds, Cal frowned in helplessness. I just simply wanted to keep going. I couldn't control myself. Thinking about his own body, Munch listened to this. He eagerly raised the thick book, knowing the reason for it. Pausing for a few seconds, he continued speaking. Just now, I found in the book Bewitching Beasts, at the king level of the Divine Bull. Besides the element of magic manipulating lightning, there is also a type of ability called a labyrinth. Thunder and Kai across from him both opened their mouths in surprise. The labyrinth of the mind stands among the windows. It is softly shining with warm rays of sunlight, telling the legend of this bull-headed monster. It is the offspring of the white bull when sacrificed to the gods and the queen of the land. At the moment, the calf cried out at birth when the king learned about this situation. Unable to accept the truth, remembering distant, isolated places, the king ordered to have a labyrinth built on the island. At the edge of the world, a huge labyrinth was constructed, and guards were sent to oversee it. The bull-headed monster born will be bound by its own body. After death, its soul cannot escape, time passes. The labyrinth gradually matures within the maze, but it is just a bull-headed monster. It possesses the power of the divine and along with its maturity, its body becomes an obsession to escape the labyrinth, gradually evolving into a type of spreading influence ability, enchanting those around with the divine power it carries. The labyrinth can easily cause the enchanted to lose control of their thoughts. They will be governed by a type of the strongest emotion directing their body to act. While Thunder is silently disgusted by this ridiculous legend, can humans and bulls really produce offspring? At this moment, Kyle looked sympathetic. If that's the case, this creature is quite pitiful. What will happen to it in the future, Munch? The answer is not written in the book. Perhaps it has already escaped outside? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to encounter it in the underground prison. Hearing this, Kyle stroked his chin in contemplation. It makes sense. It must have produced many generations afterward. Speaking of which, my nightmares could be due to this reason. Munch quickly replied, very likely. Thunder silently looked at him a few times. I was lost in thought. That's right, isn't it? If Kyle's nightmare is a bull-headed monster. And what about the sound you heard? At that moment, Carden pushed the door and entered. The principal said your issues are not concerning. Just take good care of your health these days. You can be discharged next week. Thunder and Kaio secretly felt frustrated. Just now, you were clearly being scolded. Thunder suddenly remembered something. Ben called the CA officer. About that, Carden casually asked, worried about my injury? Hold on a second, he smiled confidently. It's nothing serious. Just 2 broken ribs. For people like us, this is just a daily occurrence. Hearing that, Thunder looked at him with a blank expression. No, I just wanted to ask, did you get the king-level monster crystal? Our part in that. No sooner had your words ended, Carden immediately shouted angrily. Don't even think about it. This is my reward. Don't even consider why I was injured. Thunder lowered his head in defeat. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 just in a blink. Carden was able to return to his original emotional state. He waved his hand to leave. You all rest, wait for tomorrow for another full checkup. But at the same time, Thunder hurriedly called out, right, I have one more problem. Hold on a second, you said in a serious tone. I didn't get to ask earlier. How did the CA officer know we broke into the prison? Kyle was just as curious. That's right, only a few people know about this. Let's assume Jasmine reported it. It would also take some time. You all were just puffing on cigars. Calmly looking at them, you guys are so eager to know the secrets. That's the informant. Inform me. Thunder quietly doubted the informant. You recalled that night, it turned out you were always being watched. Suddenly, Munch remembered. I once heard rumors in the academy. Between the academy and the students, there are still some people. They hide among the crowd in the academy, protecting students from being harmed. Kyle quickly understood, he continued, to put it bluntly. It's actually those responsible for keeping secrets. Garden was too lazy to explain clearly. That's roughly it. Don't expect to ask me any more questions. Focus on the things you should be concerned about. Thunder sighed a few times and thought. The more you delve into the matter, the more complicated it gets. The secrets in this academy are not just simply what was seen that night. The golden system display suddenly showed a picture of 5 colorful orbs placed in hand. Thunder lay on the bed, looking at the system. He pondered silently, saying that the ability just acquired was to completely absorb the element. Stop for a moment to read the content, they continued silently. The opponent's ability to absorb magic enhances the power of magic of the same type as themselves. Right now, it has no effect on them. Should they find an opportunity to learn some magic? Thinking of this, Thunder suddenly turned to look at Kyle, who was sleeping in the bed next to him, and felt worried. Next to him, they felt worried. Nova's situation also troubled them, asking others to help keep it confidential. The Count did not ask any further. Surely it hasn't been discovered yet. Just as they saw Kyle slightly stirring in his sleep, Thunder silently speculated about Kyle. This guy seems to no longer dream of nightmares. Could it be that the monster really had an influence? Why was the morning so clear with white clouds drifting lazily, lying deep within the elegant bamboo grove? At that time, it was a spacious villa. Right now, inside, the courtyard was constantly emitting powers that tore through the wind. Brought by Thunder himself, Elder Feng stood opposite, wiping sweat. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the young boy, doing quite well. This attacking state is very suitable for him. Thunder stood straight, looking at the very sharp sword. But I find this state. My sword mainly serves a defensive purpose, and using my fists to attack always feels insufficient. Elder Feng replied, "What you said makes sense," as if he suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened in excitement as he clapped his right hand. "That thing I should give you." Thunder was confused upon hearing this. After a moment, Elder Feng said. He sat down, searching through each drawer. Where could it be? I remember putting it here. Thunder quickly declined, politely. If it can't be found, then never mind. They thought to themselves, what good could be stored in a place like this? In response to their surprised expression, Elder Feng joyfully exclaimed, "Found it." Stopping for a few seconds, he proudly took out a large pair of gloves in front of Thunder. Dragon Turtle Fist, they thought, their face going pale. This name couldn't be worse. Thunder reluctantly put the gloves on. "Is this thing really usable?" Elder Feng calmly explained. "Don't rush, it will adjust." It adjusts according to the shape of the user, just as he said. The fist was slowly shrinking in size, fitting snugly on their hand. They couldn't help but be surprised. They instinctively moved their hand up and down a few times to check. Thunder was stunned, eyes wide open. "Is this made from monster crystals?" Elder Feng proudly said, "Not bad, right? But unfortunately, it's only made from medium-level monster crystals. If it were made from high-level monster crystals, it would be much more powerful." Stop for a moment. He crossed his arms and continued, "Although I also want to have higher-level weapons, but it wouldn't be fair to the other participants in the match." Thunder was confused and didn't understand. "Participants in the match?" Elder Feng replied indirectly. "Have you never heard of it? Don't you go to class every day to listen to lectures? Don't rush to hide the truth. You're a truant when it comes to social studies." "Just tell me!" Elder Feng began to recount seriously. "All second-year students will participate in the academy competition. Once a year, the academy will hold a combat format. One-on-one matches to select the top 5 students from the academy. In a grand arena, these 5 will represent the academy in the competition, to compete in a multinational martial arts tournament against the strongest in the world." At this point, Elder Feng laughed, pointing at Thunder. "This punch is for you. He's my student. I hope at least you'll make it into the top 10. He smiled, giving a thumbs up. "Still holding on to hope for me?" He generously set the condition. "If you know how to utilize it and achieve a high ranking, then later, I can give it to you." Thunder responded with interest. "Then I thank you in advance." The old man paused for a moment. "Feng." The elder suddenly spoke thoughtfully. "We already have weapons. We still need to make some defensive gear, like armor or shields, something like that. Later, when going out on missions, the sword will also be useful." After a while, in the bustling city, people were walking around. Earlier, he was startled to hear that AI's voice coming from the weapon shop. "What? It's that expensive?" Sam coldly replied as he carried each box of goods. "That's the price. If you think it's too expensive, go find another place to buy." Thunder decided that the previous argument couldn't justify such a high price. Annoyed, he tapped his fingers on the table. "My prices are set fairly. Defensive gear made from intermediate monster crystals costs 10 basic monster crystals, or 1,000 coins. As for outside, Ra told you to pay an additional 10 basic monster crystals." At this point, he suddenly put on a cunning face, whispering that it was the fee to keep me quiet. "Actually, I'm not interested in finding out where your monster crystals come from." Hearing this, Thunder gritted his teeth. "Fine," he thought darkly. How annoying. Although they had no evidence of him hoarding monster crystals, if it were revealed and he was put under special care, it would be harder for him to hunt alone later on. Keeping monster crystals, but if he was exposed and placed under special care, it would be harder for him to hunt alone later on. Thinking of this, they suddenly decisively threw the crystal bag onto the table. Doing your job well. All attention immediately focused on the crystal bag. Sam smiled industrially for a while, then accepted. Okay, our craftsmanship. Rest assured, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Thunder just leaned against the wall, watching him excitedly shout, work, work. They silently mocked. The deceptive nature of humanity really exists in every profession. Just as they finished thinking, Thunder suddenly heard someone calling. Thunder! What a coincidence! They were surprised to greet Slavia. Did you come to get equipped too? She smiled gently. There's no class today, so we have a break. Not realizing the other person's embarrassed expression, Thunder stepped closer, whispering, I advise you to change to another shop. This shop? The owner isn't the most reputable businessman. Just now, Slavia seemed unconcerned. Is that so? She stomped over, banging the table. Is the owner here? Sam quickly replied. Coming right away. Please wait a moment. He awkwardly smiled at her. Oh dear. Isn't this the young lady from the theater? Distinguished guest, please come inside. Slavia angrily pointed toward the stairs. No need, I'm here for something. Also, I want to ask about the price of the armor using intermediate monster crystals for my friend. Thunder stood with arms crossed, looking at her, silently surprised. The person who called earlier was the young lady Slavia. She comes from the prestigious SAO family. After leaving the blacksmith shop for a while, Slavia unexpectedly placed the items in Thunder's hands. I've retrieved the monster crystals that he had taken excess, Thunder nervously replied. Thank you. At this moment, they suddenly thought, being human, SAO treats others so differently in just a few small moments. Thunder unconsciously remembered Sebastian's words. In the past, the child of a knight was a knight, the child of a farmer was a farmer. They thought that although that name is nauseating to others, the words he spoke might indeed be a mirror. Nauseating, but the words he spoke might indeed be a mirror. Reflecting the dark side of this world, returning to reality, Thunder hurriedly searched for something, and Slavia said, As a reward, this is a gift for you. Standing under the bright sunlight, they gently took out the purple shining stone. Intermediate monster crystal. The bear, Wally, was handed a stone by Thunder. Why can't I accept it? It's worth more than 10 basic monster crystals. Why can't I accept it? It's worth more than 10 basic monster crystals. Pulling Thunder, they decisively suggested, Take it. I already have armor and weapons. Keeping this won't do anything. You might need it. After saying that, they quickly turned around and waved goodbye. I'm going to check out other equipment. See you next time, they said while raising their hand. Despite the one they loved having left who knows when, Slavia still stood alone under the warm sunlight. At that moment, she couldn't help but inadvertently reveal her bashful features, gently cherishing the stone. Blushing, smiling happily, Thunder, a few days later, at the weapon shop, suddenly a pleasant voice rang out. Sam responded cheerfully. I'm glad you're satisfied. Pausing for a few seconds, he smiled soothingly. I didn't know you and the princess of the theater were friends. If I have offended in any way, please forgive me. As friends, if I have offended in any way, please forgive me. Thunder was happily checking the armor while thinking. The study of chi had yielded decent results, along with the armor and the fist. The old man made him think of this. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go hunting for higher-level monsters. Time flew by. At that moment, in a luxurious ancient room, JB was standing admiring the evening sunset scenery. Unexpectedly, this kid got lucky and was still able to survive. Returning from prison, Draven respectfully maintained a kneeling position. According to what the subordinates knew, someone was tracking them and had informed the police. It was the police who rescued them, GB grumbled irritably. This regime hasn't had any effect for a long time. Draven quickly added a few more words. Originally, there were 3 knights beside them. Now, with the police's interference in front of them, it was temporarily a bit difficult to take action. Pausing for a few seconds, he bowed his head hesitantly, wanting to see if black could be reduced. How about that? Jimmy leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. Not in a hurry. Dennis was someone who could be influenced, but after all, he was one of the 3 knights. I must verify his loyalty. I'll see how it goes. Hearing this, Draven hesitated, then GB took the initiative to order him to call that person away. Aside from reducing black, he might be the easiest to deal with. Tell him that if he can succeed, the Pureblood Guild will offer him a new position. Draven stood up, saying that his subordinate would notify immediately, while he still had time before leaving. JB suddenly remembered something. He quickly spoke up. Oh right, hold on a moment. He glanced with half an eye, radiating a killing intent. If you fail, then there's no need to call him back to report to me, Draven immediately replied. That night, standing tall under the shimmering white moonlight, at that time it was a rugged mountain, towering right in the hunting area of Sunluk. Just like the others in the group, they turned to look at the person next to them. The Sunlock hunting area has to make a big catch today, Kyle immediately agreed. We need to quickly gather enough money and get enough weapons, Munch was saying from behind. Smiling gratefully, Thunder sincerely said, I don't know how to express this. Thank you, Ian quickly chimed in. Later, when I have the strength, I will repay you even more. Thunder was flustered, sweating. Are you talking to me? Tan ran over, grabbing Thunder by the collar. He teased, Brother, I know you're embarrassed, but we really appreciate you. Suddenly remembering something, Thunder ran over to Slavia. I guess it has to do with you. Mary saw this and mischievously waved. I won't be a hindrance anymore. I'll back off. Slavia turned red upon hearing this, panicking. Mary looked at Thunder, confused, trying to explain. The glass girl goalie that you gave me, I exchanged it for money. In your name, I distributed it to everyone. Look, I have a very good backing, and if I keep it, it won't be used. Seeing him remain silent from beginning to end, Slavia chattered on. I'm sorry, I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. Will you be angry? As soon as she finished speaking, Thunder suddenly lunged forward, placing both hands on her shoulders. No. He didn't stop for a few seconds. He smiled gently. Slavia, I think you have the qualities to be a good leader. Upon hearing this, Slavia couldn't help but blush, stunned by the series of impressed expressions from everyone. She awkwardly pushed him. You jerk! Why are you suddenly being serious like this? Thunder helplessly exclaimed. Oh my! Seeing Thunder completely confused, Kyle sighed, walking over. You need to be honest with me, between you and Slavia. Is there really nothing going on, Thunder? Tilting his head, making a series of big question mark expressions. His meaning was, Kyle, just close your eyes and give up. Your brain is even harder than a piece of wood, promise me. From now on, when you see Ami, don't treat her like that, like those difficult subjects in your curriculum. Thandong heard his reminders and could only remain silent. After a long silence, the night sky. The black and white clouds passed over a few tiny, twinkling stars in the mysterious night. From afar, the shadow of two gigantic black insects was rushing towards them at the speed of light. As a natural reflex, through each tough battle, they quickly grabbed their weapons. Everyone pay attention, something's happening, Munch quickly exclaimed, signaling to prepare for battle. In an instant, the swarm fled. The green-winged bugs began to gather in front of the group. Thunder stood in a corner, using dragon eyes. You quietly assess, they are all primary monsters, not a big deal. Just as Thunder predicted, Tan and Kyle are eagerly charging in. Cutting through these dragonflies is way too easy. Isn't there anything more challenging to prove my combat skills have improved? Am I destined to become a master sooner or later? Meanwhile, in another place, Munch is alone using the sword fusion technique, slicing through dragonflies in a heartbeat. Right after finishing, he quickly takes a breather, wiping sweat from his brow. He doesn't notice anything rising from below the ground. Thunder panics and shouts, Munch, be careful! That's the armor bug of the great strength god! As soon as he hears the warning, Munch quickly gains momentum and jumps high. He is now suspended in mid-air, looking down in confusion. Intermediate monster, Tan is caught off guard. Pointing the spear directly at the armor bug, he smirks, looking for an intermediate monster. It's just a bug. He says this without any hesitation. He charges in and stabs at the bug's belly. In an instant, it has been. Tan uses all his strength to throw it away several feet, looking at the collision that shattered the crystal. His eyes widen in confusion, not expecting this one's shell to be so hard. Thunder tries to keep his voice calm. Everyone, spread out! Many armor bugs are about to come forward. Just as Thunder finishes speaking, the bugs start to rise from the ground, surrounding the group. Kyle is struggling alone, swinging his sword down, fighting the swarm of bugs. But due to the difference in body structure, he cannot harm them. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Their shells are too hard. In another position, Slavia is also trying to provide support from behind for Mary. Don't even think about getting a chance. Mary takes the opportunity to shoot arrows continuously at the front, she announces. I can hardly shoot through their armored shells. At Ian's position, Tan and Munch are also very tense. The three of them huddle together, panting, cursing under their breath. Suddenly, Tan notices something appearing to his left. An armor bug is thrown into the air, exposing its insides. Thunder appears with his body engulfed in blazing flames. His hands are red hot. And as the insects see this, his expression turns cold. He hisses through clenched teeth. Get lost! Thunder charges in alone, with the flames burning, systematically eliminating them. Cleanly, the swarm of bugs is defeated in one strike. Give it to me! Munch exclaimed in astonishment. Amazing! Tan is drawn to that blazing fire, so curious. What new weapon does this person have? Why are they so skilled? Munch guessed aloud. It seems to be an advisor of the Martial Arts Association. Let him borrow it. Hearing that, he cried tears of regret. How annoying! Such a good opportunity! It feels like I chose the wrong association, while Thunder is still fighting. But I must control my abilities. I can't show that it's too easy. To avoid these guys suspecting my weapon, I see I'm struggling alone. He just remembered he had teammates, turned around, and shouted for them. How long are you guys going to just watch? Come help already. Munch quickly replied, coming. Right after that, Mary jumped. She leaped high, aiming at the beetle's head, shooting an arrow that hit perfectly. Then Slavia assisted with the legendary shield in hand. She also jumped high, gaining momentum to strike down hard with the shield right on the beetle's forehead. It hit with great force, sending him flying up. The sword pierced straight into the beetle's shell and shouted, come out! Being able to do that, Tan immediately withdrew his wooden stick and charged in. Here, he fiercely slashed down. It broke cleanly, cutting the beetle in half, causing the slime to splatter. Its green color splashed everywhere. But that's not all, Ian. Taking the chance, he broke off one of its sharp claws, which fell high. Without hesitation, he thrust that sharp tip right into the beetle's belly. Time passed, and the beetle fell again. The battle ended as well. Tan sighed in relief. Finally done. After that, he bent down to admire the pile of trophies, his face full of excitement. This time they are big. This place is filled with mid-level monsters. They can definitely produce mid-level monster crystals, Munch. Also cheered when holding the glowing object in hand. Yes, it is a mid-level monster crystal. Thunder opened the system screen, reviewing in his mind, reflecting on tonight's events. He already got 2 crystals, the rest is for them. But that said, it's strange how many mid-level monster crystals have gathered together like this. It seems like a planned action. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. Startling him, he realized the issue. Thunder looked up at the high sky. There, a flock of birds was frantically flying around. What's going on? What are these birds thinking? He decided to use his abilities to see. What are these birds thinking? He decided to use his powers to take a look. Dragon's eyes. As soon as his vision was extended, the distance it covered startled him. He discovered a blazing beam of light spreading throughout the forest. Thunder quickly turned around, loudly announcing the situation to his teammates. I know everyone is paying attention. The fire is heading towards us. But for those without dragon eyes like Tan, they can't see the fire. Can't see it at all. At that moment, Mary quickly flew up to a branch. High enough to observe, she confirmed. Thunder wasn't wrong. I can see the flames now. Kyle also lay flat, pressing his ear to the ground to listen. The sounds everywhere were chaotic footsteps. The animals were all fleeing. Hearing the dangerous situation approaching, Tan hurriedly shouted, "So what are we waiting for? Let's retreat!" But Thunder announced some concerning news. I'm afraid it might be too late. Mary jumped down from the branch, explaining the situation further. We are surrounded by flames! Then she suddenly remembered something. She turned to Slavia and said, Slavia, the rescue stone is with you, right? Quickly send out a signal. Now we can only rely on the knight to come help. But her answer confused everyone. I already sent the signal earlier, but it had no effect at all. Tan began to panic. It can't be, right? Is it broken at a time like this? Suddenly, Thunder noticed a shadowy figure appearing from within the flames. He immediately turned to stand in front, loudly asking for the identity of the other party. Who is that? From the large fire, 3 figures with strange appearances were fully clad in fiery red and wearing black masks appeared. One of them suddenly widened their golden eyes, shining brightly. Munch wondered, are they here to rescue us? But looking at their appearance, Thunder immediately denied. It seems not. Kyle, standing beside. 5. He was so anxious that he shouted, You are the ones who started the fire, right? What do you want? They didn't bother to answer. He used his sword, signaling with his hand. Immediately, he charged forward using chains. The first person to get hit was Munch. He was struck hard, sending his body flying backward. Kyle worriedly called out to his friend. But just then, one of the 3 rushed in to attack Munch. Over here, Thunder also became highly alert, his eyes focused in one direction as if waiting. Sure enough, another one appeared, delivering a decisive blow. However, fortunately, he quickly blocked it with Thunder's dragon eye. Facing that strange face, he almost questioned the other party. Who exactly are you? Thunder struggled against the force from the red-skinned man. He gritted his teeth and questioned, Why are you attacking us? Suddenly, Thunder's iron gloves were cut. Startling him, he glanced and noticed something unusual. This guy's sword is not an ordinary weapon. I can feel the significant difference right now. You quickly choose to step back to save yourself. At this moment, Tan is helping Munch get up from the recent blow. Munch, are you all right? He struggles, his voice breaking. I'm fine, Thunder. They see that Thunder's situation is not optimistic. Ian quickly speaks up. I'll go help, as he steps forward a bit. Suddenly, the fire spreads rapidly, causing Ian to halt. Be careful, the fire separates everyone into 2 sides. Thunder falls silent, listening to the call of his teammate on the other side, Thunder Kyle. He looks at the approaching opponent, baring their teeth, quickly assessing in his mind. Deliberately separating us targets me and Kyle, or they just want to target me. His attention shifts to Kai, who is being attacked by the man wielding a knife. A bit helpless, he thinks. Kai has been caught by VA. It seems I must fight 1 against 2. Thunder shouts over to the other side, reassuring his teammates. You don't need to worry about us. You all should quickly think of a way down the mountain, find reinforcements. Ian still hesitates, but he quickly hardens his voice to command. Staying here won't do any good. We will only be saved when the knights arrive. Assessing the situation, he realizes that this is the only option left. Slavia quickly complies. Thunder is right. We should split up to find reinforcements. Tan helps Munch along, and Mary quickly runs to catch up. Ian, however, stays back a bit, loudly calling through the fire. Thunder, you all hang in there. Over here, the 2 of them lean against each other. He asks Kallio, What's up? Can you manage? His hand grips the sword, his voice resolute. No problem. That guy is mine! He looks at the one using dual daggers who is sneaking up. Kallio seriously assesses this guy's actions. Though quick and strong, he still isn't at the level to suppress him. As long as he defends carefully, it won't cause any life-threatening harm. Saying that, both of them rush to fight. As the 2 blades clash, one thought fills his mind. Holding him back can buy time for Thunder. Thunder stands firm, watching the two opponents rushing forward. Preparing his spirit and fighting stance, they are about to attack. Just as he reaches out to block one opponent's blade, he notices a chain rapidly approaching his stomach, realizing it's a sneak attack. In the next moment, he swings his left hand, hooking the chain with his arm and pulling hard. Got you, but out of the corner of Thunder's eye. He notices on the other end of the chain, a fire racing towards him before being ambushed by an opponent. You use your strength to throw the chain away. Annoying, what a hassle. During the process of dodging the opponent's continuous attacks, Thunder thinks, no matter how to deal with the AI, the other one will come to disrupt him unexpectedly in a moment of carelessness. He took a punch from the end of the iron chain, Thunder. Instinctively, he was thrown backward, close to the edge of the flames. But then, he quickly stood up, his gaze intensely focused. Unexpectedly, that punch was stronger than he imagined. He bent down to look at the crack on his outer shirt. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the armor absorbed the fatal blow. Need to consider a new combat plan. Suddenly, a painful cry sounded. Thunder was startled, worriedly calling out KO's name. He staggered, grabbing his right arm, raising his voice to scold that red-skinned guy. Damn it! Do you know I just healed this arm? He let out a grunt and calmly promised, then I promise you, there won't be any similar troubles like this again. However, the battle is not over yet. Can't stand here chatting for fun with the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Dung raised his sword, assuring Thunder, don't worry, I'll take care of him. Hearing this, the guy with dual daggers showed no mercy, jumping up and declaring, no second thoughts. I'll make you die in a truly ugly way. At the same time, everything around, the blade was suddenly changed by his momentum. His expression darkened, voice sharp and cold. If you intend to strike ruthlessly, then I won't need to hide anything anymore. Meanwhile, the information board quickly displayed the question about the loot being used. Primary Beast Crystal 15. Accept or not? Just as he finished selecting, a boss suddenly slammed down, surrounding where Thunder was kneeling. Obviously, seeing this scene, those guys immediately felt an ominous premonition, their momentum dropping by more than half. In an instant, a fresh and explosive source of energy entered his body. A notification appeared. Evolution completed. He has evolved into a dragon Kaonite. Not only that, next to Thunder appeared an animal with a long horn. The summoned beast has evolved into a wolf. At that moment, he spoke up. After a period of absorbing energy and leveling up to Nova, now, behind Thunder, there was a fierce wolf. His appearance also changed. The other eye had turned into a dragon eye. Thunder clenched his fists, dangerous breath radiating. The time to act has come. One of the pureblood guys stopped. Because it aroused curiosity, they spoke up about this news. The intel did not mention this kid's name. Knowing magic, the other name didn't matter. They charged ahead without worry. The mission remains unchanged while Thunder, over here, is facing a very difficult upheaval while they take advantage of the chaos, rushing together. All around, there are fierce electric sparks. Your hand is wearing a glove, directly unleashing a beam of bright yellow energy. Here comes this move again. Do they really think I have no way to break it? The power released like burning fire, creating a strong impact right in front of Thunder's chest. You shouted Nova's name. Nova, use the chains. Pull the chains back. This is quite difficult as the opponent is evenly matched. Damn it, this kid's power is too strong. Thunder summoned a monster with enormous energy, reaching its peak. Around the one-horned wolf, emits incredibly terrifying lightning bolts. Run away! With Nova's threads wrapping around together with Thunder, they seemed disoriented. In an instant, the guild members suddenly realized. They had been tightly bound without knowing. He used the chains to recognize this technique. So they clicked their tongue, lamenting that they wanted to use this trick to bind me tightly, right? The two of them gently wielded their axes to cut through all these chains. Naively, Thunder sat on Nova's back, running with an unleashed surge of power. He just said, "Wait a moment. I'll hand over the dagger wielder to you." And then, under Thunder's command, we go. Its speed was faster, charging forward wildly. He jumped directly off Nova's back and used his power to launch straight at him, wielding his twin daggers. While Thunder was confronting this person, the other one charged vigorously. Die! He hadn't even struck yet when he was startled by Nova charging furiously towards him. He used his sword, reacting very quickly, using his weapon to block its mouth. He was also very confident, thinking that there's no need to be arrogant, it's just a beast after all. One day I could kill hundreds of them. Thunder jumped away from the opponent. A spark created by his magic continued to increase. He unleashed a flame, slashing through in an instant. It appeared right in front of the void, pondering. Here are these two again. That sword is a big problem. I must restrain it. Thunder's power surge was growing fierce. With both hands charged with energy, he looked at what was before him a bit strangely. Since the name Delxich no longer combines with him, it seems he doesn't want to approach me anymore. Why? Therefore, he quickly shot forward, telling himself he had to try it out. In an instant, Thunder stepped forward and faced the opponent. Wearing a mysterious mask, his red eyes were wide with shock. Just as he was about to say something, Thunder interrupted. Continuously landing punches on the opponent, he understood how they dodged. Indeed, this guy is a bit lacking in fighting. He jumped out of my magic path with a sword. Scoffing coldly, Thunder's lips curled into a smirk. Proudly realizing that I've found your weakness, suddenly the voice of that AI from before screamed, catching both of their attention. He struggled with Kyle using dual blades, hitting him and shouting, "Damn it! Just a student. Why is he so hard to deal with?" He was managing to counter each sword strike. In response, "You're right, we are the damn students of the academy." Pharaoh Apartments. Kyle directly swung his sword, stabbing straight at him. He used dual blades, exerting force while asking, "Why are you attacking us?" Where did that sudden strength come from behind? Thunder shouted a warning. "Kyle, be careful." Kyle quickly ran very fast to avoid that power. However, he sank into the sea of fire with the dual blades he had just used. The screams were incessant. His eyes were bloodshot. Each ear-piercing scream echoed bitterly. "Help! Help!" Kyle watched in disbelief. These guys, even their allies are trying to silence them. Struggling with his cane, he stood up and murmured, "Thunder, I'm coming to help you." Struggling to stand up, he murmured, "Thunder, I'm coming to help you." But after just a few steps, Kyle fell to the ground painfully. Thunder was still very fired up, looking at his friend and comforting. "Don't worry, brother. You should rest well. Just look ahead." His eyes flashed with determination. "Let me tear these guys apart." He quickly bit down on the sword with his mouth. Thunder's eyes were soulless, filled with disdain for the scum, as if you all simply do not deserve to exist in this world. Suddenly, he charged forward without hesitation. The smoke and fire around writhed endlessly, unforgiving. Suddenly, a full beam of light appeared. A bright flash passed very quickly, after the ice. That was Thunder, bringing his strongest punches, continuously pounding into him, using the sword, even risking his allies' lives. Not caring about the scum, he spun his weapon, then struck hard into the opponent's chest, catching him off guard and landing a hit easily. "Go die!" For me, he struck with the sword into the body. "It hurt so much," he screamed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he landed on the ground. It had been a long time since he took off, gaining momentum while the surroundings were chaotically unstable. In his mouth, the sword's hilt was still clenched tightly. He had to admit to himself that the armor was too hard while observing the armor his opponent was wearing. "Shiny and polished," Thunder had to exclaim. Not just that jagged sword, but they were all equipped with special gear. It seemed like they had prepared thoroughly this time. His right glove seemed a bit damaged. Therefore, Thunder had to come up with a different plan if this continued. His armor wouldn't hold out much longer. He had to find an opportunity. Soon after, streaks of light continuously appeared, slicing through the air. He switched his sword here, facing off against Nova. In hot pursuit, keeping pace with it, he thought he was skilled, but it turned out to be just a mid-level monster. "Don't worry, I will let you die before your master." Nova kept growling fiercely, realizing something, so its body was starting to move in a different direction, running around him. While he wielded his sword, looking east and west, he still boasted, "What's the matter? You thought this method could fool me, huh?" He quickly grabbed a nearby chain from the ground, mumbling the name of some technique, a tricky maneuver, and then he immediately used the sword to throw the chain. He threw it hard at Nova, causing it to lose momentum, take the hit, and fall down instantly. "You underestimated me too much.